In the work here presented, the author has set himself the aim of examining the question of how a home market is being formed for Russian capitalism. As we know, he principal exponents of Narodnik views, chief among them being Messrs. V and N, on 4, and it will be our task to criticize these views. We have not considered it possible to limit ourselves in this criticism to examining the mistakes and misconceptions in our opponents' views. In answering the question raised, it seemed to us that it was not enough to adduce facts showing the formation and growth of a home market, for the objection might be raised that such facts had been selected arbitrarily and that facts showing the contrary had been omitted. It seemed to us that it was necessary to examine the whole process of the development of capitalism in Russia, to endeavor to depict it in its entirety. It goes without saying that such an extensive task would be beyond the powers of a single person, were a number of limitations not introduced. Firstly, as the title itself shows, we treat the problem of the development of capitalism in Russia exclusively from the standpoint of the home market, leaving aside the problem of the foreign market and data on foreign trade. Secondly, we limit ourselves purely to the post-reform period. Thirdly, we deal mainly and almost exclusively with data concerning the interior, purely Russian, gubernias. Fourthly, we limit ourselves exclusively to the economic aspect of the process. But even with all the limitations indicated, the topic that remains is an extremely broad one. The author does not close his eyes at all to the difficulty, and even the danger, of dealing with so broad a topic, but it seemed to him that to elucidate the problem of the home market for Russian capitalism it was absolutely necessary to show the connection between, and interdependence of, the various aspects of the process taking place in all spheres of the social economy. We therefore limit ourselves to an examination of the main features of the process, leaving a more specific study of it to further investigations. The plan of our work is as follows. In Chapter I we shall examine, as briefly as possible, the basic theoretical propositions of abstract political economy on the subject of the home market for capitalism. This will serve as a sort of introduction to the rest of the work, the factual part of it, and will relieve us of the need to make repeated references to theory in our further exposition. In the 3 following chapters we shall endeavor to describe the capitalist evolution of agriculture in post-reform Russia, namely, in Chapter 2 we shall examine Zemstvo statistical data on the differentiation of the peasantry, in Chapter 3 data on the transitional state of landlord economy, and on the replacement of the core V system of this economy by the capitalist, and in Chapter 4 data on the forms in which the formation of commercial and capitalist agriculture is proceeding. The next 3 chapters will be devoted to the forms and stages of the development of capitalism in our industry. In Chapter V we shall examine the first stages of capitalism in industry, namely, in small peasant, known as handicraft, industry, in Chapter 6 data on capitalist manufacture and on capitalist domestic industry, and in Chapter 7 data on the development of large-scale machine industry. In the last chapter, 8, we shall make an attempt to indicate the connection between the various aspects of the process that have been described and to present a general picture of that process. This book was written in the period preceding the Russian Revolution, during the slight lull that set in after the outbreak of the big strikes of 1895 to 1896. At that time the working class movement withdrew, as it were, into itself, spreading in breadth and depth and paving the way for the beginning in 1901 of the demonstration movement. The analysis of the social economic system and, consequently, of the class structure of Russia given in this work on the basis of an economic investigation and critical analysis of statistics, has now been confirmed by the open political action of all classes in the course of the revolution. The leading role of the proletariat has been fully revealed. It has also been revealed that the strength of the proletariat in the process of history is immeasurably greater than its share of the total population. The economic basis of the one phenomenon and the other is demonstrated in the present work. Further, the revolution is now increasingly revealing the dual position and dual role of the peasantry. On the one hand, the tremendous survivals of core V economy and all kinds of survivals of serfdom, with the unprecedented impoverishment and ruin of the peasant poor, fully explain the deep sources of the revolutionary peasant movement, the deep roots of the revolutionary character of the peasantry as a mass. On the other hand, in the course of the revolution, the character of the various political parties, and the numerous ideological political trends reveal the inherently contradictory class structure of this mass, its petty bourgeois character, the antagonism between the proprietor and the proletarian trends within it. The vacillation of the impoverished small master between the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie and the revolutionary proletariat is as inevitable as the phenomenon existent in every capitalist society that an insignificant minority of small producers wax rich, get on in the world, turn into bourgeois, while the overwhelming majority are either utterly ruined and become wage workers or paupers, or eternally eke out an almost proletarian existence. The economic basis of both these trends among the peasantry is demonstrated in the present essay. With this economic basis, the revolution in Russia is, of course, inevitably a bourgeois revolution. This Marxist proposition is absolutely irrefutable. It must never be forgotten. It must always be applied to all the economic and political problems of the Russian Revolution. But one must know how to apply it. A concrete analysis of the status and the interests of the different classes must serve as a means of defining the precise significance of this truth when applied to this or that problem. The opposite mode of reasoning frequently met with among the right-wing Social Democrats headed by Plekhanov, i.e., the endeavor to look for answers to concrete questions in the simple logical development of the general truth about the basic character of our revolution, is a vulgarization of Marxism and downright mockery of dialectical materialism. Of such people, who from the general truth of the character of this revolution deduce, for example, the leading role of the bourgeoisie in the revolution, or the need for socialists to support the liberals, Marx would very likely have repeated the words once quoted by him from Heine, "I have sown dragon's teeth and harvested fleas." 3. With the present economic basis of the Russian Revolution, two main lines of its development and outcome are objectively possible. Either the old landlord economy, bound as it is by thousands of threads to serfdom, is retained and turned slowly into purely capitalist, Junker economy. The basis of the final transition from labor service to capitalism is the internal metamorphosis of feudalist landlord economy. The entire agrarian system of the state becomes capitalist and for a long time retains feudalist features. Or the old landlord economy is broken up by revolution, which destroys all the relics of serfdom, and large land ownership in the first place. The basis of the final transition from labor service to capitalism is the free development of small peasant farming, which has received a tremendous impetus as a result of the expropriation of the landlord's estates in the interests of the peasantry. The entire agrarian system becomes capitalist, for the more completely the vestiges of serfdom are destroyed, the more rapidly does the differentiation of the peasantry proceed. In other words, either the retention, in the main, of landed proprietorship and of the chief supports of the old superstructure, hence, the predominant role of the liberal monarchist bourgeois and landlord, the rapid transition of the well-to-do peasantry to their side, the degradation of the peasant masses, not only expropriated on a vast scale but enslaved, in addition, by one or other kind of cadet for proposed land redemption payments, and downtrodden and dulled by the dominance of reaction, the executors of such a bourgeois revolution will be politicians of a type approximating to the Octobrists. 5. Or the destruction of landlordism and of all the chief supports of the corresponding old superstructure, the predominant role of the proletariat and the peasant masses, with the neutralizing of the unstable or counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, the speediest and freest development of the productive forces on a capitalist basis, under the best circumstances for the worker and peasant masses at all conceivable under commodity production, hence, the establishment of the most favorable conditions for the further accomplishment by the working class of its real and fundamental task of socialist reorganization. Of course, infinitely diverse combinations of elements of this or that type of capitalist evolution are possible, and only hopeless pedants could set about solving the peculiar and complex problems arising merely by quoting this or that opinion of Marx about a different historical epoch. The essay here presented to the reader is devoted to an analysis of the pre-revolutionary economy of Russia. In a revolutionary epoch, life in a country proceeds with such speed and impetuosity that it is impossible to define the major results of economic evolution in the heat of political struggle. Messrs. the Stolypins 6, on the one hand, and the liberals on the other, and not only cadets à la Struve, but all the cadets in general, are working systematically, doggedly, and consistently to accomplish the revolution according to the first pattern. The coup d'état of June 3, 1907, that we have recently witnessed, marks a victory for the Counter-Revolution 7, which is striving to ensure the complete predominance of the landlords in the so-called representative body of the Russian people. But how far this victory is a lasting one is another matter. The struggle for the second outcome of the revolution goes on. Not only the proletariat, but also the broad masses of the peasantry are striving, more or less resolutely, more or less consistently, and more or less consciously, for this outcome. However much the counter-revolution tries to strangle the direct mass struggle by outright violence, however much the cadets try to strangle it by means of their despicable and hypocritical counter-revolutionary ideas, that struggle, in spite of all, is breaking out, now here and now there, and laying its impress upon the policy of the labor, Narodnik parties, although the top circles of petty bourgeois politicians are undoubtedly contaminated, especially the popular socialists and Trudovics 8, with the cadet spirit of treachery, Malkalinism 9 and smugness characteristic of moderate and punctilious Philistines or bureaucrats. How this struggle will end, what the final result of the first onset of the Russian Revolution will be, it is at present impossible to say. Hence, the time has not yet come. Moreover, the immediate party duties of a participant in the working class movement leave no leisure for a thorough revision of this essay. 1. The second edition cannot overstep the bounds of a characterization of Russian economy before the revolution. The author had to confine himself to going over and correcting the text and also to making the most essential additions from the latest statistical material. These are recent horse census data, harvest statistics, returns of the 1897 census of the population of Russia, new data from factory statistics, etc. The author. July 1907. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. The Development of Capitalism in Russia. Chapter I. The Theoretical Mistakes of the Narodnik Economists. The market is a category of commodity economy, which in the course of its development is transformed into capitalist economy and only under the latter gains complete sway and universal prevalence. Therefore, in order to examine basic theoretical propositions concerning the home market, we must proceed from simple commodity economy and trace its gradual transformation into capitalist economy. I. The social division of labor. The basis of commodity economy is the social division of labor. Manufacturing industry separates from the raw materials industry, and each of these subdivides into small varieties and subvarieties which produce specific products as commodities, and exchange them for the products of all the others. Thus, the development of commodity economy leads to an increase in the number of separate and independent branches of industry. The tendency of this development is to transform into a special branch of industry the making not only of each separate product, but even of each separate part of a product, and not only the making of a product, but even the separate operations of preparing the product for consumption. Under natural economy, society consisted of a mass of homogeneous economic units, patriarchal peasant families, primitive village communities, feudal manors, and each such unit engaged in all forms of economic activity, from the acquisition of various kinds of raw material to their final preparation for consumption. Under commodity economy, heterogeneous economic units come into being, the number of separate branches of economy increases, and the number of economic units performing one and the same economic function diminishes. It is this progressive growth in the social division of labor that is the chief factor in the process of creating a home market for capitalism. Where the basis is commodity production and its absolute form, capitalist production, says Marx, products are commodities, or use values, which have an exchange value that is to be realized, to be converted into money, only in so far as other commodities form an equivalent for them, that is, other products confront them as commodities and values. Thus, insofar as they are not produced as immediate means of subsistence for the producers themselves, but as commodities, as products, which become use values only by their transformation into exchange values, money, by their alienation. The market for these commodities develops through the social division of labor. The division of productive labors mutually transforms their respective products into commodities, into equivalents for each other, making them mutually serve as markets. Das Kapital, 3, 2, 177-178. Russ. Trans, 526. 2 are italics, as in all quotations, unless otherwise stated. It goes without saying that the above-mentioned separation of the manufacturing from the raw materials industry, of manufacture from agriculture, transforms agriculture itself into an industry, into a commodity-producing branch of economy. The process of specialization that separates from each other the diverse varieties of the manufacture of products, creating an ever-growing number of branches of industry, also manifests itself in agriculture, creating specialized agricultural districts, and systems of farming, and giving rise to exchange not only between the products of agriculture and industry but also between the various products of agriculture. This specialization of commercial, and capitalist, agriculture manifests itself in all capitalist countries. In the international division of labor, this is true of post-reform Russia as well, as we shall show in detail below. Thus, the social division of labor is the basis of the entire process of the development of commodity economy and of capitalism. It is quite natural, therefore, that our Narodnik theoreticians, who declare this process to be the result of artificial measures, the result of a deviation from the path, and so on and so forth, have tried to gloss over the fact of the social division of labor in Russia or to belittle its significance. Mr. V.V., in his article Division of Agricultural and Industrial Labor in Russia, Vestnik Evropy European Messenger, 1884, number 7, denied the dominance in Russia of the principle of the social division of labor, p. 347, and declared that in this country the social division of labor has not sprung from the depths of the people's life, but has attempted to thrust itself into it from outside, p. 338. Mr. N., in his sketches, argued as follows about the increase in the quantity of grain offered for sale. This phenomenon might imply that the grain produced is more evenly distributed over the country, that the Archangel fisherman now consumes Samara grain, and that the Samara farmer supplements his dinner with Archangel fish. Actually, however, nothing of the kind is happening. Sketches on our post-reform social economy, St. Petersburg, 1893, p. 37. Without any data and contrary to generally known facts, the categorical assertion is bluntly made here that there is no social division of labor in Russia. The Narodnik theory of the artificial character of capitalism in Russia could only have been evolved by rejecting, or proclaiming as artificial, the very foundation of all commodity economy, namely, the social division of labor. Point 2. The growth of the industrial population at the expense of the agricultural. In view of the fact that in the epoch preceding commodity economy, manufacturing is combined with the raw materials industry, and the latter is headed by agriculture, the development of commodity economy takes the shape of the separation from agriculture of one branch of industry after another. The population of a country in which commodity economy is poorly developed, or not developed at all, is almost exclusively agricultural. This, however, must not be understood as meaning that the population is engaged solely in agriculture. It only means that the population engaged in agriculture also process the products of agriculture, and that exchange and the division of labor are almost non-existent. Consequently, the development of commodity economy eo ipso means the divorcement of an ever-growing part of the population from agriculture, i.e., the growth of the industrial population at the expense of the agricultural population. It is in the nature of capitalist production to continually reduce the agricultural population as compared with the non-agricultural, because in industry, in the strict sense, the increase of constant capital at the expense of variable capital goes hand in hand with an absolute increase in variable capital despite its relative decrease. On the other hand, in agriculture the variable capital required for the exploitation of a certain plot of land decreases absolutely, it can thus only increase to the extent that new land is taken into cultivation, but this again requires as a prerequisite a still greater growth of the non-agricultural population. Das Kapital, 3, 2, 177. Russ. Trans, p. 526. 2. Thus one cannot conceive of capitalism without an increase in the commercial and industrial population at the expense of the agricultural population, and everybody knows that this phenomenon is revealed in the most clear-cut fashion in all capitalist countries. It need hardly be proved that the significance of this circumstance as regards the problem of the home market is enormous, for it is bound up inseparably both with the evolution of industry and with the evolution of agriculture, the formation of industrial centers, their numerical growth, and the attraction of the population by them cannot but exert a most profound influence on the whole rural system, and cannot but give rise to a growth of commercial and capitalist agriculture. All the more noteworthy is the fact that the exponents of Narodnik economics completely ignore this law both in their purely theoretical arguments and in their arguments about capitalism in Russia. We shall deal at length with the specific manifestations of this law in Russia later on, in Chapter 8. The theories of Messrs. V and N, on regarding the home market for capitalism overlook a mere trifle the diversion of the population from agriculture to industry, and the influence exerted by this fact on agriculture. 1.3. The ruin of the small producers. So far we have dealt with simple commodity production. Now we pass to capitalist production, that is, we presume that instead of simple commodity producers we have, on the one hand, the owner of means of production and, on the other, the wage worker, the seller of labor power. The conversion of the small producer into a wage worker presumes that he has lost the means of production, land, tools, workshop, etc., i.e., that he is impoverished, ruined. The view is advanced that this ruin diminishes the purchasing power of the population, diminishes the home market for capitalism. Mr. N. on LOCCIT, p. 185. Also pages 203, 275, 287, 339 to 340, etc. The same view is held by Mr. V in the majority of his writings. We do not deal here with the factual data relating to this process in Russia. They will be examined in detail in later chapters. At the moment the question is posed purely theoretically, i.e., it relates to commodity production in general where it is transformed into capitalist production. The writers mentioned also pose this question theoretically, i.e., from the mere fact of the ruin of the small producers they deduce a shrinkage of the home market. This view is absolutely incorrect, and its persistent survival in our economic literature can only be explained by the romantic prejudices of Narodism. See the article referred to in the footnote. It is forgotten that the freeing of one section of the producers from the means of production necessarily presumes the passage of the latter into other hands. Their conversion into capital presumes, consequently, that the new owners of these means of production produce as commodities the products formerly consumed by the producer himself, i.e., expand the home market, that in expanding production the new owners of the means of production present a demand to the market for new implements, raw materials, means of transport, etc., and also for articles of consumption. The enrichment of these new owners naturally presumes an increase in their consumption. It is forgotten that it is by no means the well-being of the producer that is important for the market but his possession of money. The decline in the well-being of the patriarchal peasant, who formerly conducted a mainly natural economy, is quite compatible with an increase in the amount of money in his possession, for the more such a peasant is ruined, the more he is compelled to resort to the sale of his labor power, and the greater is the share of his, albeit scantier, means of subsistence that he must acquire in the market. With the setting free, from the land, of a part of the agricultural population, therefore, their former means of nourishment were also set free. They were now transformed into material elements of variable capital, capital spent on the purchase of labor power, das Kapital, I. 776. The expropriation and eviction of a part of the agricultural population not only set free for industrial capital the laborers, their means of subsistence, and material for labor, it also created the home market, Ibid. 778. 1. Thus, from the standpoint of abstract theory, the ruin of the small producers in a society of developing commodity economy and capitalism means the very opposite to what Messrs. N. On and VV want to deduce therefrom. It means the creation and not the shrinkage of the home market. If the very same Mr. N. On, who declares a priori that the ruin of the Russian small producers means the shrinkage of the home market, nevertheless cites the just quoted contrary assertions of Marx, Sketches, pages 71 and 114, it only proves the remarkable ability of that writer to bellabore himself with quotations from Capital. Point 4. The Narodnik theory of the impossibility of realizing surplus value. The next question in the theory of the home market is the following. We know that the value of a product in capitalist production resolves into three parts. 1. The first part replaces the constant capital, i.e., the value that existed previously in the shape of raw and auxiliary materials, machines and instruments of production, etc., and that is merely reproduced in a certain part of the finished product. 2. The second part replaces the variable capital, i.e., covers the maintenance of the worker, and, lastly, 3. The third part constitutes the surplus value, which belongs to the capitalist. It is usually granted, we state the question in the spirit of Messrs. N. On and VV, that the realization, i.e., the finding of a corresponding equivalent, sale in the market, of the first two parts presents no difficulty, because the first part goes into production, and the second into consumption by the working class. But how is the third part surplus value realized? It cannot, surely, be consumed in its entirety by the capitalists. So our economists come to the conclusion that the way out of the difficulty of realizing surplus value is the acquisition of a foreign market. N. On, Sketches, Part 2, 15 in general, and p. 205 in particular, VV, the excess in the market supply of commodities in Otechestvenie Zapiski Fatherland Notes, 1883, and Essays on Theoretical Economics, St. Petersburg, 1895, p. 179 and fol. The writers mentioned explain the need for a capitalist nation to have a foreign market by the suggestion that the capitalists cannot realize their products in any other way. The home market in Russia, they say, is shrinking because of the ruin of the peasantry and because of the impossibility of realizing surplus value without a foreign market, while the foreign markets close to a young country that enters the path of capitalist development too late, and so, it is declared as proven that Russian capitalism has no basis, is stillborn, a claim founded on mere a priori, and, moreover, theoretically incorrect, assumptions. When expressing his views on realization, Mr. N. On evidently had in mind Marx's theory on this subject, although he said not a single word about Marx in this part of his sketches, but he absolutely failed to understand it and distorted it beyond recognition, as we shall see in a moment. This explains the curious fact that his views coincided in all essentials with those of Mr. VV, who cannot possibly be accused of not understanding theory, for it would be the height of injustice to suspect him of even the slightest acquaintance with it. Both authors expound their theories as though they are the first to have dealt with the subject, and have reached certain solutions all by themselves. Both of them most sublimely ignore the arguments of the old economists on the subject, and both repeat old errors that have been most thoroughly refuted in Volume 2 of Capital. 1. Both authors reduce the whole problem of the realization of the product to the realization of surplus value, evidently imagining that the realization of constant capital presents no difficulties. This naive opinion contains a most profound error, one that is the source of all further errors in the Narodnik theory of realization. As a matter of fact, the difficulty of explaining realization is precisely one of explaining the realization of constant capital. In order to be realized, constant capital must be put back again into production, and that is directly practicable only in the case of that capital whose product consists of means of production. If, however, the product which makes good the constant part of capital consists of articles of consumption, it cannot be directly put back into production. What is required is exchange between the department of social production that makes means of production and that which makes articles of consumption. It is this point that constitutes the whole difficulty of the problem, a difficulty unnoticed by our economists. Mr. V presents the matter, generally speaking, as if the aim of capitalist production is not accumulation but consumption, advancing the profound argument that into the hands of a minority flows a mass of material objects in excess of the consuming power of the organism, at the given stage of their development, LOCCIT, 149, and that it is not the moderation and abstemiousness of the manufacturers which are the cause of the superfluity of products, but the limitations and insufficient elasticity of the human organism, which fails to increase its consuming power at the rate at which surplus value grows, Ibid. 161. Mr. N. tries to present the matter as though he does not regard consumption as the aim of capitalist production, as though he takes account of the role and significance of means of production in regard to the problem of realization. As a matter of fact, however, he has no clear idea whatsoever about the process of the circulation and reproduction of the aggregate social capital, and has become entangled in a host of contradictions. We shall not stop to examine all these contradictions in detail, pages 203 to 205 of Mr. N. on Sketches. That would be too thankless a task, and one already performed in part by Mr. Bulgakov too in his book Markets Under Capitalist Production, Moscow, 1897, pages 237 to 245, and furthermore, to prove the justice of the appraisal given here of Mr. N. on's arguments, it will suffice to examine his final conclusion, namely, that the foreign market is the way out of the difficulty of realizing surplus value. This conclusion of Mr. N. on's, essentially a mere repetition of the one drawn by Mr. V, shows in most striking fashion that he did not in any way understand either the realization of the product in capitalist society, i.e., the theory of the home market, or the role of the foreign market. Indeed, is there even a grain of common sense in this dragging of the foreign market into the problem of realization? The problem of realization is how to find for each part of the capitalist product, in terms of value, constant capital, variable capital and surplus value, and in its material form, means of production, and articles of consumption, specifically necessities and luxuries, that other part of the product which replaces it on the market. Clearly, foreign trade must here be excluded, for dragging it in does not advance the solution of the problem one iota, but merely retracts it by extending the problem from one country to several. The very same Mr. N. who discovered in foreign trade the way out of the difficulty of realizing surplus value, argues about wages, for example, as follows: with the part of the annual product which the direct producers, the workers, receive in the shape of wages, only that part of the means of subsistence can be drawn from circulation which is equal in value to the sum total of wages. 203. How, the question arises, does our economist know that the capitalists of a given country will produce means of subsistence in just the quantity and of just the quality requisite for their realization by wages? How does he know that in this connection the foreign market can be dispensed with? Obviously, he cannot know this, and has simply brushed aside the problem of the foreign market, for in discussing the realization of variable capital the important thing is the replacement of one part of the product by another, and not at all whether this replacement takes place in one country or in two. With respect to surplus value, however, he departs from this necessary premise, and instead of solving the problem, simply evades it by talking of the foreign market. The sale of the product in the foreign market itself needs explanation, i.e., the finding of an equivalent for that part of the product which is being sold, the finding of another part of the capitalist product that can replace the first. That is why Marx says that in examining the problem of realization, the foreign market, foreign trade must be entirely discarded, for the involvement of foreign commerce in analyzing the annually reproduced value of products can only confuse without contributing any new element of the problem, or of its solution. Das Kapital, 11, 469. 3 Messrs. V and N. On imagined that they were giving a profound appraisal of the contradictions of capitalism by pointing to the difficulties of realizing surplus value. Actually, however, they were giving an extremely superficial appraisal of the contradictions of capitalism, for if one speaks of the difficulties of realization, of the crises, etc., arising therefrom, one must admit that these difficulties are not only possible but are necessary as regards all parts of the capitalist product, and not as regards surplus value alone. Difficulties of this kind, due to disproportion in the distribution of the various branches of production, constantly arise, not only in realizing surplus value, but also in realizing variable and constant capital, in realizing not only the product consisting of articles of consumption, but also that consisting of means of production. Without difficulties of this kind and crises, there cannot, in general, be any capitalist production by isolated producers for a world market unknown to them. V. The views of Adam Smith on the production and circulation of the aggregate social product in capitalist society and Marx's criticism of these views. In order properly to understand the theory of realization, we must start with Adam Smith, who laid the foundation of the erroneous theory on this subject that held undivided sway in political economy until Marx. Adam Smith divided the price of a commodity into only two parts, variable capital, wages, in his terminology, and surplus value. He does not combine profit and rent, so that actually he counted three parts in all. 1. Similarly, he divided the sum total of commodities, the total annual social product, into the same parts and allocated them directly to the revenue of the two classes of society, the workmen and the capitalists, undertakers and landlords, as Smith calls them. 2. On what did he base his omission of the third component of value, constant capital? Adam Smith could not fail to observe this part, but he assumed that it also is made up of wages and surplus value. Here is how he argued on this subject. In the price of corn, for example, one part pays the rent of the landlord, another pays the wages or maintenance of the laborers and laboring cattle employed in producing it, and the third pays the profit of the farmer. These three parts seem either immediately or ultimately to make up the whole price of corn. A fourth part, it may perhaps be thought, is necessary for replacing the stock of the farmer, or for compensating the wear and tear of his laboring cattle, and other instruments of husbandry. But it must be considered that the price of any instrument of husbandry, such as a laboring horse, is itself made up of the same three parts, namely, rent, profit and wages. Though the price of the corn, therefore, may pay the price as well as the maintenance of the horse, the whole price still resolves itself either immediately or ultimately into the same three parts of rent, labor, and profit. 3. Marx calls this theory of Smith's astonishing. His proof consists simply in the repetition of the same assertion. 2. S. 366. 6. Smith sends us from pillar to post, IB. 2. Outflow, S. 612-4. 7. In saying that the price of farming instruments itself resolves into the same three parts, Smith forgets to add, and also into the price of the means of production employed in the making of these instruments. The erroneous exclusion by Adam Smith, and also by subsequent economists, of the constant part of capital from the price of the product is due to an erroneous conception of accumulation in capitalist economy, i.e., of the expansion of production, the transformation of surplus value into capital. Here too Adam Smith omitted constant capital, assuming that the accumulated part of surplus value, the part converted into capital, is entirely consumed by the productive workers, i.e., goes entirely in wages, whereas actually the accumulated part of surplus value is expended on constant capital, instruments of production, raw and auxiliary materials, plus wages. Criticizing this view of Smith, and also of Ricardo, Mill, and others, in Capital, Volume I, Part 7, The Accumulation of Capital, Chapter 22, Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital, 2, Erroneous Conception, by Political Economy, of Reproduction on a Progressively Increasing Scale, Marx there states that in Volume 2 it will be shown that Adam Smith's dogma, inherited by all his successors, prevented political economy from understanding even the most elementary mechanism of the process of social reproduction, I. 612. 8. Adam Smith committed this error because he confused the value of the product with the newly created value. The latter does indeed resolve itself into variable capital and surplus value, whereas the former includes constant capital in addition. This error had been earlier exposed by Marx in his analysis of value, when he drew a distinction between abstract labor, which creates new value, and concrete, useful labor, which reproduces the previously existing value in the new form of a useful product. 9. An explanation of the process of the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital is particularly necessary to settle the problem of the national revenue in capitalist society. It is extremely interesting to note that, when dealing with the latter problem, Adam Smith could no longer cling to his erroneous theory, which excludes constant capital from the country's total product. The gross revenue of all the inhabitants of a great country comprehends the whole annual produce of their land and labor. The neat revenue, what remains free to them after deducting the expense of maintaining, first, their fixed, and, secondly, their circulating capital, or what, without encroaching upon their capital, they can place in their stock reserved for immediate consumption, or spend upon their subsistence, conveniences, and amusements. A. Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 2. Of the Nature, Accumulation, and Employment of Stock, Chapter 2, Volume 2, p. 18. Russ. Trans. 2, p. 21. Thus, from the country's total product Adam Smith excluded capital, asserting that it resolves itself into wages, profit, and rent, i.e., into net revenue, but in the gross revenue of society he includes capital, separating it from articles of consumption, equals net revenue. This is the contradiction in which Marx catches Adam Smith. How can there be capital in the revenue if there was no capital in the product? Cf. Das Kapital, 2, s. 355. 10. Without noticing it himself, Adam Smith here recognizes three component parts in the value of the total product, not only variable capital and surplus value, but also constant capital. Further on, Adam Smith comes up against another very important difference, one of enormous significance in the theory of realization. The whole expense of maintaining the fixed capital, he says, must evidently be excluded from the neat revenue of the society. Neither the materials necessary for supporting their useful machines and instruments of trade, their profitable buildings, etc., nor the produce of the labor necessary for fashioning those materials into the proper form, can ever make any part of it. The price of that labor may indeed make a part of it, as the workmen so employed may place the whole value of their wages in their stock reserved for immediate consumption. But in other kinds of labor, both the price of labor and the produce of labor go to the stock, the price to that of the workman, the produce to that of other people. A. Smith, Ibid. Here we find a gleam of recognition of the need to distinguish two kinds of labor, one that produces articles of consumption which may enter into the neat revenue, and another which produces useful machines and instruments of trade, buildings, etc., i.e., articles that can never be used for personal consumption. From this it is only one step to the admission that an explanation of realization absolutely requires that two forms of consumption be distinguished, personal and productive, equals putting back into production. It was the rectification of these two mistakes made by Smith, the omission of constant capital from the value of the product, and the confusing of personal with productive consumption, that enabled Marx to build up his brilliant theory of the realization of the social product in capitalist society. As for the other economists, those between Adam Smith and Marx, they all repeated Adam Smith's error 5 and for that reason did not advance one step. Of the confusion that consequently reigns in the theories of revenue we shall speak later. In the controversy as to the possibility of a general overproduction of commodities that was waged by Ricardo, Say, Mill and others, on the one hand, and by Malthus, Sismondi, Chalmers, Kirchmann and others, on the other, both sides adhered to Smith's erroneous theory, and consequently, as Mr. S. Bulgakov justly remarks, in view of the false premises and the wrong formulation of the problem itself, these controversies could only lead to empty and scholastic word spinning, LOCCIT, p. 21. See an account of this word spinning in Tagan Baranovsky's Industrial Crises, etc., St. Petersburg, 1894, pages 377 to 404, point 6. Marx's theory of realization. It follows automatically from what has been said that the fundamental premises on which Marx's theory is based are the following two propositions. The first is that the total product of a capitalist country, like the individual product, consists of the following three parts: 1. Constant capital, 2. Variable capital, and 3. Surplus value. To those who are familiar with the analysis of the process of production of capital given in volume I of Marx's Capital, this proposition is self-evident. The second proposition is that two major departments of capitalist production must be distinguished, namely, Department I, the production of means of production of articles which serve for productive consumption, i.e., are to be put back into production, articles which are consumed, not by people, but by capital, and, Department II, the production of articles of consumption, i.e., of articles used for personal consumption. There is more theoretical meaning in this division alone than in all the preceding controversies over the theory of markets. Bulgakov, LOCCIT, p. 27. The question arises as to why such a division of products according to their natural form is now necessary to analyze the reproduction of social capital, when the analysis of the production and reproduction of individual capital dispensed with such a division and left the question of the natural form of the product entirely on one side. On what grounds can we introduce the question of the natural form of the product into a theoretical investigation of capitalist economy, which is based entirely on the exchange value of the product? The fact is that when the production of individual capital was analyzed, the question of where and how the product would be sold, and of where and how articles of consumption would be bought by the workers and means of production by the capitalists, was set aside as making no contribution to this analysis and as having no relation to it. All that had to be examined then was the problem of the value of the separate elements of production and of the results of production. Now, however, the question is, where will the workers and the capitalists obtain their articles of consumption, where will the capitalists obtain their means of production, how will the finished product meet all these demands and enable production to expand? Here, consequently, we have not only a replacement of value, but also a replacement in material, Stoffersatz das Kapital, 2, 389, 5, and hence it is absolutely essential to distinguish between products that play entirely different parts in the process of social economy. Once these basic propositions are taken into account, the problem of the realization of the social product in capitalist society no longer presents any difficulty. Let us first assume simple reproduction, i.e., the repetition of the process of production on its previous scale, the absence of accumulation. Obviously, the variable capital and the surplus value in Department II, which exist in the form of articles of consumption, are realized by the personal consumption of the workers and capitalists of this department, for simple reproduction presumes that the whole of the surplus value is consumed, and that no portion of it is converted into capital. Further, the variable capital and the surplus value which exist in the form of means of production, Department I, must, in order to be realized, be exchanged for articles of consumption for the capitalists and workers engaged in the making of means of production. On the other hand, neither can the constant capital existing in the form of articles of consumption, Department II, be realized except by an exchange for means of production, in order to be put back again into production the following year. Thus we get variable capital and surplus value in means of production exchanged for constant capital in articles of consumption, the workers and the capitalists, in the means of production department, in this way obtain means of subsistence, while the capitalists, in the articles of consumption department, dispose of their product and obtain constant capital for further production. Under simple reproduction, the parts exchanged must be equal, the sum of variable capital and surplus value in means of production must be equal to the constant capital in articles of consumption. On the other hand, if we assume reproduction on a progressively increasing scale, i.e., accumulation, the first magnitude must be greater than the second, because there must be available a surplus of means of production with which to begin further production. Let us revert, however, to simple reproduction. There has been left unrealized one more part of the social product, namely, constant capital in means of production. This is realized partly by exchange among the capitalists of this same department. Coal, for example, is exchanged for iron, because each of these products serves as a necessary material or instrument in the production of the other, and partly by being put directly into production, for example, coal extracted in order to be used in the same enterprise again for the extraction of coal, grain in agriculture, etc. As for accumulation, its starting point, as we have seen, is a surplus of means of production, taken from the surplus value of the capitalists in this department, a surplus that also calls for the conversion into capital of part of the surplus value in articles of consumption. A detailed examination of how this additional production will be combined with simple reproduction we consider to be superfluous. It is no part of our task to undertake a special examination of the theory of realization, and the foregoing is enough to elucidate the error of the Narodnik economists and to enable us to draw certain theoretical conclusions regarding the home market. 1. On the problem of interest to us, that of the home market, the main conclusion from Marx's theory of realization is the following: capitalist production, and, consequently, the home market, grow not so much on account of articles of consumption as on account of means of production. In other words, the increase in means of production outstrips the increase in articles of consumption. Indeed, we have seen that constant capital in articles of consumption, Department 2, is exchanged for variable capital plus surplus value in means of production, Department I. According, however, to the general law of capitalist production, constant capital grows faster than variable capital. Hence, constant capital in articles of consumption has to increase faster than variable capital and surplus value in articles of consumption, while constant capital in means of production has to increase fastest of all, outstripping both the increase of variable capital, plus surplus value, in means of production and the increase of constant capital in articles of consumption. The department of social production which produces means of production has, consequently, to grow faster than that producing articles of consumption. For capitalism, therefore, the growth of the home market is to a certain extent independent of the growth of personal consumption, and takes place mostly on account of productive consumption. But it would be a mistake to understand this independence as meaning that productive consumption is entirely divorced from personal consumption. The former can and must increase faster than the latter, and there its independence ends, but it goes without saying that, in the last analysis, productive consumption is always bound up with personal consumption. Marx says in this connection, we have seen, Book 2, Part 3, that continuous circulation takes place between constant capital and constant capital. Marx has in mind constant capital in means of production, which is realized by exchange among capitalists in the same department. It is at first independent of individual consumption because it never enters the latter. But this consumption definitely limits it nevertheless, since constant capital is never produced for its own sake but solely because more of it is needed in spheres of production whose products go into individual consumption. Das Kapital, 3, 1, 289. Russ. Trans, p. 242. 6. This larger consumption of constant capital is nothing but a higher level of the development of the productive forces, one expressed in terms of exchange value, because the rapidly developing means of production consist, in the main, of materials, machines, instruments, buildings and all sorts of other accessories for large-scale, especially machine, production. It is quite natural, therefore, that capitalist production, which develops the productive forces of society and creates large-scale production and machine industry, is also distinguished by a particular expansion of that department of social wealth which consists of means of production, in this case, namely, the production of means of production. What distinguishes capitalist society from the savage is not, as Senior thinks, the privilege and peculiarity of the savage to expend his labor, at times in a way that does not procure him any products resolvable, exchangeable, into revenue, i.e., into articles of consumption. No, the distinction consists in the following. A. Capitalist society employs more of its available annual labor in the production of means of production, ergo, of constant capital, which are not resolvable into revenue in the form of wages or surplus value, but can function only as capital. B. When a savage makes bows, arrows, stone hammers, axes, baskets, etc., he knows very well that he did not spend the time so employed in the production of articles of consumption, but that he has thus stocked up the means of production he needs, and nothing else. Das Kapital, 2, 436. Russ. Trans. 333. 7. This very good knowledge of one's relation to production has disappeared in capitalist society owing to the latter's inherent fetishism, which presents the social relations of men as relations of products owing to the conversion of every product into a commodity produced for an unknown consumer and to be realized in an unknown market. And as it is a matter of the utmost indifference to the individual entrepreneur what kind of article he produces, every product yields a revenue. This same superficial, individual point of view was adopted by the economist theoreticians in relation to the whole of society and prevented the process of the reproduction of the total social product in capitalist economy from being understood. The development of production, and, consequently, of the home market, chiefly on account of means of production, seems paradoxical and undoubtedly constitutes a contradiction. It is real production as an end in itself, the expansion of production without a corresponding expansion of consumption. But it is a contradiction not of doctrine, but of actual life. It is the sort of contradiction that corresponds to the very nature of capitalism and to the other contradictions of the system of social economy. It is this expansion of production without a corresponding expansion of consumption that corresponds to the historical mission of capitalism and to its specific social structure. The former consists in the development of the productive forces of society, the latter rules out the utilization of these technical achievements by the mass of the population. There is an undoubted contradiction between the drive towards the unlimited extension of production inherent in capitalism, and the limited consumption of the masses of the people, limited because of their proletarian status. It is this contradiction that Marx records in the propositions so readily quoted by the Narodniks and which are supposed to corroborate their views on the shrinkage of the home market, the non-progressive character of capitalism, etc., etc. Here are some of these propositions: contradiction in the capitalist mode of production. The laborers as buyers of commodities are important for the market. But as sellers of their own commodity labor power, capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price. Das Kapital, 2, 303. 8. The conditions of realization are limited by the proportional relation of the various branches of production and the consumer power of society, but the more productiveness develops, the more it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the conditions of consumption rest. Ibid. 3, 1. 225 to 226. 9. The limits within which the preservation and self-expansion of the value of capital resting on the expropriation and pauperization of the great mass of producers can alone move these limits come continually into conflict with the methods of production employed by capital for its purposes, which drive towards unlimited extension of production, towards production as an end in itself, towards unconditional development of the social productivity of labor, the capitalist mode of production is, for this reason, a historical means of developing the material forces of production and creating an appropriate world market, and is, at the same time, a continual conflict between this its historical task and its own corresponding relations of social production. 232. Russ. Trans. p. 194. 10. The ultimate reason for all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses as opposed to the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as though only the absolute consuming power of society constituted their outer limit. 21. Russ. Trans. p. 395. 11. These propositions all speak of the contradiction we have mentioned, namely, the contradiction between the unrestricted drive to expand production and limited consumption and of nothing else. 3. Nothing could be more senseless than to conclude from these passages in Capital that Marx did not admit the possibility of surplus value being realized in capitalist society, that he attributed crises to underconsumption, and so forth. Marx's analysis of realization showed that the circulation between constant capital and constant capital is definitely limited by personal consumption, but this same analysis showed the true character of this limitedness. 12. It showed that, compared with means of production, articles of consumption play a minor role in the formation of the home market. And, furthermore, there is nothing more absurd than to conclude from the contradictions of capitalism that the latter is impossible, non-progressive, and so on. To do that is to take refuge from unpleasant, but undoubted realities in the transcendental heights of romantic dreams. The contradiction between the drive towards the unlimited expansion of production and limited consumption is not the only contradiction of capitalism, which cannot exist and develop at all without contradictions. The contradictions of capitalism testify to its historically transient character, and make clear the conditions and causes of its collapse and transformation into a higher form, but they by no means rule out either the possibility of capitalism, or its progressive character as compared with preceding systems of social economy. 4. 7. The theory of the national income. Having outlined the main propositions of Marx's theory of realization, we still have briefly to point to its enormous importance in the theory of national consumption, distribution, and income. All these problems, particularly the last, have hitherto been a veritable stumbling block for economists. The more they have spoken and written about it, the greater has been the confusion caused by Adam Smith's fundamental error. We shall cite here some examples of this confusion. It is interesting to note, for example, that Proudhon repeated essentially the same error, except that he formulated the old theory somewhat differently. He said, A, which stands for all property owners, entrepreneurs, and capitalists, starts an enterprise with 10,000 francs, and with them makes advance payment to the workers, who must produce goods in return. After A has thus converted his money into commodities, he must, at the end of the production process, at the end, say, of a year, convert the commodities again into money. To whom does he sell his commodities? To the workers, of course, for there are only two classes in society: the entrepreneurs on the one hand, and the workers on the other. These workers, having for the product of their labor received 10,000 francs as pay, which covers their essential requirements of life, must now, however, pay more than 10,000 francs, that is, they must pay for the addition that A receives in the shape of the interest and other profits he counted on at the beginning of the year. The worker can cover these 10,000 francs only by borrowing, and, as a consequence, he sinks deeper and deeper into debt and poverty. One of two things must necessarily take place: either the worker may consume 9, although he produced 10, or he pays the entrepreneur only the amount of his wages, in which case the entrepreneur himself suffers bankruptcy and disaster, for he does not receive interest on capital, which he on his part, however, must pay. Deal, Proudhon, 200, quoted from the compilation Industry. Articles from Handwörterbuch Staatswissenschaften 1 Moscow, 1896, p. 101. As the reader sees, this is the same difficulty how surplus value is to be realized that Messrs. V and N are fussing over. Proudhon only expressed it in a somewhat specific form. And this specific character of his formulation brings our Narodniks still closer to him. They too, like Proudhon, consider the difficulty to lie in the realization of surplus value, interest or profit, in Proudhon's terminology, and do not understand that the confusion they have acquired from the old economists prevents them from explaining the realization not only of surplus value, but also of constant capital, i.e., that their difficulty is in their not understanding the whole process of the realization of the product in capitalist society. Regarding this theory of Proudhon's, Marx sarcastically observes, Proudhon exposes his inability to grasp this, namely, the realization of the product in capitalist society, in the ignorant formulation, l'ouvrier n'est peut pas racheter son propre produit, the laborer cannot buy back his own product, because the interest which is added to the prix de vente, cost price, is contained in the product, das Kapital, 379. Russ. Trans. 698, in which there are mistakes. 7. And Marx quotes the remark directed against Proudhon by a certain vulgar economist named Fourcade, who quite correctly generalizes the difficulty put forward in so narrow a form by Proudhon. Fourcade said that the price of commodities contains not only something over and above the wages, the profit, but also the part that replaces constant capital. Hence, concludes Fourcade in opposition to Proudhon, the capitalist is also unable to buy back commodities with his profit. Not only did Fourcade not solve the problem, he did not even understand it. Neither did Rodbertus make any contribution to the solution of the problem. While laying particular stress on the thesis that ground rent, profit on capital and wages are income, too, he proved quite unable to arrive at a clear understanding of the concept income. Stating his view as to what the tasks of political economy would have been had it pursued a correct method, LOCCIT, S26, he also speaks about the distribution of the national product. It, i.e., the true science of the national economy, Rodbertus's italics, should have shown how out of the total national product one part always goes to replace the capital consumed in production or worn out, while the other, as national income, goes to satisfy the direct requirements of society and of its members, Ibid, S27. But although true science should have shown this, Rodbertus's science did nothing of the kind. The reader will see that he merely repeated Adam Smith word for word, evidently not even seeing that this is only the beginning of the problem. Which workers replace the national capital? How is their product realized? Not a word did Ho say about this. Summing up his theory, Dies neue Theorie, die ich der Bücher gegenüberstelle 3s32, in the shape of separate theses, Rodbertus first speaks of the distribution of the national product as follows: rent. By this, as we know, Rodbertus meant what is usually termed surplus value, and wages are, consequently, the parts into which the product resolves itself, in so far as it is income, S33. This extremely important reservation should have suggested a very vital question to him. He had only just said that by income he meant articles which serve to satisfy direct requirements, hence, there are products that do not serve for personal consumption. How are they realized? But Rodbertus sees no unclarity here and soon forgets this reservation, speaking outright of the division of the product into three parts: wages, profit, and rent, S49-50 and others. Thus Rodbertus virtually repeated Adam Smith's theory together with his fundamental mistake and explained nothing at all regarding the question of income. The promise of a new, full, and better theory of the distribution of the national product proved to be just empty talk. As a matter of fact, Rodbertus did not advance the theory of this subject a single step. How confused were his conceptions of income is shown by his lengthy speculations in his fourth social letter to von Kirchmann, Das Kapital, Berlin, 1884, about whether money should be included in the national income, and whether wages are taken from capital or from income, speculations of which Engels said that they belong to the domain of scholasticism. Forward to Volume 2, Capital, SXXI. 5/8. Utter confusion on the problem of the national income reigns supreme among economists to this day. For example, in his article on Crises in Handwerkerbuchter Staatswissenschaften, the aforementioned compilation, p. 81, Herner, speaking of the realization of the product in capitalist society, 5, distribution, expresses the opinion that the speculations of K. H. Rao are sound, although he merely repeats Adam Smith's mistake by dividing the whole product of society into incomes. R. Meyer, in his article on income, Ibid, p. 283 and Fol, quotes the confused definitions of A. Wagner, who also repeats Adam Smith's error, and frankly admits that it is difficult to distinguish income from capital, and that the most difficult thing is to distinguish between returns, Ertrag, and income, Einkommen. We thus see that the economists who have discoursed at length on the inadequate attention paid by the classical economists, and Marx, to distribution and consumption have not been able to give the slightest explanation of the most fundamental problems of distribution and consumption. That is understandable, for one cannot even discuss consumption unless one understands the process of the reproduction of the total social capital and of the replacement of the various component parts of the social product. This example once again proved how absurd it is to single out distribution and consumption as though they were independent branches of science corresponding to certain independent processes and phenomena of economic life. It is not with production that political economy deals, but with the social relations of men in production, with the social system of production. Once these social relations have been ascertained and thoroughly analyzed, the place in production of every class, and, consequently, the share they get of the national consumption, are thereby defined. And the solution of the problem which brought classical political economy to a halt, and which has not been advanced a hair's breadth by all sorts of experts on distribution and consumption, is provided by the theory which comes directly after those of the classical economists and which completes the analysis of the production of capital, individual and social. The problem of national income and of national consumption, which is absolutely insoluble when examined independently, and has engendered nothing but scholastic speculations, definitions, and classifications, proves to be solved in its entirety when the process of the production of the total social capital has been analyzed. Furthermore, it ceases to exist as a separate problem when the relation of national consumption to the national product and the realization of each separate part of this product have been ascertained. All that remains is to give names to these separate parts. In order to avoid unnecessary difficulty, one should distinguish gross output, Ertrag, and net output from gross income and net income. The gross output, or gross product, is the total reproduced product. The gross income is that portion of value and that portion of the gross product, Bruttoprodukts oder Rohprodukts, measured by it which remains after deducting that portion of value and that portion of the product of total production measured by it which replaces the constant capital advanced and consumed in production. The gross income, then, is equal to wages, or the portion of the product destined to again become the income of the laborer, plus profit plus rent. The net income, on the other hand, is the surplus value, and thus the surplus product, which remains after deducting wages, and which, in fact, thus represents the surplus value realized by capital and to be divided with the landlord, and the surplus product measured by it. Viewing the income of the whole society, national income consists of wages plus profit plus rent, thus, of the gross income. But even this is an abstraction to the extent that the entire society, on the basis of capitalist production, bases itself on the capitalist standpoint and thereby considers only the income resolved into profit and rent as net income. 375 to 376. Russ. Trans, pages 695 to 696. 9. Thus, the explanation of the process of realization also made clear the question of income and removed the main difficulty that had prevented the achievement of clarity on this question, namely, how does income for one become capital for another? How can the product which consists of articles of personal consumption and resolves itself totally into wages, profit, and rent, also include the constant part of capital, which can never be income? The analysis of realization given in Capital, Volume 2, Part 3, gave a full answer to these questions, and in the concluding part of Volume 3 of Capital, which deals with revenues, Marx had only to give names to the separate parts of the social product and refer the reader to the analysis given in Volume 2. 6. 8. Why does the capitalist nation need a foreign market? Regarding the above stated theory of the realization of the product in capitalist society, the question may arise, does not this theory contradict the proposition that the capitalist nation cannot dispense with foreign markets? It must be remembered that the analysis given of the realization of the product in capitalist society proceeded from the assumption that there is no foreign trade. This assumption has already been mentioned above and it has been shown to be essential in such an analysis. Obviously, imports and exports would only have confused the issue, without in the least helping to clear up the problem. The mistake made by Messrs. V and N on is that they bring in the foreign market to explain the realization of surplus value, while explaining absolutely nothing. This reference to the foreign market merely conceals their theoretical mistakes. That is one point. Another point is that it enables them, with the aid of these mistaken theories, to avoid the need to explain the fact of the development of a home market for Russian capitalism. 1. The foreign market merely serves them as a pretext for obscuring the development of capitalism, and, consequently, of the market, inside the country, a pretext all the more convenient in that it also relieves them of the need to examine the facts which show that Russian capitalism is winning foreign markets. 2. The need for a capitalist country to have a foreign market is not determined at all by the laws of the realization of the social product, and of surplus value in particular, but, firstly, by the fact that capitalism makes its appearance only as a result of widely developed commodity circulation, which transcends the limits of the state. It is therefore impossible to conceive a capitalist nation without foreign trade, nor is there any such nation. As the reader sees, this reason is of a historical order. And the Narodniks could not escape it with a couple of threadbare phrases about the impossibility of the capitalists consuming surplus value. Had they really wanted to raise the question of the foreign market, they would have had to examine the history of the development of foreign trade, the history of the development of commodity circulation. And having examined this history, they could not have, of course, depicted capitalism as a casual deviation from the path. Secondly, the conformity between the separate parts of social production, in terms of value and in their natural form, which was necessarily assumed by the theory of the reproduction of social capital, and which is actually established only as the average magnitude of a number of continual fluctuations. This conformity is constantly disturbed in capitalist society owing to the separate existence of different producers working for an unknown market. The various branches of industry, which serve as markets for one another, do not develop evenly, but outstrip one another, and the more developed industry seeks a foreign market. This does not mean at all the impossibility of the capitalist nation realizing surplus value, the profound conclusion so readily drawn by the Narodnik. It merely indicates the lack of proportion in the development of the different industries. If the national capital were distributed differently, the same quantity of products could be realized within the country. But for capital to abandon one sphere of industry and pass into another, there must be a crisis in that sphere. And what can restrain the capitalists threatened by such a crisis from seeking a foreign market, from seeking subsidies and bonuses to facilitate exports, etc.? Thirdly, the law of pre-capitalist modes of production is the repetition of the process of production on the previous scale, on the previous technical basis. Such are the corvée economy of the landlords, the natural economy of the peasants, the artisan production of the industrialists. The law of capitalist production, on the contrary, is constant transformation of the modes of production, and the unrestricted growth of the scale of production. Under the old modes of production, economic units could exist for centuries without undergoing any change either in character or in size, and without extending beyond the landlord's manor, the peasant village or the small neighboring market for the rural artisans and small industrialists, the so-called handicraftsmen. The capitalist enterprise, on the contrary, inevitably outgrows the bounds of the village community, the local market, the region, and then the state. Since the isolation and seclusion of the states have already been broken down by commodity circulation, the natural trend of every capitalist industry brings it to the necessity of seeking a foreign market. Thus, the necessity of seeking a foreign market by no means proves that capitalism is unsound, as the Narodnik economists like to picture matters. Quite the contrary. This necessity demonstrates the progressive historical work of capitalism, which destroys the age-old isolation and seclusion of systems of economy, and, consequently, the narrowness of intellectual and political life, and which links all countries of the world into a single economic whole. From this we see that the two latter causes of the need for a foreign market are again causes of a historical character. In order to understand them one must examine each separate industry, its development within the country, its transformation into a capitalist industry. In short, one must take the facts about the development of capitalism in the country, and it is not surprising that the Narodniks take the opportunity to evade these facts under cover of worthless, and meaningless, phrases about the impossibility of both the home and the foreign markets. Point 9. Conclusions from Chapter I. Let us now sum up the theoretical propositions examined above, which have a direct bearing on the problem of the home market. 1. The basic process of the formation of a home market, i.e., of the development of commodity production and of capitalism, is the social division of labor. This consists of various forms of processing raw materials, and various operations in this processing, separating from agriculture one after another and becoming independent branches of industry, which exchange their products, now commodities, for the products of agriculture. Thus, agriculture itself becomes industry, i.e., produces commodities, and the same process of specialization takes place in it. 2. A direct conclusion from the preceding proposition is the law governing all developing commodity economy, and the more so capitalist economy. The industrial, i.e., non-agricultural, population grows faster than the agricultural and diverts an ever-growing part of the population from agriculture to manufacturing industry. 3. The separation of the direct producer from the means of production, i.e., his expropriation, signifying the transition from simple commodity production to capitalist production, and constituting the necessary condition for this transition, creates the home market. The process of this creation of the home market proceeds in two directions. On the one hand, the means of production from which the small producer is freed are converted into capital in the hands of their new owner, serve to produce commodities and, consequently, are themselves converted into commodities. Thus, even the simple reproduction of these means of production now requires that they be purchased. Previously, these means of production were reproduced in greater part in the natural form and partly were made at home, i.e., provides a market for means of production, and then the product now produced with the aid of these means of production is also converted into a commodity. On the other hand, the means of subsistence of the small producer become the material elements of the variable capital, i.e., of the sum of money expended by the employer, whether a landowner, contractor, lumber dealer, factory owner, etc., makes no difference, on hiring workers. Thus, these means of subsistence are now also converted into commodities, i.e., create a home market for articles of consumption. 4. The realization of the product in capitalist society, and, consequently, the realization of surplus value, cannot be explained without clearing up the point 1, that the social product, like the individual product, resolves itself in terms of value into three parts and not two: constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, and not only into variable capital plus surplus value, as taught by Adam Smith and the entire school of political economy that came after him and before Marx, and 2. That in its natural form it must be divided into two big departments: means of production, consumed productively, and articles of consumption, consumed personally. By establishing these main theoretical propositions, Marx fully explained the process of realization of the product in general and of surplus value in particular in capitalist production, and revealed that it is utterly wrong to drag the foreign market into the problem of realization. 5. Marx's theory of realization also threw light on the problem of national consumption and income. From what has been said above, it follows automatically that the problem of the home market as a separate, self-sufficient problem not depending on that of the degree of capitalist development does not exist at all. That is why Marx's theory does not anywhere or ever raise this problem separately. The home market appears when commodity economy appears. It is created by the development of this commodity economy, and the degree to which the social division of labor is ramified determines the level of its development. It spreads with the extension of commodity production from products to labor power, and only in proportion as the latter is transformed into a commodity does capitalism embrace the entire production of the country, developing mainly on account of means of production, which occupy an increasingly important place in capitalist society. The home market for capitalism is created by developing capitalism itself, which deepens the social division of labor and resolves the direct producers into capitalists and workers. The degree of the development of the home market is the degree of development of capitalism in the country. To raise the question of the limits of the home market separately from that of the degree of the development of capitalism, as the Narodnik economists do, is wrong. That is why the question of how a home market is being formed for Russian capitalism reduces itself to the following: how and in what direction are the diverse aspects of the Russian national economy developing? What constitutes the connection between and interdependence of these diverse aspects? The next chapters will be devoted to an examination of data containing the answers to these questions. Chapter 2. The differentiation of the peasantry. We have seen that in capitalist production the basis for the formation of a home market is the process of the disintegration of the small cultivators into agricultural entrepreneurs and workers. Almost every work on the economic position of the Russian peasantry in the post-reform period refers to the so-called differentiation of the peasantry. It must consequently be our task to study the principal features of this phenomenon and to determine its significance. In the following exposition we employ the statistical data of Zemstvo house-to-house censuses. 17. I Zemstvo statistics for Novorossiya 18. Mr. V. Postnikov, in his book Peasant Farming in South Russia, Moscow, 1891, 19 has collected and processed the Zemstvo statistics for the Turda and partly the Kherson and the Ekaterinoslav gubernias. This book should be given first place in the literature on the differentiation of the peasantry, and we consider it necessary to arrange according to the system we have adopted the data gathered by Mr. Postnikov, supplementing them occasionally with data from Zemstvo publications. The Zemstvo statisticians of Turda have grouped the peasant households according to area under crops, a very sound method, one that renders it possible to form a precise judgment of the economy of each group due to the predominance in that locality of grain cultivation with extensive farming. Here are the general data for the economic groups of the Turda peasantry. 1. General data for the economic groups of the Turda peasantry. Desutines 2. The unevenness in the distribution of the area under crops is very considerable. 2/5 of the total households, comprising about 3/10 of the population, for the size of these families is below the average, possess about 1/8 of the total area under crops. They belong to the poor group, cultivating little land, who cannot cover their needs with their income from farming. Further, there are the middle peasants, also constituting about 2/5 of the total households, who cover their average expenditure by income from the land. Mr. Postnikov considers that a family requires from 16 to 18 desutines. Desutine equals 2.70 acres. Add undercrops to cover its average expenditure. Lastly, there are the well-to-do peasants, about 1/5 of the households and 3/10 of the population, who concentrate in their hands over half the area cultivated, the crop area per household clearly indicating the commercial character of the farming done by this group. In order exactly to estimate the extent of this commercial agriculture in the various groups, Mr. Postnikov employs the following method. From the total crop area of the farm, he separates the following: the food area, which provides sustenance for the family and the farm laborers, the fodder area, which provides fodder for the cattle, and the farm service area, seed plot, land occupied by buildings, etc., and thus arrives at the size of the market or commercial area, the produce of which goes for sale. It is shown that in the group with 5 to 10 des. Under crops, only 11.8% of the cultivated area yields produce for the market, whereas this percentage grows with the increase in the area under crops, by groups, as follows: 36.5%, 52%, 61%. Consequently, the well-to-do peasants, the top two groups, engage in what is commercial cultivation, and secure a gross money income ranging from 574 to 1,500 rubles per annum. This commercial cultivation then becomes capitalist farming, for the areas cultivated by the well-to-do peasants exceed the family labor norm, i.e., the amount of land that a family can cultivate by its own labor, and compel them to resort to the hiring of workers. In the three northern uyezds of Torada Gubernia, the author estimates, the well-to-do peasants hire over 14,000 rural workers. The poor peasants, on the contrary, provide workers, over 5,000, that is, resort to the sale of their labor power, since the income from cultivating the land amounts, in the 5 to 10 des. Group, for example, to only about 30 rubles in cash per household. 3. We observe here, consequently, the very process of the creation of a home market that is dealt with by the theory of capitalist production. The home market grows as a result of the conversion into a commodity of the product of commercial, entrepreneur farming, on the one hand, and of the conversion into a commodity of the labor power sold by the badly off peasants, on the other. In order to acquaint ourselves more closely with this phenomenon, let us examine the position of each separate group of the peasantry. Let us start with the top group. Here are the data for the amount of land it owns and uses. Amount of land owned and used by group of the peasantry. We see, accordingly, that the well-to-do peasants, notwithstanding the fact that they are best provided with allotment land 20, concentrate in their hands the bulk of the purchased and the rented land and turn into small landowners and capitalist farmers. 4. On the renting of 17 to 44 des. Of land there is an annual expenditure, at local prices, of about 70 to 160 rubles. Obviously we are dealing here with a commercial transaction. The land becomes a commodity, a money-making machine. Let us take the data for livestock and implements: carting, carts, covered and open wagons, etc. Plowing, iron plows, scarifiers, cultivators, etc. Data for livestock and implements. Implements 5. Thus the well-to-do peasantry are far better supplied with implements than the poor and even the middle peasantry. It is sufficient to glance at this table to see how totally fictitious are the average figures which people are so fond of bringing into play when they talk of the peasantry. The commercial cultivation of the peasant bourgeoisie is accompanied here by commercial livestock farming, namely, the breeding of coarse wool sheep. Regarding implements, we shall quote in addition figures for improved implements, which we have taken from Zemstvo statistical returns. 6 out of the total reaping and mowing machines, 3,061, 2,841, or 92.8%, belong to the peasant bourgeoisie, 1/5 of the total households. It is quite natural that the well-to-do peasantry also employ a farming technique much above the average: larger size of farm, more plentiful supply of implements, available financial resources, etc. That is to say, the well-to-do peasants do their sowing faster, make better use of favorable weather, sow the seed in more humid soil, and reap their harvest in proper time. They thresh their grain as it is carted in from the field, etc. It is also natural that the expenditure on the production of agricultural produce diminishes, per unit of product, as the size of the farm increases. Mr. Postnikov proves this proposition in particular detail. Using the following system of calculation, he determines the number of people working, including hired laborers, the number of draft animals, implements, etc., per 100 desiatines of crop area in the various groups of the peasantry. It is proved that these numbers diminish as the size of the farm increases. For example, those cultivating under 5 desiatines have per 100 desiatines of allotment land 28 people working, 28 draft animals, 4.7 plows and scarifiers, and 10 carts, whereas those cultivating over 50 desiatines have 7 people working, 14 draft animals, 3.8 plows and scarifiers, and 4.3 carts. We omit more detailed data for all groups, referring those interested in the details to Mr. Postnikov's book. The author's general conclusion is, with the increase in the size of the farm and in the area cultivated by the peasant, the expenditure on the maintenance of labor power, human and animal, that prime item of expenditure in agriculture, progressively decreases, and, among the groups that cultivate large areas, drops to nearly 1/2 per desiatine under crops of the expenditure among the groups with small cultivated areas, OPCIT, p. 117. To this law of the greater productivity and, hence, of the greater stability of the big peasant farms Mr. Postnikov quite rightly attaches great importance, proving it with very detailed data not only for Novorossiya alone, but also for the central gubernias of Russia. 7. The further the penetration of commodity production into crop cultivation, and, consequently, the keener the competition among the agriculturists, the struggle for land and for economic independence, the more vigorously must this law be manifested, a law which leads to the ousting of the middle and poor peasants by the peasant bourgeoisie. It must, however, be noted that technical progress in agriculture expresses itself in different ways, depending on the system of agriculture, on the system of field cultivation. Whereas in the case of grain growing and extensive cultivation this progress may find expression in a mere expansion of the crop area and reduction of the number of workers, animals, etc., per unit of crop area, in the case of livestock or industrial crop farming, with the adoption of intensive agriculture, this same progress may find expression, for example, in the cultivation of root crops, which require more workers per unit of crop area, or in the acquisition of dairy cattle, the cultivation of fodder grasses, etc., etc. The description of the top group of the peasantry must be supplemented by indicating the considerable employment of wage labor. Here are the data for the 3 uyezds of Taurida gubernia. Employment of wage labor for 3 uyezds of Taurida gubernia. Mr. V.V., in the above-mentioned article, argued about this question as follows. He took the farms employing workers as a percentage of the total number of peasant farms and arrived at the conclusion that the number of peasants resorting to hired labor for the cultivation of the land, as compared to the aggregate mass of the people, is quite insignificant. 2 to 3, a maximum of 5 peasant farmers out of 100 are all that represent peasant capitalism. Peasant farming in Russia employing laborers, is not a system firmly rooted in contemporary economic life, but something fortuitous, such as occurred 100 and 200 years ago. Vestnik Evropy, 1884, number 7, p. 332. What sense is there in comparing the number of farms employing workers with the total number of peasant farms, when the latter figure also includes the plots of farm laborers? Why, by this method one could also get rid of capitalism in Russian industry. One would only need to take the families engaging in industries who employ wage workers, i.e., the families of manufacturers, large and small, as a percentage of the total number of families engaging in industries in Russia. The result would be a quite insignificant percentage of the mass of the people. It is far more correct to compare the number of farms employing laborers with the number of actually independent farms, i.e., of those living on agriculture alone and not resorting to the sale of their labor power. Furthermore, Mr. V.V. lost sight of a trifle, namely, that the peasant farms employing laborers are among the biggest. The percentage of farms employing laborers, insignificant when taken in general and on the average, turns out to be very imposing, 34 to 64%, among the well-to-do peasantry, who account for more than half of the total production and produce large quantities of grain for sale. One can therefore judge how absurd is the opinion that farming based on the employment of laborers is fortuitous, something that occurred 100 to 200 years ago. Thirdly, only by disregarding the real specific features of cultivation can one take as the criterion of peasant capitalism only farm laborers, i.e., regular workers, and ignore the day laborers. It is commonly known that the hiring of day laborers plays a particularly important role in agriculture. 8. Let us take the bottom group. It consists of peasants who cultivate no land or who cultivate little. They do not differ much in economic status. Both groups serve as farm laborers for their fellow villagers, or engage in outside, mainly agricultural employments, p. 134, OPCIT, i.e., belong to the rural proletariat. Let us note, for example, that in Dnipro Uyezd the bottom group constitutes 40% of the households, and those having no plowing implements 39% of the total households. In addition to selling their labor power, the rural proletariat obtain an income from leasing their allotment land. Leasing of allotment land by rural proletariat. In the 3 uyezds of Torida Gubernia, the land leased, in 1884–86, amounted to 25% of the total peasant arable. This does not include land leased, not to peasants, but to middle-class intellectuals. In all, nearly one-third of the population in these 3 uyezds lease land. The allotments of the rural proletariat are rented mainly by the peasant bourgeoisie. Here are data in this regard. Allotment land rented from neighbors. Allotment land is now an object of extensive speculation among the South Russian peasants. Land is used as security for loans on promissory notes. Land is leased, or sold, for 1 or 2 years and for longer periods 8, 9, or 11 years, p. 139, OPCIT. Thus, the peasant bourgeoisie is also a representative of merchants' and usurers' capital. 9. Here we have a striking refutation of the Narodnik prejudice that the kulak and the usurer have nothing in common with the enterprising muzhik. On the contrary, the threads both of merchants' capital, the loaning of money on the security of land, the buying up of various products, etc., and of industrial capital, commercial agriculture with the aid of wage workers, etc., merge in the hands of the peasant bourgeoisie. It depends on surrounding circumstances, on the greater or lesser degree to which the Asiatic way of life is eliminated and culture is widespread in our countryside as to which of these forms of capital will develop at the expense of the other. Let us examine, finally, the position of the middle group, cultivating from 10 to 25 des per household, with an average of 16.4 des. Its position is a transitional one. Its money income from agriculture, 191 rubles, is somewhat lower than the sum annually spent by the average Toridian, 200 to 250 rubles. Here draft animals work out at 3.2 head per household, whereas for a full team 4 are required. Hence the position of the middle peasant's farm is an unstable one, and to till his land he has to resort to yoking. 1021. The cultivation of the land on a yoking basis is, it goes without saying, less productive, time lost in moving from place to place, shortage of horses, etc., so that in one village, for example, Mr. Postnikov was informed that yokers often scarify no more than 1 desyatine per day, which is half the normal rate. 11. If to this we add that in the middle group about 116 of the households have no plowing implements, that this group provides more workers than it hires, according to Mr. Postnikov's calculations, its unstable character and its transitional position between the peasant bourgeoisie and the rural proletariat will be clear. We shall quote somewhat more detailed data about the ousting of the middle group. Land used by group. Gubernia 12. Thus, the distribution of allotment land is the most equalist, although here, too, the ousting of the bottom group by the top ones is marked. But the situation radically changes when we pass from this compulsorily held land to the free, i.e., to the purchased and the rented land. The concentration of this land is enormous, and as a result, the distribution of the total land in use by the peasants is quite unlike the distribution of the allotment land. the middle group is pushed into second place, 46% of allotment land, 41% of land in use. The well-to-do group very considerably enlarges its holdings, 28% of allotment land, 46% of land in use, while the poor group is being pushed out of the ranks of the cultivators, 25% of allotment land, 12% of land in use. The table reveals an interesting phenomenon, one that we shall meet again, namely, the decline in the role of allotment land in peasant farming. In the bottom group this is due to the leasing out of land, in the top group to the fact that in the total farming area purchased and rented land is overwhelmingly predominant. The remnants of the pre-reform system, the tying of the peasants to the land, and equalized, tax-assessed land tenure, are being utterly destroyed by the penetration of capitalism into agriculture. As for land renting in particular, the figures given enable us to clear up a very common mistake in the arguments of the Narodnik economists on this subject. Take the arguments of Mr. V. In the article quoted above, he bluntly raised the issue of the relation of the renting of land to the breakup of the peasantry. Does the renting of land help to differentiate the peasant farms into big and small and to destroy the average, typical group? Vestnik Evropy, LOCCIT, pages 339-340. Mr. VV answered this question in the negative. Here are his arguments. 1. The large percentage of persons who resort to the renting of land. Examples: 38 to 68%, 40 to 70%, 30 to 66%, 50 to 60% respectively in different uyezds of different gubernias. 2. The small size of the rented plots per household, 3 to 5 des, according to Tambov statistical returns. 3. The peasants with small allotments rent more land than those with big ones. To enable the reader clearly to judge the appropriateness of such arguments, let alone their soundness, we quote the corresponding figures for Dnipro uyezd. 13. Arable per renting household. The question arises, of what importance can average figures be here? Does the fact that those who rent land are many 56% really do away with the concentration of the rented land in the hands of the rich? Is it not ridiculous to take the average area of rented land 12 des per renting household? Very often it is not even per renting household, but per existing household that is taken. That is what Mr. Karashev, for example, does in his work Peasant Rentings of Non-Allotment Land, Dorpat, 1892, Volume 2 of Results of Zemstvo Statistical Investigations, by putting together peasants of whom one takes 2 desiatines at a fabulous price, 15 rubles, evidently out of dire need, on ruinous terms, while another takes 48 desiatines, over and above his own adequate amount of land, buying the land wholesale at the incomparably lower price of 3.55 rubles per desiatine? No less hollow is the third argument. Mr. VV himself took care to refute it by admitting that figures relating to entire village communities, in classifying the peasants according to allotment, do not present a true picture of what is taking place in the community itself. P. 342, OPCIT. 14. It would be a great mistake to imagine that the concentration of rented land in the hands of the peasant bourgeoisie is limited to individual renting and does not apply to renting by the village community. Nothing of the kind. The rented land is always distributed according to where the money lies, and the relation between the groups of the peasantry does not change in the least where land is rented by the community. Hence, the argument of Mr. Karashev, for example, that the relation between community renting and individual renting expresses a conflict between two principles, the communal and the individual, p.159, LOCCIT, that community renting is characterized by the labor principle and the principle of even distribution of rented land among the community members, Ibid. 230, this argument belongs entirely to the sphere of Narodnik prejudices. Notwithstanding the task he set himself of summing up the results of Zemstvo statistical investigation, Mr. Karashev carefully avoided all the abundant Zemstvo statistical material about the concentration of rented land in the hands of small groups of well-to-do peasants. Let us quote an example. In the 3 indicated uyezds of Tvrda Gubernia, State lands rented by peasant communities are distributed among the groups as follows. State lands rented by peasant communities. A little illustration of the labor principle and of the principle of even distribution. Such are the Zemstvo statistical data on peasant farming in South Russia. No room is left by these data for doubting the complete differentiation of the peasantry, the complete domination in the countryside of the peasant bourgeoisie. 15. Highly interesting, therefore, is the attitude of Messrs. V and N, on towards these data, the more so that formerly both these writers admitted the need of raising the problem of the differentiation of the peasantry, Mr. V in the above-mentioned article of 1884, and Mr. N, on In Slovo the Word in 1880, when he remarked on the interesting phenomenon in the village community itself that the unenterprising mujiks neglect their land, while the enterprising ones take the best land for themselves, cf. Sketches, p. 71. It should be noted that Mr. Postnikov's work is of a dual character. On the one hand, the author skillfully gathered and carefully processed extremely valuable Zemstvo statistics and managed, in doing so, to escape the tendency to regard the peasant community as something integral and homogeneous, as it is still held to be by our urban intelligentsia, p. 351, OPCIT. On the other hand, the author, not being guided by theory, failed totally to appraise the data he had processed, and regarded them from the extremely narrow point of view of measures, proceeding to concoct projects about agricultural handicraft factory communities and about the necessity of restricting, enjoining, observing, etc., etc. Well then, our Narodniks did their best to ignore the first, the positive part of Mr. Postnikov's work and concentrated their attention on the second part. Both Mr. V and Mr. N, began with highly serious air to refute Mr. Postnikov's absolutely unserious projects. Mr. V in Russkaya MYSL Russian Thought, 1894, number 2, Mr. N, in his sketches, p. 233, footnote, accusing him of the evil intention of introducing capitalism into Russia, and carefully avoiding the data which revealed the prevalence of capitalist relations in the countryside of South Russia today. 16.2. Zemstvo statistics for Samara Gubernia. From the country's southern outer area let us pass to the eastern region, to Samara Gubernia. Let us take Novozinsk uyezd, the last one investigated. In the statistical report for this uyezd we find the most detailed classification of the peasants according to economic status. 1. Here are the general data on the groups of the peasantry. The data that follow cover 28,276 allotment holding households, numbering 164,146 persons of both sexes, i.e., only the Russian population of the uyezd, without Germans or farmsteaders householders who farm both on community land and on separate non-community farmsteads. The inclusion of the Germans and the farmsteaders would considerably heighten the picture of differentiation. Table, page 86, first. The concentration of agricultural production turns out to be very considerable. The community capitalists, 1/14 of the total households, namely, households with 10 and more draft animals, possess 36.5% of the area under crops, as much as do 75.3%, the poor and middle peasantry put together. Here, too, as always, the average figure, 15.9 des under crops per household, is absolutely fictitious and creates the illusion of universal prosperity. Let us examine other data on the economy of the various groups. Table, page 86, second. Thus, in the bottom group there are very few independent peasant farmers. The poor peasants have no improved implements at all, while the middle peasantry have them in insignificant numbers. The concentration of animals is still greater than the concentration of area under crops. The well-to-do peasants evidently combine capitalist livestock raising with their large-scale capitalist cropping. At the opposite pole we have peasants who ought to be classed as allotment-holding farm laborers and day laborers, for their main source of livelihood is the sale of their labor power, as we shall see in a moment, and the landowners sometimes give 1 or 2 animals to their laborers to tie them down to their farms and to reduce wages. It goes without saying that the peasant groups differ not only as to the size of their farms, but also in their methods of farming. Firstly, in the top group a very large proportion of the peasant farmers, 40 to 60%, are supplied with improved implements, mainly iron plows, and also horse and steam threshers, winnowing machines, reapers, etc. In the hands of 24.7% of the households, the top group, are concentrated 82.9% of the total improved implements, 38.2% of the households, the middle group, possess 17% of the improved implements, 37.1%, the poor, possess 0.1%, 7 implements out of 5,724. 2. Secondly, the peasants with few horses are compelled by necessity to carry on a different system of farming, a system of economic activity entirely different from that of the peasants with many horses, as the compiler of returns for Novozinskoye says, pages 44 to 46. The well-to-do peasants let their land rest. Plow in the autumn. Plow it again in the spring and sow after harrowing. Roll the plowed land when the soil has aired. Plow twice for rye, whereas the badly off peasants do not let their land rest but sow Russian wheat year after year. For wheat they plow in the spring once. For rye they provide neither fallow nor plowed land, but merely break the surface before sowing. For wheat they plow in the late spring, and as a result the corn often does not come up. For rye they plow once, or merely break the surface and not at the proper time. They plow the same plot of land unwisely year after year, without allowing it to rest. And so on and so forth without end. The compiler concludes this list. The facts enumerated concerning the radical difference between the farming systems of the better and the badly off peasants result in grain of poor quality and bad harvests for the latter and comparatively better harvests for the former. Ibid. But how could such a big bourgeoisie arise under the agricultural community system? The answer is supplied by the figures for land possessed and in use according to groups. The peasants in the section taken by us, 76 households, have a total of 57,128 des. Of purchased land and 304,514 des. Of rented land, of which 177,789 des. Are non-allotment land rented by 5,602 households, 47,494 des. Of the allotment land rented from other village communities are held by 3,129 households, and 79,231 des. Of the allotment land rented in their own village communities are held by 7,092 households. The distribution of this enormous area of land, constituting more than 2/3 of the peasants' total area under crops, is as follows, see table on p. 89. Distribution of land area by household grouping. We see here an enormous concentration of purchased and rented land. More than 9/10 of the total purchased land is in the hands of 1.8% of the households, the very richest. Of all the rented land, 69.7% is concentrated in the hands of peasant capitalists, and 86.6% is in the hands of the top group of the peasantry. A comparison of the figures on the renting and the leasing out of allotment land clearly reveals the passage of the land into the hands of the peasant bourgeoisie. Here, too, the conversion of the land into a commodity leads to the cheapening of the wholesale purchase price of land, and, consequently, to profiteering in land. If we determine the price of 1 desiatin of rented non-allotment land, we get the following figures, counting from the bottom group to the top: 3.94, 3.20, 2.90, 2.75, 2.57, 2.08, 1.78 rubles. To show what mistakes the Narodniks fall into by thus ignoring the concentration of rented land, let us quote by way of example the arguments of Mr. Karashev in the well-known symposium The Influence of Harvests and Grain Prices on Certain Aspects of the Russian National Economy, St. Petersburg, 1897. When grain prices fall, with an improvement of the harvest, and renting prices rise, the entrepreneur-renters, concludes Mr. Karashev, have to reduce demand, and hence the renting prices had been raised by the representatives of consumers' economy, I. 288. The conclusion is absolutely arbitrary. It is quite possible that the peasant bourgeoisie raise renting prices in spite of a drop in grain prices, for an improvement in the harvest may compensate for the drop in prices. It is quite possible that the well-to-do peasants raise renting prices even when there is no such compensation, reducing the cost of production of grain by introducing machinery. We know that the employment of machines in agriculture is growing and that these machines are concentrated in the hands of the peasant bourgeoisie. Instead of studying the differentiation of the peasantry, Mr. Karashev introduces arbitrary and incorrect premises about an average peasantry. That is why all the conclusions and deductions similarly arrived at by him in the publication quoted are of no value whatever. Having ascertained that diverse elements exist among the peasantry, we can now easily get clarity on the question of the home market. If the well-to-do peasants control about 2/3 of the total agricultural production, it is obvious that they must account for an incomparably larger share of the grain on sale. They produce grain for sale, whereas the badly off peasants have to buy additional grain and sell their labor power. Here are the data. 3.3. Zemstvo statistics for Saratov gubernia. We now pass to the central Black Earth Belt, to Saratov gubernia. We take Kamyshin uyezd, the only one for which a fairly complete classification of the peasants according to draft animals held is available. 1. Here are the data for the whole uyezd: 40,157 households, 263,135 persons of both sexes. Area under crops, 435,945 desiatines, i.e., 10.8 desiatines per average household. Classification of peasants according to draft animals. Thus, here again we see the concentration of land under crops in the hands of the big crop growers, the well-to-do peasantry, constituting only 1/5 of the households, and about 1/3 of the population, to hold more than half the total area under crops, 53.3%, the size of this area clearly indicating the commercial character of the farming, an average of 27.6 des per household. The well-to-do peasantry have also a considerable number of animals per household, 14.6 head, in terms of cattle, i.e., counting 10 head of small domestic animals for 1 of cattle, and of the total number of peasants' cattle in the uyezd, nearly 3/5, 56%, is concentrated in the hands of the peasant bourgeoisie. At the opposite pole in the countryside, we find the opposite state of affairs, the complete dispossession of the bottom group, the rural proletariat, who in our example comprise a little less than 1/2 of the households, nearly 1/3 of the population, but who have only 1/8 of the total area under crops, and even less, 11.8%, of the total number of animals. These are mainly allotment-holding farm laborers, day laborers, and industrial workers. Side by side with the concentration of crop areas and with the enhancement of the commercial character of agriculture, there takes place its transformation into capitalist agriculture. We see the already familiar phenomenon, the sale of labor power in the bottom groups and its purchase in the top ones. Percent of peasants employing male wage workers. Here an important explanation is needed. P. N. Skvortsov has quite rightly noted in one of his articles that Zemstvo statistics attach far too wide a meaning to the term industry, or employments. In fact, all sorts of occupations engaged in by the peasants outside their allotments are assigned to the category of industries: factory owners and workers, owners of flour mills and of melon fields, day laborers, regular farm laborers, buyers up, traders and unskilled laborers, lumber dealers and lumbermen, building contractors and building workers, members of the liberal professions, clerks, beggars, etc., all these are industrialists. This barbarous misuse of words is a survival of the traditional, and we have the right even to say, official view that the allotment is the real, natural occupation of the muzhik, while all other occupations are assigned indiscriminately to outside industries. Under serfdom, this use of the word had its raison d'être, but now it is a glaring anachronism. Such terminology is retained partly because it harmonizes wonderfully with the fiction about an average peasantry and rules right out the possibility of studying the differentiation of the peasantry, particularly in those places where peasant outside occupations are numerous and varied. Let us remind the reader that Kamyshin-Uyezd is a noted center of the Sarpinka industry. 11. The processing 3 of household returns on peasant farming will be unsatisfactory so long as peasant industries are not classified according to their economic types, so long as among the industrialists employers are not separated from wage workers. This is the minimum number of economic types without discriminating between which economic statistics cannot be regarded as satisfactory. A more detailed classification is, of course, desirable, for example, proprietors employing wage workers, proprietors not employing wage workers, traders, buyers up, shopkeepers, etc., artisans, meaning industrialists who work for customers, etc. Coming back to our table, let us observe that after all we had some right to consider industries as being the sale of labor power, for it is usually wage workers who predominate among peasant industrialists. If it were possible to single the wage workers out of the latter, we would, of course, obtain an incomparably smaller percentage of industrialists in the top groups. As to the data regarding wage workers, we must note here the absolutely mistaken character of Mr. Karizomenov's opinion that the short-term hire of workers for reaping, mowing, and day laboring, which is too widespread a phenomenon, cannot serve as a characteristic criterion of the strength or weakness of a farm, p. 46 of Introduction to the Combined Returns. Theoretical considerations, the example of Western Europe, and the facts of Russia, dealt with below, compel us, on the contrary, to regard the hiring of day laborers as a very characteristic feature of the rural bourgeoisie. Lastly, as regards rented land, the data show, here too, the same concentration of it in the hands of the peasant bourgeoisie. Let us note that the combined tables of the Saratov statisticians do not show the number of peasants who rent land and lease it out, but only the total land rented and leased out for. We have, therefore, to determine the amount of land rented and leased per existing, and not per renting household. Total land in use. Thus we see, here too, that the wealthier the peasants the more they rent land, despite the fact that they are better provided with allotment land. Here too we see that the well-to-do are ousting the middle peasantry, and that the role of allotment land in peasant farming tends to diminish at both poles of the countryside. Let us examine in greater detail these data on land renting. With them are connected the very interesting and important investigations and arguments of Mr. Karashev, quoted results, and Mr. N. On's corrections to them. Mr. Karashev devotes a special chapter, 3, to the dependence of land renting on the prosperity of the lessees. The general conclusion he arrives at is that, other things being equal, the struggle for rentable land tends to go in favor of the better off, p. 156. The relatively more prosperous households push the less prosperous ones into the background, p. 154. We see, consequently, that the conclusion drawn from a general review of Zemstvo statistical data is the same as that to which we are led by the data we are studying. Moreover, a study of the dependence of the amount of rented land on the size of the allotment led Mr. Karashev to the conclusion that classification according to allotment obscures the meaning of the phenomenon that interests us, p. 139. Land renting is more resorted to by a, the categories that are worse provided with land, but by b, the groups within them that are better provided. Evidently, we have here two diametrically opposed influences, the confusion of which prevents the understanding of either, ibid. This conclusion follows naturally if we consistently adhere to the viewpoint that distinguishes the peasant groups according to economic strength. We have seen everywhere in our data that the well-to-do peasants grab rentable land, despite the fact that they are better provided with allotment land. It is clear that the degree of prosperity of the household is the determining factor in the renting of land, and that this factor merely undergoes a change but does not cease to be determining, with the change in the conditions of land allotment and renting. But, although Mr. Karashev investigated the influence of prosperity, he did not adhere consistently to the viewpoint mentioned, and therefore characterized the phenomenon inaccurately, speaking of the direct connection between the degree to which the lessee is supplied with land and the renting of land. This is one point. Another point is that the one-sidedness of Mr. Karashev's investigation prevented him from appraising the full significance of the way rentable land is grabbed by the rich peasants. In his study of non-allotment renting, he limits himself to summarizing the Zemstvo statistics on land renting, without taking account of the lessee's own farms. Naturally, with such a method of study, a more formal one, the problem of the relation between land renting and the prosperity of the commercial character of land renting could not be solved. Mr. Karashev, for example, was in possession of the same data on Kamiyshin Uyezd as we are, but he limited himself to reproducing absolute figures only of land renting, see Appendix number 8, p. 30, and to calculating the average amount of rented land per allotment holding household, text, p. 143. The concentration of land renting in the hands of the well-to-do peasants, its industrial character, its connection with land leasing by the bottom group of the peasantry, were all overlooked. Thus, Mr. Karashev could not but see that the Zemstvo statistics refute the Narodnik notion of land renting and show that the poor are ousted by the well-to-do peasants, but he gave an inaccurate description of this phenomenon, did not study it from all sides and came into conflict with the data, repeating the old song about the labor principle, etc. But even the mere statement of the fact of economic discord and conflict among the peasantry seemed heresy to the Narodniks, and they proceeded to correct Mr. Karashev in their own way. Here is how Mr. N. On does it, using, as he says, p. 153, note, Mr. N. Kablukov's arguments against Mr. Karashev. In 9 of his sketches, Mr. N. On discusses land renting and the various forms it assumes. When a peasant, he says, has sufficient land to enable him to obtain his livelihood by tilling his own, he does not rent any land, 152. Thus, Mr. N. On flatly denies the existence of entrepreneur activity in peasant land renting and the grabbing of rentable land by rich peasants engaged in commercial crop growing. His proof? Absolutely none. The theory of people's production is not proved, but laid down as law. In answer to Mr. Karashev, Mr. N. On quotes a table from the Zemstvo abstract for Kvalinskoye Uyezd showing that the number of draft animals being equal, the smaller the allotment the more must this deficiency be compensated by renting, 153,5 and again, if the peasants are placed in absolutely identical conditions as regards the possession of animals, and if they have sufficient workers in their households, then the smaller the allotment they have, the more the land they rent, 154. The reader will see that such conclusions are merely a quibble at Mr. Karashev's inaccurate formulation, that Mr. N. On's empty trifles simply obscure the issue of the connection between land renting and prosperity. Is it not self-evident that where an equal number of draft animals is possessed, the less land a household has, the more it rents? That goes without saying, for it is the very prosperity whose differences are under discussion that is taken as equal. Mr. N. On's assertion that peasants with sufficient land do not rent land is not in any way proved by this, and his tables merely show that he does not understand the figures he quotes. By comparing the peasants as to amount of allotment land held, he brings out the more strikingly the role of prosperity and the grabbing of rentable land in connection with the leasing of land by the poor, leasing it to these same well-to-do peasants, of course. 6. Let the reader recall the data we have quoted on the distribution of rented land in Kamiyshin Uyezd. Imagine that we have singled out the peasants with an equal number of draft animals and, dividing them into categories according to allotment and into subdivisions according to the number of persons working, we declare that the less land a peasant has, the more he rents, etc. Does such a method result in the disappearance of the group of well-to-do peasants? Yet Mr. N. On, with his empty phrases, has succeeded in bringing about its disappearance and has been enabled to repeat the old prejudices of Narodism. Mr. N. On's absolutely useless method of computing the land rented by peasants per household according to groups with 0, 1, 2, etc. persons working is repeated by Mr. L. Maris in the book The Influence of Harvests and Grain Prices, etc. I. 34. Here is a little example of the averages boldly employed by Mr. Maris, as by the other contributors to this book, written from a biased Narodnik point of view. In Melitopol, he argues, the amount of rented land per renting household is 1.6 des. In households having no working males, 4.4 des. In households having one working male, 8.3 in households having two, and 14.0 in households having three, p. 34. And the conclusion is that there is an approximately equal per capita distribution of rented land. Mr. Maris did not think it necessary to examine the actual distribution of rented land according to groups of households of different economic strength, although he was in a position to learn this both from Mr. V. Postnikov's book and from the Zemstvo abstracts. The average figure of 4.4 des. Of rented land per renting household in the group of households having one working male was obtained by adding together such figures as 4 des. In the group of households cultivating 5 to 10 des. And with 2 to 3 draft animals, and 38 des. In the group of households cultivating over 50 des. Of land and with 4 and more draft animals. See returns for Melitopol Uyezd, PD.10-11. It is not surprising that by adding together the rich and the poor and dividing the total by the number of items added, one can obtain equal distribution wherever desired. Actually, however, in Melitopol Uyezd 21% of the households, the rich ones, those with 25 des and more under crops, comprising 29.5% of the peasant population, account despite the fact that they are best provided with allotment and purchased land for 66.3% of the total rented arable, returns for Melitopol Uyezd, PB 190-194. On the other hand, 40% of the households, the poor ones, those with up to 10 des under crops, comprising 30.1% of the peasant population, account despite the fact that they are worst provided with allotment and purchased land for 5.6% of the total rented arable. As can be seen, this closely resembles equal per capita distribution. Mr. Maris bases all his calculations of peasant land renting on the assumption that the renting households are mainly in the two groups worst provided with allotment land, that among the renting population there is equal per capita, distribution of rented land, and that the renting of land enables the peasants to pass from the groups worst provided to those best provided, 34-35. We have already shown that all these assumptions of Mr. Maris directly contradict the facts. Actually, the very contrary is the case, as Mr. Maris could not but have noted, had he in dealing with inequalities in economic life, p. 35, taken the data for the classification of households according to economic indices, instead of according to allotment tenure, and not limited himself to the unfounded assumption of Narodnik prejudices. Let us now compare Kamyshin Uyezd with other Uyezds in Saratov gubernia. The ratios between the peasant groups are everywhere the same, as is shown by the following data for the four Uyezds, Volsk, Kuznetsk, Balashov, and Serdubsk, in which, as we have said, the middle and the well-to-do peasants are combined. Land use by draft animals, Saratov gubernia. Hence, we see everywhere the ousting of the poor by the prosperous peasants. But in Kamyshin Uyezd the well-to-do peasantry are more numerous and richer than in the other Uyezds. Thus, in 5 Uyezds of the gubernia, including the Kamyshin Uyezd, the households are distributed according to draft animals held as follows, with no draft animals 25.3%, with one animal 25.5%, with two 20%, with three 10.8%, and with four and more 18.4%, whereas in Kamyshin Uyezd, as we have seen, the well-to-do group is larger, and the badly off group somewhat smaller. Further, if we combine the middle and well-to-do peasantry, i.e., if we take the households with two draft animals and more, we get the following data for the respective uyezds. Land use by draft animals, 5 uyezds. This means that in Kamishin uyezd the prosperous peasants are richer. This uyezd is one of those with the greatest abundance of land, 7.1 des. Of allotment land per registered person 12 male, as against 5.4 des. For the gubernia. Hence, the land abundance of the peasantry merely means the greater numbers and greater wealth of the peasant bourgeoisie. In concluding this review of the data for Saratov gubernia, we consider it necessary to deal with the classification of the peasant households. As the reader has probably observed, we reject eliminate 7 any classification according to allotment and exclusively employ classification according to economic strength, draft animals, area under crops. The reasons for adopting this system must be given. Classification according to allotment is far more widespread in our Zemstvo statistics, and in its defense the two following, at first sight very convincing, arguments are usually advanced. 8. It is said, firstly, that to study the life of the agricultural peasants it is natural and necessary to classify them according to land. This argument ignores a fundamental feature of Russian life, namely, the unfree character of allotment land tenure, in that by force of law it bears an equalitarian character, and that the purchase and sale of allotment land is hindered in the extreme. The whole process of the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry is one of real life evading these legal bounds. In classifying the peasants according to allotment, we lump together the poor peasant who leases out land and the rich peasant who rents or buys land, the poor peasant who abandons the land and the rich peasant who gathers land, the poor peasant who runs his most wretched farm with an insignificant number of animals and the rich peasant who owns many animals, fertilize his soil, introduces improvements, etc., etc. In other words, we lump together the rural proletarian and the members of the rural bourgeoisie. The averages thus obtained obscure the differentiation, and are therefore purely fictitious. 9. The combined tables of the Saratov statisticians described above enable us to demonstrate clearly the uselessness of classification according to allotment. Take, for example, the category of non-allotment peasants in Kamishin uyezd, see combined returns, p. 450 and fol, the returns for Kamishin uyezd, volume 11, p. 174 and fol. The compiler of the combined returns, in describing this category, says that the area under crops is very negligible. Introduction, p. 45, i.e., he assigns it to the category of the poor. Let us take the tables. The average area under crops in this category is 2.9 des per household. But see how this average was reached, by adding together the big crop growers, 18 des per household in the group with 5 and more draft animals. The households in this group constitute about 1/8 of the whole category, but they possess about half of this category's area under crops, and the poor, the horseless peasants, with 0.2 des per household. Take the households employing farm laborers. There are very few of them in this category, 77 in all, or 2.5%. But of these 77 there are 60 in the top group, in which the area cultivated is 18 des per household, and in this group the households employing farm laborers constitute 24.5%. Clearly, we obscure the differentiation of the peasantry, depict the propertyless peasants in a better light than they actually are, by adding the rich to them and striking averages, while, on the contrary, we depict the well-to-do peasants as being of lesser strength, because the category of peasants with large allotments includes, in addition to the majority, the well-off, also the badly off. It is a known fact that even the large allotment village communities always include indigent peasants. We are now clear, too, as to the incorrectness of the second argument in defense of classification according to allotment. It is argued that by such classification the indices of economic strength, number of animals, area under crops, etc., always show a regular increase according to the increase in the size of the allotment. That is an undoubted fact, for the allotment is one of the major factors of well-being. Where, consequently, the peasants are large allotment holders. There are always more members of the peasant bourgeoisie and, as a result, the average allotment figures for the whole category are raised. All this, however, gives no grounds whatever for inferring that a method combining the rural bourgeoisie with the rural proletariat is correct. We conclude, in systematizing peasant household statistics, one should not limit oneself to classification according to allotment. Economic statistics must necessarily take the scale and type of farm as the basis of classification. The indices for distinguishing these types should be taken in conformity with local conditions and forms of agriculture, while in dealing with extensive grain farming, one can limit oneself to classifying according to area under crops, or to the number of draft animals. Under other conditions one must take account of the area under industrial crops, the technical processing of agricultural produce, the cultivation of root crops or of fodder grasses, dairy farming, vegetable growing, etc. When the peasantry combine agricultural and industrial occupations on a large scale, a combination of the two systems of classification is necessary, i.e., of classification according to the scale and type of agriculture, and of classification according to the scale and type of industries. The methods of summarizing peasant household returns are not such a narrowly specific and second-rate problem as one might imagine at first sight. On the contrary, it will be no exaggeration to say that at the present time it is the basic problem of Zemstvo statistics. The completeness of household returns and the technique of collecting them have reached a high degree of perfection, but owing to unsatisfactory summarizing, a vast amount of most valuable information is simply lost, and the investigator has at his disposal merely average figures, for village communities, velosts, categories of peasants, size of allotment, etc. But these averages, as we have seen already, and shall see later, are often absolutely fictitious. Hired laborers and working males engaged in agricultural industries. We suggest that the reader compare the arguments of our Narodniks with these data regarding the process of the formation of the home market. If the muzhik is prosperous, the factory flourishes, and vice versa. VV, Progressive Trends, p. 9. Mr. VV is evidently not in the least interested in the social form of the wealth which the factory needs and which is created only by the conversion of the product and the means of production, on the one hand, and of labor power, on the other, into a commodity. Mr. N, when speaking of the sale of grain, consoles himself with the thought that this grain is produced by the muzhik farmer. Sketches, p. 24, that by transporting this grain the railways live at the expense of the muzhik, p. 16. Really, are not these community member capitalists muzhiks? Some day we shall have occasion to point out, wrote Mr. N, in 1880, and reprinted it in 1893, that in the localities where communal land tenure prevails, agriculture based on capitalist principles is almost completely absent, and that it is possible only where communal ties have either been entirely broken or are breaking down, p. 59. Mr. N, has never had this occasion, nor could he have had, for the facts point precisely to the development of capitalist agriculture among community members and to the complete adaptation of the notorious communal ties to the farms of big crop growers that employ laborers. The relationship between the peasant groups proves to be absolutely analogous in Nikolaevsky Yezd, cited statistical returns, p. 826 and full. We leave out those living away from home and the landless. For example, 7.4%, the rich households, having 10 and more draft animals, comprising 13.7% of the population, concentrate in their hands 27.6% of the total livestock and 42.6% of the rented land, whereas 29%, the poor households, horseless and one horse, comprising 19.7% of the population, have only 7.2% of the livestock and 3% of the rented land. Unfortunately, the tables for Nikolaevsky Yezd, we repeat, are too scanty. To finish with Samara Gubernia, let us quote the following highly instructive description of the position of the peasantry from the combined returns for Samara Gubernia. The natural increase in the population, augmented by the immigration of land-poor peasants from the western gubernias, in connection with the appearance in the sphere of agricultural production of money-grubbing speculators in land, has with every passing year complicated the forms of the renting of land, raised its worth and converted the land into a commodity which has so quickly and immensely enriched some and ruined many others. To illustrate the latter point, let us indicate the area cultivated by some of the southern merchant and peasant-owned farms, where the tillage of 3,000 to 6,000 desiatines is no rarity, while some practice the cultivation of August 10, 15,000 desiatines of land, renting several tens of thousands of state-owned land. The existence and the growth of the agricultural, rural, proletariat in Samara gubernia are to a considerable extent the product of recent times, with their increasing production of grain for sale, rise in renting prices, plowing up of virgin and pasture land, clearing of forests, and so forth. The landless households throughout the gubernia number 21,624 in all, whereas the non-farming ones number 33,772, of those households that have allotments, while the horseless and one-horse households together number 110,60 families, with a total of 600,000 persons of both sexes, counting 5 and a fraction persons per family. We take the liberty of counting these, too, as proletarians, although legally they have a share of communal land. Actually, these are day laborers, ploughmen, shepherds, reapers and similar workers on big farms who cultivate 1/2 to 1 desiatine of their own allotments so as to feed their families who remain at home, pages 57 to 58. Thus, the investigators regard as proletarians not only the horseless peasants, but also those who have one horse. We note this important conclusion, which fully coincides with that of Mr. Postnikov, and with the data in the classified tables, and points to the real social economic significance of the bottom group of the peasantry. 4. Zemstvo statistics for Perm gubernia. In our review of Zemstvo statistics, let us now turn to a gubernia where conditions are totally different, Perm gubernia. Let us take Krasnofimsk uyezd, for which we have a household classification made according to scale of farming. 1. Here are the general data regarding the agricultural part of the uyezd: 23,574 households, 129,439 persons of both sexes. Household classification according to scale of farming, Krasnofimsk uyezd. Hence, here too, notwithstanding the considerably smaller areas under crops, we find the same ratios between the groups, the same concentration of crop areas and animals in the hands of a small group of well-to-do peasants. The ratio between the land held and the land in actual economic use is the same as in the gubernias with which we are already familiar. 2. Percentages of total land by householders. The same grabbing of rentable land by the well-to-do peasants, those already best provided, the same transfer of allotment land, by leasing, from the poor to the affluent peasantry, the same diminution of the roll of allotment land, proceeding in two different directions, at both poles of the countryside. To enable the reader to get a more concrete picture of these processes, we give the data on land renting in greater detail. Data on land in greater detail. In the top groups of peasants, who, as we know, concentrate in their hands most of the rented land, land renting is consequently of an obviously industrial, entrepreneur character, despite the widespread view to the contrary of the Narodnik economists. Let us pass to the data on hired labor, which are particularly valuable as regards the uyezd owing to their completeness. Specifically, data have been added on the hiring of day laborers. Farms hiring laborers. We see here a clear refutation of the view of the Saratov statisticians that the hiring of day laborers is not a characteristic index of a farm's strength or weakness. On the contrary, it is a supremely characteristic index of the peasant bourgeoisie. In all forms of hiring by the day we observe that the percentage of peasants who hire laborers increases together with the increase in economic strength, despite the fact that the most affluent peasants are best provided with workers in their families. Here, too, family cooperation is the basis of capitalist cooperation. Further, we see that the number of farms hiring day laborers is 2.5 times, Average for the uyezd, the number hiring seasonal workers. We take the hiring of day laborers for reaping. Unfortunately, the statisticians did not give the total number of farms hiring day laborers, although this information was available. In the three top groups, of 7,679 households, 2,190 employ farm laborers, while 4,017 households, i.e., the majority of the peasants in the well-to-do group, hire day laborers for reaping. Of course, the hiring of day laborers is by no means specific to Perm-Gubernia, and if we have seen above that in the well-to-do peasant groups from 2 to 6 and 9/10 of the total number of proprietors employ farm laborers, the direct conclusion is the following. The majority of the well-to-do peasant households employ hired labor in one form or another. The formation of a body of regular farm laborers and day laborers is an essential condition for the existence of the well-to-do peasantry. Lastly, it is extremely interesting to note that the ratio between the number of farms hiring day laborers and the number employing regular farm laborers diminishes from the bottom peasant groups to the top. In the bottom groups, the number of farms hiring day laborers always exceeds, many times over, the number employing regular farm laborers. In the top groups, on the contrary, the number of farms employing regular farm laborers is sometimes even larger than the number hiring day laborers. This fact clearly points to the formation in the top groups of the peasantry of farms employing laborers, farms based on the regular employment of wage labor. Wage labor is more evenly distributed over the seasons of the year, and it becomes possible to dispense with the more costly and more troublesome hiring of day laborers. Let us quote, incidentally, the returns on hired labor for Ilabuga Uyezd, Vyatka Gubernia. The well-to-do peasants are here merged with the middle peasants. Hired laborers by level of horse ownership. Assuming that every day laborer works 1 month, 28 days, the number of day laborers will be 3 times the number of seasonal workers. Let us note in passing that in Vyatka Gubernia, too, we find the already familiar ratios between the groups as regards both the hiring of workers and the renting and leasing of land. Very interesting are the household data on the use of manure, cited by the Perm statisticians. Here is the result of an analysis of these data. Use of manure. Thus, here too, we see a profound difference in the systems and methods of farming employed by the poor and the affluent peasants. And this difference must exist everywhere, since the well-to-do peasants everywhere concentrate in their hands the greater part of the peasant-owned animals, and have more opportunities for expending their labor on farm improvements. Therefore, if we learn, for example, that the post-reform peasantry have at one and the same time created a group of horseless and cattleless households and raised agricultural efficiency by adopting the practice of manuring the soil, described in detail by Mr. V in his Progressive Trends in Peasant Farming, pages 123 to 160 and full, this quite clearly shows us that the progressive trends simply indicate the progress of the rural bourgeoisie. This is seen even more distinctly in the distribution of improved agricultural implements, data regarding which are also available in the Perm statistics. These data, however, have been collected not for the whole of the agricultural part of the uyezd, but only for its 3rd, 5th, and 4th districts, comprising 15,076 households out of 23,574. The following improved implements are registered: winnowers 1,049, seed sorters 225, threshers 354, totaling 1,628. They are distributed among the groups as follows. Data on improved implements. One more illustration of Mr. VV's Narodnik thesis that improved implements are used by all peasants. The data on industries enable us this time to single out 2 main types of industries, indicating 1, the transformation of the peasantry into a rural bourgeoisie, ownership of commercial and industrial establishment, and 2, the transformation of the peasantry into a rural proletariat, sale of labor power, the so-called agricultural industries. The following table shows the distribution by groups of these diametrically opposite types of industrialists. 3. Commercial and industrial establishments. A comparison of these data with those showing the distribution of the area under crops and the hiring of workers once again shows that the differentiation of the peasantry creates a home market for capitalism. We see also how profoundly the facts are distorted when the most varied types of occupations are lumped together under the heading of industries or employments, when the combination of agriculture with industries is depicted, as, for example, by Messrs. V and N, as something uniform, identical in nature and precluding capitalism. Let us point in conclusion to the similarity of the data for Ekaterinburg uyezd. If from the 59,709 households in the uyezd we subtract the landless, 14,601 households, those having only meadow land, 15,679 households, and those neglecting their allotments entirely, 1,612 households, we get for the remaining 27,817 households the following data: the 20,000 households that cultivate no land or cultivate little, up to 5 des, have an aggregate area under crops of 41,000 des. Out of 124,000 des, i.e., less than one-third. On the other hand, 2,859 well-to-do households, with over 10 des under crops, have 49,751 des under crops, and 53,000 des of rented land out of a total of 67,000 des, including 47,000 des out of 55,000 des of rented peasant land. The distribution of the two opposite types of industries and also of the households employing farm laborers in Ekaterinburg uyezd is shown to be quite similar to the distribution of these indices of differentiation for Krasnofimsk uyezd. Vzemstvo statistics for Orel gubernia. We have at our disposal 2 volumes of statistics, for the Ilets and Trubchevsk uyezds of this gubernia, which classify the peasant households according to the number of draft horses owned. 1. Combining the two uyezds, we give the following joint data by groups. Peasant households according to number of draft horses owned. From this we see that the general relations between the groups are the same as those we have seen earlier: the concentration of purchased and rented land in the hands of the well-to-do, the transfer of the land to them from the poor peasants, etc. Quite similar, too, are the relations between the groups as regards hired labor, industries, and progressive trends in farming, horse ownership and improved implements. And so, in Orel gubernia also we see the differentiation of the peasantry into two directly opposite types: on the one hand, into a rural proletariat, abandonment of land and sale of labor power, and, on the other, into a peasant bourgeoisie, purchase of land, renting on a considerable scale, especially of allotment land, improved methods of farming, hiring of regular farm laborers and day laborers, here omitted, and the combining of commercial and industrial enterprises with agriculture. The scale of farming by the peasants here, however, is generally much smaller than in the above quoted cases. There are far fewer big crop growers, and the differentiation of the peasantry, to judge by these two uyezds, therefore seems weaker. We say seems on the following grounds: firstly, though we observe here that the peasantry turn more rapidly into a rural proletariat and produce hardly perceptible groups of rural bourgeois, we have, on the other hand, already seen examples of the reverse, where this latter pole of the countryside becomes particularly perceptible. Secondly, here the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry, we confine ourselves in this chapter to the agricultural peasantry, is obscured by the industries, the development of which is particularly extensive, 40% of the families. And the industrialists here too include, besides a majority of wage workers, a minority of merchants, buyers up, entrepreneurs, proprietors, etc. Thirdly, here the differentiation of the peasantry is obscured because of the absence of data regarding the aspects of local agriculture that are most closely connected with the market. Commercial, market cultivation is not developed here to expand the crop areas to produce grain for sale but for the production of hemp. The largest number of commercial operations are bound up with this crop, but the data of the tables given in the volume do not single out this particular aspect of agriculture among the various groups. Hemp growing is the main source of the peasant's income, that is, money income. Returns for Trubchevskoyezd, p. 5, of descriptions of villages and many others, the peasants devote their attention mainly to the cultivation of hemp. All the manure is used on the hemp fields. Ibid. 87, everywhere loans are contracted on security of hemp, and debts are paid with hemp. Ibid. Passim. For the manuring of their hemp fields the well-to-do peasants buy manure from the poor. Returns for Orel Uyezd, Volume 8, Orel, 1895, pages 91 to 105, hemp fields are leased out and rented in home and outside village communities. Ibid. 260, and the processing of the hemp is done by part of the industrial establishments of whose concentration we have spoken. It is clear how incomplete is that picture of differentiation which gives no information about the main commercial product of local agriculture. 2. 6 Zemstvo statistics for Voronezh gubernia. The returns for Voronezh gubernia are distinguished for their exceptionally complete information and abundance of classifications. In addition to the usual classification according to allotment, we have for several uyezds a classification according to draft animals, to persons working strength of family, to industries, not engaged in industries, engaged in industries, A. Agricultural, B. Mixed and C. Commercial and industrial, to farm laborers, farms with members employed as farm laborers, with no farm laborers and with no members employed as such, households employing farm laborers. The last classification is given for the largest number of uyezds, and at first glance one might think that it is the most suitable for studying the differentiation of the peasantry. Actually, however, this is not the case. The group of farms providing farm laborers does not by any means embrace the whole of the rural proletariat, for it does not include farms providing day laborers, unskilled laborers, factory workers, builders' laborers, navvies, domestic servants, etc. Farm laborers constitute only a part of the wage workers provided by the peasantry. The group of farms that employ farm laborers is also very incomplete, for it does not include farms that hire day laborers. The neutral group, which neither provides nor employs farm laborers, lumps together in each uyezd tens of thousands of families, combining thousands of peasants who own no horses with thousands who own many, peasants who rent land and peasants who lease land, cultivators and non-cultivators, thousands of wage workers and a minority of employers, etc. General averages for the entire neutral group are obtained, for example, by adding together landless households or those possessing 3 to 4 des per household, of allotment and purchased land in all, and households possessing 25, 50, and more desiatines of allotment land and purchasing additionally tens and hundreds of desiatines of land. Returns for Bobrov Uyezd, p. 336, kernel number 148, for Novokhopersk Uyezd, p. 222, by adding together households with 0.8 to 2.7 animals per family and those with 12 to 21 animals, Ibid. Naturally, one cannot depict the differentiation of the peasantry with the aid of such averages, and so we have to take the classification according to draft animals as the one most closely approximating classification according to scale of farming. We have at our disposal 4 volumes of returns with this classification, for Zemlyansk, Satinsk, Nizhdevitsk, and Korotoyak uyezds, and from these we must choose Satinsk uyezd, because no separate returns are given for the others on the purchase and leasing of land according to groups. Below we shall give combined data for all these 4 uyezds and the reader will see that the conclusions they yield are the same. Here are general data for the groups in Satinsk uyezd, 15,704 households, 106,288 persons of both sexes, 135,656 des of allotment land, 2,882 des of purchased land, 24,046 des of rented, and 6,482 des of land leased out. Land use by horse ownership. The relations between the groups are similar here to those in the gubernias and uyezds already mentioned: concentration of purchased and of rented land, the transfer of allotment land from the poor peasants, who lease out land, to the renting and affluent peasants, etc., but here the significance of the affluent peasants is very much smaller. The extremely negligible scale of peasant farming even raises the question, and naturally so, of whether the local peasants do not belong to the industrialists rather than to the tillers of the soil. Here are data on the industries, first of all on their distribution according to groups. Data on industries by horse ownership. The distribution of improved implements and of the two opposite types of industries, the sale of labor power and commercial and industrial enterprise, is the same as in the data examined above. The enormous percentage of households engaging in industries, the preponderance of grain purchasing over grain selling farms, the preponderance of money income from industries over money income from agriculture, all this gives us grounds for regarding this uyezd as industrial rather than agricultural. Let us, however, see what sort of industries these are. The evaluation returns on peasant land ownership in Zemlyansk, Satinsk, Korotoyak, and Nizhdevitsk uyezds, Voronezh 1889, contains a list of all the trades of the industrialists, working locally and away from home, 222 trades in all, classified in groups according to allotment, and indicating the size of earnings in each trade. This list shows that the overwhelming majority of the peasant industries consist of work for hire. Of 24,134 industrialists in Satinsk uyezd, 14,135 are farm laborers, carters, shepherds and unskilled laborers, 1,813 are builders laborers, 298 are town, factory, and other workers, 446 are engaged in private service, 301 are beggars, etc. In other words, the overwhelming majority of the industrialists are members of the rural proletariat, allotment-holding wage workers, who sell their labor power to rural and industrial employers. Thus, if we take the ratio between the different groups of the peasantry in a given gubernia or a given uyezd, we find everywhere the typical features of differentiation, both in the land-abundant steppe gubernias with their relatively huge peasant crop areas, and in the most land-poor localities with their miniature peasant farms. Despite the most profound difference in agrarian and agricultural conditions, the ratio between the top group of the peasantry and the bottom is everywhere the same. If, however, we compare the different localities, in some we see with particular clarity the formation of rural entrepreneurs from among the peasants, and in others we see the formation of a rural proletariat. It goes without saying that in Russia, as in every other capitalist country, the latter aspect of the process of differentiation embraces an incomparably larger number of small cultivators, and very likely a larger number of localities, than the former. 7 Zemstvo statistics for Nizhny Novgorod gubernia. For 3 uyezds of Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, the Nyazhnin, Makaryev, and Vasil uyezds, the Zemstvo house-to-house census returns have been reduced to one table, which divides the peasant farms, only allotment holding and only of peasants living in their own villages, into 5 groups according to draft animals held, material for the evaluation of the lands of Nizhny Novgorod gubernia. Economic section. Volumes 4, 9, and 12, Nizhny Novgorod, 1888, 1889, 1890. Combining these 3 uyezds, we get the following data on the groups of households. In the 3 uyezds mentioned, the data cover 52,260 households and 294,798 persons of both sexes. Allotment land 433,593 des, purchased 51,960 des, rented 86,007 des, counting all kinds of rented land, allotment and non-allotment, arable and meadow land, land leased out 19,274 des. Land use by horse ownership. Here too, consequently, we see that the well-to-do peasants, despite their better provision with allotment land, the percentage of allotment land in the top groups is larger than the percentage these groups constitute in the population, concentrate in their hands the purchased land. The well-to-do households, 9.6% of the total, have 46.2% of the purchased land, whereas the poor peasants, 2/3 of the households, have less than a quarter, as well as concentrate the rented land, and gather the allotment land leased by the poor. As a result of all this, the actual distribution of the land in use by the peasantry is quite unlike the distribution of the allotment land. The horseless peasants have actually less land at their disposal than the allotment guaranteed them by law. The one-horse and two-horse peasants increase their holdings by only 10 to 30%, from 8.1 des to 9.4 des, and from 10.5 des to 13.8 des, whereas the well-to-do peasants increase their holdings 1.5 times to double. While the differences in the allotment land of the groups are negligible, the differences in the actual scale of cultivation are enormous, as can be seen from the above quoted data on animals and from the following data on area under crops. Area under crops and horse ownership. Tablishments 1. When assessed by the area under crops, the differences between the groups are seen to be even greater than when assessed by the amount of land actually held and in use, to say nothing of the differences in the size of the allotments. 2. This shows again and again the utter uselessness of classification by allotment holding, the equality of which has now become a legal fiction. The other columns of the table show how the combination of agriculture with industry is taking place among the peasantry. The well-to-do peasants combine commercial and capitalist agriculture, the high percentage of households employing farm laborers, with commercial and industrial undertakings, whereas the poor combine the sale of their labor power, outside employments with crop growing on an insignificant scale, that is, are converted into allotment holding farm laborers and day laborers. Let us observe that the absence of a proportionate diminution in the percentage of the households with outside employments is explained by the extreme variety of these employments and industries of the Nizhny Novgorod peasantry. Besides agricultural workers, unskilled laborers, building and shipbuilding workers, etc., the industrialists here include a relatively very large number of handicraftsmen, owners of industrial workshops, merchants, buyers up, etc. Obviously, the lumping together of industrialists of such diverse types distorts the data on households with outside earnings. 3. On the question of the differences in cultivation by the various groups of peasants, let us observe that in the Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, manuring the land is one of the chief conditions determining the degree of productivity of the plowlands, p. 79 of the returns for Nyazhin uyezd. The average rye yield grows in proportion to the increase in the amount of manure used, with 300 to 500 cartloads of manure per 100 des. Of allotment land, the rye crop amounts to 47.1 maras for per des, with 1,500 cartloads and more, to 62.7 maras, ibid, p. 84. Clearly, therefore, the difference between the groups in the scale of their agricultural production should be still greater than the difference in area under crops, and the Nizhny Novgorod statisticians made a big mistake in studying the produce of the peasant fields in general, and not of the fields of the poor and the well-to-do peasantry separately. 8. Review of Zemstvo statistics for other gubernias. As the reader will have observed, in studying the process of the differentiation of the peasantry we use exclusively Zemstvo house-to-house census statistics, if they cover more or less extensive areas, if they give sufficiently detailed information on the most important indices of differentiation, and if, which is particularly important, they have been processed in such a way as to make it possible to single out the various groups of peasants according to their economic strength. The data given above, relating to 7 gubernias, exhaust the Zemstvo statistical material that answers these conditions and that we have been able to use. For the sake of completeness, let us now point briefly to the remaining, less complete, data of a similar kind, i.e., based on house-to-house censuses. For Dmyansk uyezd of Novgorod gubernia we have a table on peasant farms grouped according to the number of horses, material for evaluating the farmlands of Novgorod gubernia, Dmyansk uyezd, Novgorod, 1888. There is no information here on land renting and leasing, in desiatines, but the data given reveal the complete similarity of the relations between the well-to-do and the indigent peasants in this gubernia, as compared with the other gubernias. Here too, for example, as we proceed from the bottom group to the top, from the horseless households to those with 3 and more horses, there is an increase in the percentage of farms with purchased and rented land, despite the fact that those with many horses have an amount of allotment land above the average. Households with 3 or more horses, 10.7% of the total number of households and 16.1% of the population, possess 18.3% of all allotment land, 43.4% of the purchased land, 26.2% of the rented land, to judge from the area under rye and oats on rented land, and 29.4% of the total industrial buildings. On the other hand, 51.3%, the horseless and one-horse households, constituting 40.1% of the population, have only 33.2% of the allotment land, 13.8% of the purchased land, 20.8% of the rented land, in the sense indicated above, and 28.8% of the industrial buildings. In other words, here too the well-to-do peasants gather the land and combine commercial and industrial trades with agriculture, while the poor abandon the land and turn into wage workers. The percentage of persons engaged in industries diminishes as we pass from the bottom group to the top, from 26.6% among the horseless peasants to 7.8% among those having 3 and more horses. The incompleteness of these data compels us to omit them from the following summary of the material on the differentiation of the peasantry. For the same reason we omit the data on part of Kozeletsu Yezd, Chernigov Gubernia, material for evaluating farmlands, compiled by the Chernigov Statistical Department of the Guberniyazemstvo Board, Volume V, Chernigov, 1882. The data on the number of draft animals are classified for 8,717 households of the Black Earth district of the Uyezd. The relationships between the groups are the same here too. 36.8% of the households, with no draft animals and constituting 28.8% of the population, have 21% of their own and allotment land and 7% of the rented land, but account for 63% of the total land let out on lease by these 8,717 households. On the other hand, 14.3% of the households, with 4 and more draft animals and constituting 17.3% of the population, have 33.4% of their own and allotment land and 32.1% of the rented land, and account for only 7% of the land let out on lease. Unfortunately, the other households, owning 1 to 3 draft animals, are not subdivided into smaller groups. In material for an investigation of the land usage and domestic life of the rural population of Irkutsk and Yenisei gubernias, there is a very interesting table, classification according to number of draft horses, of peasant and settler farms in 4 regions of Yenisei gubernia, Volume 3, Irkutsk 1893, p.730 and full. It is very interesting to observe that the relationship between the well-to-do Siberian and the settler, and in this relationship the most ardent Narodnik would hardly dare to seek the famous community principle, is essentially the same as that between our well-to-do village community members and their horseless and one-horse brethren. By combining the settlers and the peasant old-timers, such a combination is necessary because the former serve as labor power for the latter. We get the familiar features of the top and bottom groups. Of the households, 39.4% the bottom groups, those with no horses, and with 1 or 2, constituting 24% of the population, have only 6.2% of the total arable and 7.1% of the total animals, whereas 36.4% of the households, those with 5 and more horses, constituting 51.2% of the population, have 73% of the arable and 74.5% of the total cattle. The latter groups, 5 to 9,10 and more horses, cultivating 15 to 36 des per household, resort extensively to wage labor. 30 to 70% of the farms employ wage workers, whereas the bottom 3 groups, cultivating 0.235 des per household. Provide workers, 59% of the farms. The data on the renting and leasing out of land are the only exception we have met to the rule of the concentration of rented land in the hands of the well-to-do, and this is the sort of exception that proves the rule. The point is that in Siberia there are none of the conditions that created this rule. There is no compulsory and equalitarian allotment of land, there is no established private property in land. The well-to-do peasant neither purchases nor rents land, but appropriates it. At least that has been the case till now. The leasing out and the renting of land are rather of the character of neighborly exchange, and that is why the group data on the renting and the leasing of land display no consistency. 1. For 3 uyezds of Poltava gubernia we can determine approximately the way the area under crops is distributed, knowing the number of farms with different areas under crops indicated in the statistical reports as from to so many desutines and multiplying the number of households in each division by the average area under crops within the limits indicated. We get the following data for 76,032 households, villagers, excluding non-peasants, with 362,298 des. Under crops, 31,001 households, 40.8%, cultivate no land or only up to 3 des per household, to a total of 36,040 des under crops, 9.9%, 19,017 households, 25%, cultivate over 6 des per household and have 209,195 des under crops, 57.8%. See Economic Statistical Returns for Poltava gubernia, Konstantinograd, Korel, and Pereyatin uyezds. 5. The distribution of area under crops is very much the same as what we have seen in the case of Taurida gubernia, despite the basically smaller areas under crops. Naturally, such an uneven distribution is possible only where the purchased and rented land is concentrated in the hands of a minority. We have no complete data on this, since the statistics do not classify households according to economic strength and must therefore confine ourselves to the following data on Konstantinograd uyezd. In the chapter of Farming by the Rural Social Estates, Chapter 2, 5, Agriculture, the compiler of the abstract states, in general, if rented plots are divided into 3 categories, area per lessee of 1, up to 10 des, 2, from 10 to 30 des, and 3, over 30 des, the data for each will be as follows. 2. Rented plots. For Kalyuga gubernia we have only the following very fragmentary and incomplete data on grain sowing by 8,626 households, about 1/20th of the total number of peasant households in the gubernia. 3. Groups of households according to area under crops. That is to say, 21.6% of the households, constituting 30.6% of the population, possess 36.6% of the draft horses, 45.1% of the area under crops and 43.1% of the gross income from crops. Clearly, these figures also point to the concentration of purchased and rented land in the hands of the well-to-do peasantry. For THIRD gubernia, despite the wealth of information in the statistical returns, the house-to-house censuses have been very inadequately processed. There is no classification of households according to economic strength. This defect is used by Mr. Viklayev in the statistical returns for THIRD gubernia, Volume 13, Part 2, Peasant Farming, THIRD, 1897, to deny differentiation among the peasantry, to detect a drive towards greater equality, and to sing hymns in praise of people's production, p. 312, and natural economy. Mr. Viklayev enters into the most hazardous and unfounded arguments on stratification, not only without citing any precise data on the peasant groups, but without even having made clear for himself the elementary truth that differentiation is taking place within the village community, and that therefore to talk about stratification and to classify exclusively according to village communities or to villages is simply ridiculous. 4. 9. Summary of the above Zemstvo statistics on the differentiation of the peasantry. In order to compare and combine the above quoted data on the differentiation of the peasantry, We obviously cannot take absolute figures and put them into groups, for that we should require complete data for the whole group of districts and identical methods of classification. We can only compare and juxtapose the relation of the top to the bottom groups, as regards possession of land, animals, implements, etc. The relationship expressed, for example, in the fact that 10% of the households have 30% of the area under crops, does away with the difference in the absolute figures and is therefore suitable for comparison with every similar relationship in any locality. But to make such a comparison we must single out in the other locality 10% of the households, too, neither more nor less. But the sizes of the groups in the different uyezds and gubernias are not equal. And so, we have to split up these groups so as to take in each locality an equal percentage of households. Let us agree to take 20% of the households for the well-to-do peasants and 50% for the poor, i.e., let us form out of the top groups one of 20% of the households, and out of the bottom groups one of 50%. Let us illustrate this method by an example. Suppose we have 5 groups of the following proportions, from the bottom to the top: 30%, 25%, 20%, 15%, and 10% of the households, S equals 100%. To form a bottom group, we take the first group and 4/5 of the second group, 30 plus 25x4/5 equals 50%, and to form a top group we take the last group and 2/3 of the penultimate group, 10 plus 15x2/3 equals 20%, the percentages for area under crops, animals, implements, etc., being determined, of course, in the same way. That is to say, if the percentages for area under crops corresponding to the above stated percentages of the households are as follows: 15%, 20%, 20%, 21%, and 24%, S equals 100%, then our top group, 20% of the households, will account for 24 plus 21x2/3 equals 38% of the area under crops, while our bottom group, 50% of the households, will account for 15 plus 20x4/5 equals 31% of the area under crops. Obviously, in splitting up the groups in this manner, we do not change by one iota the actual relationship between the bottom and top strata of the peasantry. This splitting up is necessary, firstly, because in this way, instead of 4, 5, 6, 7 different groups, we get 3 large groups with clearly defined indices too. Secondly, because only in this way are data on the differentiation of the peasantry in the most varied localities under the most varied conditions comparable. Pages 276 to 277 of the Statistical Returns of Poltava Gubernia. To judge the interrelation between the groups we take the following data, the most important on the question of differentiation: 1. Number of households, 2. Number of persons of both sexes of the peasant population, 3. Amount of allotment land, 4. Purchased land, 5. Rented land, 6. Land leased out, 7. Total land owned or in use by the group, allotment plus purchased plus rented, land leased out, 8. Area under crops, 9. Number of draft animals, 10. Total number of animals, 11. Number of households employing farm laborers, 12. Number of households with employments, singling out as far as possible those forms of employment among which work for hire, sale of labor power predominates, 13. Commercial and industrial establishments, and 14. Improved agricultural implements. The items given in italics, leasing of land and employments, are of negative significance, since they indicate the decline of the farm, the ruin of the peasant and his conversion into a worker. All the other data are of positive significance, since they indicate the expansion of the farm and the conversion of the peasant into a rural entrepreneur. On all these points we compute for each group of farms the percentages of the total for the uyezd or for several uyezds of one gubernia, and then ascertain, by the method we have described, what percentage of the land, area under crops, animals, etc., falls to the 20% of the households of the top groups and to the 50% of the households of the bottom groups. 3. We give a table drawn up in this manner covering the data for 21 uyezds in 7 gubernias, with a total of 558,570 peasant farms and a population of 3,523,418 persons of both sexes. Table A, Kant. Table B, Kant. Notes to Tables A and B. 1. For Taurida gubernia, the returns for land leased out concern only 2 uyezds, Berdyansk and Dnieper. 2. For the same gubernia, the category of improved implements includes mowers and reapers. 3. For the 2 uyezds of Samara gubernia, instead of the percentage of land leased out, the percentage of allotment leasing non-farming households has been taken. 4. For Orel gubernia, the amount of land leased out, and consequently of the total land in use, has been determined approximately. The same applies to the 4 uyezds of Voronezh gubernia. 5. For Orel gubernia, the returns for improved implements exist for only Yelets uyezd. 6. For Voronezh gubernia, instead of the number of households with employments we have taken, for 3 uyezds, Sadansk, Korotoyak, and Nizhdevitsk, the number of households providing farm laborers. 7. For Voronezh gubernia, returns for improved implements exist for only 2 uyezds, Zemlyansk and Sadansk. 8. For Nizhny Novgorod gubernia, instead of households engaged in industries in general, we have taken the households engaging in outside employments. 9. For some of the uyezds, instead of the number of commercial and industrial establishments, we have had to take the number of households with commercial and industrial establishments. 10. Where the statistical returns give several columns of employments, we have tried to single out those employments which most exactly indicate work for hire, the sale of labor power. 11. All rented land, as far as possible, has been taken, allotment and non-allotment, arable and meadow land. 12. We would remind the reader that for Novozinsk uyezd farmstead peasants and Germans are excluded. For Krasnofimsk uyezd only the agricultural part of the uyezd has been taken. For Ekaterinburg uyezd landless peasants and those possessing a share in meadowland alone are excluded. For Trubchevsk uyezd suburban village communities are excluded. For Nyazhinin uyezd the industrial village of Bolshoy Murashkino is excluded, etc. These exclusions are partly ours, and are partly due to the nature of the material. Obviously, therefore, the differentiation of the peasantry must actually be more pronounced than appears in our table and chart. To illustrate this combined table and to show clearly the complete similarity of the relationship of the top to the bottom peasant groups in the most varied localities, we have drawn the following chart on which are plotted the percentages in the table. To the right of the column indicating the percentages of total households, runs a curve showing the positive indices of economic strength, enlargement of holding, increase in the number of animals, etc., while to the left runs a curve showing the negative indices of economic strength, leasing out of land, sale of labor power. These columns are shaded. The distance from the top horizontal line of the chart to each continuous curve shows the share of the well-to-do groups in the sum total of peasant farming, while the distance from the bottom horizontal line to each broken curve shows the share of the poor groups in that sum total. Lastly, to give a clear picture of the general character of the combined data, we have plotted an average curve, arrived at by calculating arithmetical averages from the percentages indicated in the chart. To distinguish it from the others, this average curve is in red. This average curve indicates, so to speak, the typical differentiation of the Russian peasantry today. Now, in order to sum up the data on differentiation given above, I7, let us examine this chart column by column. The first column to the right of the one indicating the percentages of households shows the proportion of the population belonging to the top and the bottom groups. We see that everywhere the size of the families of the well-to-do peasantry is above the average and that of the poor below the average. We have already spoken of the significance of this fact. Let us add that it would be wrong to take as the unit for all comparisons the individual, as the Narodniks are fond of doing, and not the household, the family. While the expenditure of the well-to-do family grows because of the larger size of the family, the mass of expenditure, on the other hand, in the large family household diminishes, on buildings, domestic effects, household needs, etc., etc. The economic advantages of large families are particularly stressed by Engelhardt in his Letters from the Countryside 8 and by Tryrogov in his book, The Village Community and the Poll Tax, St. Petersburg, 1882. Therefore, to take the individual as the unit for comparisons, and to take no account of this diminution, means artificially and falsely to identify the condition of the individual in the large and in the small families. Incidentally, the chart clearly shows that the well-to-do group of peasants concentrate in their hands a far larger share of agricultural production than would follow from a calculation per head of population. The next column refers to allotment land. In its distribution we see the greatest degree of equality, as should be the case by virtue of the legal status of allotment land. But even here the process of the poor being ousted by the well-to-do peasants is beginning. Everywhere we find that the top groups hold a somewhat larger share of the allotment land than the share they represent in the population, while the bottom groups hold a somewhat smaller one. The village community tends to serve the interests of the peasant bourgeoisie. Compared, however, with the actual land tenure, the inequality in the distribution of allotment land is still quite insignificant. The distribution of allotment land does not, as is clearly evident from the chart, give any idea of the actual distribution of land and farm property. 4. Then comes the column for purchased land. In all cases this land is concentrated in the hands of the well-to-do. 1/5 of the households have about 6 or 7/10 of all peasant-owned purchased land, whereas the poor peasants, constituting half the households, account for a maximum of 15%. One can judge, therefore, the significance of the Narodnik fuss about enabling the peasantry to buy as much land as possible and as cheaply as possible. The next column is that for rented land. Here too we see everywhere the concentration of the land in the hands of the well-to-do. 1/5 of the households account for 5 to 8/10 of the total rented land, who, moreover, rent land at cheaper rates, as we have seen above. This grabbing of rentable land by the peasant bourgeoisie clearly demonstrates that peasant renting carries an industrial character, the purchase of land for the purpose of selling the product. 5. In saying this, however, we do not at all deny the fact of land renting being due to want. On the contrary, the chart shows the entirely different character of renting by the poor, who cling to the land. Half the households account for 1 to 2/10 of the total rented land. There are peasants and peasants. The contradictory significance of land renting in peasant farming stands out particularly vividly when we compare the column on land renting with that on the leasing out of land, first column to the left, i.e., among the negative indices. Here we see the very opposite. The principal lessors of land are the bottom groups. Half the households account for 7 to 8/10 of the land leased, who strive to get rid of their allotments, which pass, despite legal prohibitions and restrictions, into the hands of employer farmers. Thus, when we are told that the peasantry rent land and that the peasantry lease out their land, we know that the first applies mainly to the peasant bourgeoisie and the second to the peasant proletariat. The relation of purchased, rented, and leased land to the allotment determines also the actual land held by the groups, fifth column to the right. In all cases we see that the actual distribution of the total land at the disposal of the peasants has nothing in common with the equality of the allotments. Of the households 20% account for 35% to 50% of the total land, while 50% account for 20% to 30%. In the distribution of area under crops, next column, the ousting of the bottom group by the top stands out in still greater relief, probably because the poor peasantry are often unable to make economic use of their land and abandon it. Both columns, total land held and area under crops, show that the purchase and the renting of land lead to a diminution of the share of the bottom groups in the general system of economy, i.e., to their being ousted by the well-to-do minority. The latter now play a dominant role in the peasant economy, concentrating in their hands almost as much of the area under crops as do all the rest of the peasants put together. The next two columns show the distribution of draft and other animals among the peasantry. The percentages of animals differ very slightly from those of area under crops, nor could it be otherwise, for the number of draft animals, and also of other animals, determines the area under crops, and in its turn is determined by it. The next column shows the share of the various groups of the peasantry in the total number of commercial and industrial establishments. 1/5 of the households, the well-to-do group, concentrate in their hands about half of these establishments, while half the households, the poor, account for about 1/5/6. That is to say, the industries that express the conversion of the peasantry into a bourgeoisie are concentrated mainly in the hands of the most affluent cultivators. The well-to-do peasants, consequently, invest capital in agriculture, purchase and renting of land, hire of workers, improvement of implements, etc., industrial establishments, commerce and usury. Merchants and entrepreneur capital are closely connected, and surrounding conditions determine which of these forms of capital becomes predominant. The data on households with employments, the first column to the left, among the negative indices, also characterize the industries, which are, however, of opposite significance, and mark the conversion of the peasant into a proletarian. These industries are concentrated in the hands of the poor. They constitute 50% of the households and account for 60% to 90% of the total households with employments, whereas the part played in them by the well-to-do groups is insignificant. It must not be forgotten that we have not been able to draw an exact line of demarcation between masters and workers in this category of industrialists either. One has only to compare the data on employments with the data on commercial and industrial establishments to see how utterly opposite are these two types of industries, and to realize what incredible confusion is created by the customary lumping together of these types. Households employing farm laborers are in all cases concentrated in the group of well-to-do peasants. 20% of the households account for 5 to 7/10 of the total number of farms employing laborers, who, despite their having larger families, cannot exist without a class of agricultural laborers to supplement them. Here we have a striking confirmation of the proposition expressed above, that to compare the number of farms employing laborers with the total number of peasant farms, including the farms of the agricultural laborers, is absurd. It is much more correct to compare the number of farms employing laborers with 1/5 of the peasant households, for the well-to-do minority account for about 3/5, or even 2/3, of the total of such farms. The entrepreneur hiring of laborers from among the peasantry far exceeds hiring from necessity, that is, because of a shortage of workers in the family. The poor and small family peasants, constituting 50% of the households, account for only about 1/10 of the total number of farms employing laborers. Here too, incidentally, shopkeepers, industrialists, etc., who do not hire workers on account of necessity, are included among the poor. The last column, showing the distribution of improved implements, we could have headed Progressive Trends in Peasant Farming, following the example of Mr. V.V. The fairest distribution of these implements is that in Novozhinsk Uyezd, Samara Gubernia, where the well-to-do households, constituting 1/5 of the total, have only 73 out of 100 implements, whereas the poor, constituting half the households, have as many as 3 out of 100. Let us now compare the degree of peasant differentiation in the different localities. In the chart, two types of localities stand out very clear why in this regard. In Taurida, Samara, Saratov, and Perm gubernias the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry is markedly more intense than in Orel, Voronezh and Nizhny Novgorod gubernias. The curves of the first 4 gubernias in the run below the red average line, while those of the last 3 gubernias run above the average, i.e., show a smaller concentration of farming in the hands of the well-to-do minority. The localities of the first type are the most land-abundant and strictly agricultural. In Perm gubernia the agricultural parts of the uyezds have been singled out, with extensive farming. With farming of this character the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry is easily noted and therefore clearly visible. Conversely, in the localities of the second type we see, on the one hand, a development of commercial agriculture such as is not noted in our data, for example, the sowing of hemp in Orel gubernia. On the other hand, we see the tremendous significance of industries, both in the sense of work for hire, Chstatinskoyezd, Voronezh gubernia, and in the sense of non-agricultural occupations, Nizhny Novgorod gubernia. The significance of both these circumstances for the question of the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry is enormous. Of the former, the different forms of commercial agriculture and agricultural progress in the different localities, we have already spoken. The significance of the latter, the role of the industries, is no less obvious. If in a given locality the bulk of the peasants are allotment-holding farm laborers, day laborers, or wage workers in industries, the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry will, of course, be marked very feebly. 7. But to get a proper idea of the matter, these typical representatives of the rural proletariat must be compared with typical representatives of the peasant bourgeoisie. The allotment-holding Voronezh day laborer who goes south in search of odd jobs must be compared with the Taurida peasant who cultivates huge tracts of land. The Kalyuga, Nizhny Novgorod, and Yaroslavl carpenter must be compared with the Yaroslavl or Moscow vegetable grower or peasant who keeps cows to sell the milk, etc. Similarly, if the bulk of the peasants in a locality are engaged in the manufacturing industries, their allotments providing them with only a small part of their means of livelihood, the data on the differentiation of the agricultural peasantry must be supplemented with data on the differentiation of those who engage in industries. In Chapter 5 we shall deal with this latter question. At the moment we are concerned only with the differentiation of the typically agricultural peasantry. Summary of Zemstvo statistics and Army Horse Census returns 5. We have shown that the relation of the top to the bottom group of the peasantry bears the very features that characterize the relation of the rural bourgeoisie to the rural proletariat, that these relationships are remarkably similar in the most varied localities with the most varied conditions, that even their numerical expression, i.e., percentages of the groups in the total area under crops, number of animals, etc., fluctuates within limits that, comparatively speaking, are very small. The question naturally arises, how far can these data on the relationships between the groups in the different localities be utilized for forming an idea of the groups into which the entire Russian peasantry is divided? In other words, what returns can enable us to judge the composition of, and the interrelation between, the top and the bottom groups of the entire Russian peasantry? There are very few of these returns, for no agricultural censuses are taken in Russia that register all the crop-raising farms in the country. The only material by which we can judge into which economic groups our peasantry is divided is the combined Zemstvo statistics and the Army Horse Census. Returns showing the distribution of draft animals, or horses, among the peasant households. Meager as this material is, one can nevertheless draw from it conclusions, certainly very general, approximate, aggregate, that are not without interest, particularly since the ratio of peasants with many horses to those with few has already been analyzed and found to be remarkably similar in the most varied localities. According to the data in Mr. Blagovshchinsky's combined Zemstvo house-to-house census economic returns, Volume I, Peasant Farming, Moscow, 1893, 6. The Zemstvo censuses covered 123 uyezds in 22 gubernias, having 2,983,733 peasant households and a population of 17,996,317 persons of both sexes. But the data on the distribution of households according to draft animals are not everywhere of the same kind. Thus, in 3 gubernias we have to omit 11 uyezds, one where the households are classified not in 4, but in only 3 groups. For the remaining 112 uyezds in 21 gubernias we get the following combined figures covering nearly 2.5 million households with a population of 15 million. Draft animals. Assessed 2. These data cover slightly less than 1/4 of the total peasant households in European Russia. The combined statistical material on the economic position of the rural population in European Russia, published by the Chancellery of the Committee of Ministers, St. Petersburg, 1894, considers that in the 50 gubernias of European Russia there are 11,223,962 households in the Volosts, including 10,589,967 peasant households. For the whole of Russia we have data on the distribution of horses among the peasants in Statistics of the Russian Empire. XX. Army Horse Census of 1888, St. Petersburg, 1891, and Statistics of the Russian Empire. XXXI. Army Horse Census of 1891, St. Petersburg, 1894. The first publication contains an analysis of the data collected in 1888 for 41 gubernias, including the 10 gubernias in the Kingdom of Poland, and the second for 18 gubernias in European Russia, plus the Caucasus, the Kalmyk steppe and the Don military region. Singling out 49 gubernias in European Russia, the returns for Don region are not complete, and combining the data for 1888 and 1891, we get the following picture of the distribution of the total number of horses belonging to the peasants in village communities. Distribution of total number of horses. Thus, all over Russia the distribution of draft horses among the peasantry is very close to the average degree of differentiation we have depicted in our chart. Actually, the disintegration is even somewhat deeper. In the hands of 22% of the households, 2.2 million out of 10.2 million, are concentrated 9.5 million horses out of 17 million, i.e., 56.3% of the total number. A vast mass of 2.8 million households has none at all, while 2.9 million one-horse households have only 17.2% of the total number of horses. 3. Chart illustrating tables A and B. Taking as our basis the above established regularities in the relationship between the groups, we can now ascertain the real significance of these data. If a fifth of the households possesses a half of the total number of horses, one may unerringly conclude that no less, and probably more, than half the total peasant agricultural production is in their hands. Such a concentration of production is possible only where this well-to-do peasantry concentrates in its hands the major part of the purchased lands and of peasant-rented land, both non-allotment and allotment. It is this well-to-do minority who mainly do the buying and renting of land, despite the fact that in all probability they are best supplied with allotment land. While the average Russian peasant in the very best of times barely makes ends meet, and it is doubtful whether he does, the well-to-do minority, whose circumstances are considerably above the average, not only cover all their expenditure by independent farming, but also obtain a surplus. And this means that they are commodity producers, that they grow agricultural produce for sale. More, they turn into a rural bourgeoisie, combining with relatively large-scale crop farms commercial and industrial enterprises. We have seen that it is precisely industries of this kind that are most typical of the Russian enterprising muzhik. Despite the fact that their families are the largest, that they have the largest number of family workers, these features have always been characteristic of the well-to-do peasantry, and the one-fifth of the households should account for a large share of the population, approximately 3/10. The well-to-do minority employ permanent farm laborers and day laborers on the biggest scale. Of the total number of Russian peasant farms that resort to the hiring of laborers, a considerable majority should be those of this well-to-do minority. We are justified in drawing this conclusion both on the basis of the preceding analysis and from a comparison between the proportion of the population represented by this group and the share it has of the total number of draft animals, and hence of the cultivated area, of farming in general. Lastly, only this well-to-do minority can take a steady part in the progressive trends in peasant farming. 7. Such should be the relation between this minority and the rest of the peasantry, but it goes without saying that this relation assumes different forms and manifests itself in other ways depending on differences in agrarian conditions, systems of farming and forms of commercial agriculture. For the main trends of peasant differentiation are one thing, the forms it assumes, depending on the different local conditions, are another. The position of the horseless and one-horse peasants is the very opposite. We have seen above that the Zemstvo statisticians put even the latter, to say nothing of the former, in the category of the rural proletariat. Thus, we hardly exaggerate in our approximate calculation, which places in the category of the rural proletariat all the horseless and up to 3/4 of the one-horse peasants, about half the total households. These peasants, who are worst provided with allotment land, often lease out their allotments because of lack of implements, seed, etc. Of the total peasant rented and purchased land, theirs are but miserable scraps. Their farms will never yield enough for subsistence, and their main source of livelihood is industries or employments, i.e., the sale of their labor power. These are a class of wage workers with allotments, permanent farm laborers, day laborers, unskilled laborers, building workers, etc., etc. 11. A comparison of the Army Horse censuses of 1888 to 1891 and 1896 to 1900. The Army Horse censuses of 1896 and 1899 to 1900 enable us now to compare the latest data with those quoted above. By combining the 5 southern gubernias, 1896, with 43 of the rest, 1899 to 1900, we get the following data for 48 gubernias of European Russia. Army Horse Census of 1896 to 1900. For 1888 to 1891 we cited data for 49 gubernias. Of these, the latest data are lacking only for one, namely, Archangel gubernia. Subtracting the figures for this gubernia from those given above, we get for the same 48 gubernias in 1888 to 1891 the following picture. Army Horse Census of 1888 to 1891. A comparison of 1888 to 1891 and 1896 to 1900 reveals the growing expropriation of the peasantry. The number of households increased by nearly 1 million. The number of horses diminished, although very slightly. The number of horseless households increased with particular rapidity, and their percentage rose from 27.3 to 29.2. Instead of 5.6 million poor peasants, horseless and one horse, we now have 6.6 million. The entire increase in the number of households has gone to enlarging the number of poor ones. The percentage of households rich in horses diminished. Instead of 2.2 million households with many horses, we have only 2 million. The number of middle and well-to-do households combined, with 2 and more horses, remained almost stationary, 4,465,000 in 1888 to 1891 and 4,508,000 in 1896-1900. Thus the conclusions to be drawn from these data are as follows. The increasing poverty and expropriation of the peasantry is beyond doubt. As for the relation of the top group of the peasantry to the bottom one, this remained almost unchanged. If, in the manner described above, we constitute the bottom groups of 50% of the households and the top groups of 20% of the households, we shall get the following. In 1888 to 1891 the poor, 50% of the households, had 13.7% of the horses. The rich, 20% of the households, had 52.6%. In 1896 to 1900 the poor, 50% of the households, also had 13.7% of the total peasant-owned horses, while the rich, 20% of the households, had 53.2% of the total number of horses. Consequently, the relationship between the groups remained almost unchanged. Lastly, the peasantry as a whole became poorer in horses. Both the number and the percentage of the many horse households decreased. On the one hand, this evidently marks the decline of peasant farming generally in European Russia. On the other hand, one must not forget that the number of horses employed in agriculture in Russia is abnormally high for the area cultivated. It could not be otherwise in a small peasant country. The drop in the number of horses consequently represents to a certain degree the restoration of the normal proportion between the number of draft animals and the amount of arable among the peasant bourgeoisie. See Mr. VV's arguments on this point above, in Chapter 2, 1. It will be appropriate here to touch on the arguments on this question in the latest works of Mr. Vyklayev, Sketches of Russian Agricultural Reality, St. Petersburg, published by the magazine Hosyain Farmer, and of Mr. Chernenkov, A Characterization of Peasant Farming, Part I, Moscow, 1905. They were so carried away by the diversity of the figures on the distribution of horses among the peasantry that they turned economic analysis into a statistical exercise. Instead of studying the types of peasant farm, day laborer, middle peasant, entrepreneur, they make a study, like amateurs, of endless columns of figures, just as though they have set out to astonish the world by their arithmetical zeal. Only thanks to such play with figures was Mr. Chernenkov able to fling the objection at me that I am prejudiced in interpreting differentiation as a new, and not old, and for some reason completely capitalist phenomenon. Mr. Chernenkov was, of course, free to think that I was drawing conclusions from statistics and forgetting economics, that I was proving something from a mere change in the number and the distribution of horses. To view intelligently the differentiation of the peasantry, one must take the picture as a whole: the renting of land, the purchase of land, machines, outside employments, the growth of commercial agriculture, and wage labor. Or maybe Mr. Chernenkov considers these also are neither new nor capitalist phenomena. 12. Zemstvo statistics on peasant budgets. To finish with the problem of the differentiation of the peasantry, let us examine it from yet another aspect, that of the highly specific data of peasant budgets. We shall thus see clearly how profound is the difference between the types of peasantry under discussion. In the appendix to Evaluation Returns on Peasant Land Ownership in Zemlyansk, Satinsk, Korotoyak, and Nizhdevitsk Uyezds, Voronezh, 1889, there are statistics on the composition and budgets of typical farms, which are distinguished for their extraordinary completeness. One of the 67 budgets we leave out one, as being quite incomplete, budget number 14 for Korotoyak Uyezd, and divide the rest into 6 groups according to draft animals, as follows: A with no hoses, B with 1 horse, C with 2 horses, D with 3 horses, E with 4 horses, and F with 5 horses and more. We shall designate the groups only by these letters A to F. True, classification along these lines is not quite suitable for this locality, in view of the enormous significance of industries in the economy of both the bottom groups and the top, but we have to take it for the sake of comparing the budget data with the above examined house-to-house census data. Such a comparison can only be made by dividing the peasantry into groups, whereas general and all-round averages are purely fictitious, as we have seen and shall see further on. 2. Let us note here, incidentally, the interesting phenomenon that average budget figures nearly always characterize the farm of above average type, i.e., they picture the facts in a better light than they actually are. 3. This happens, probably, because the very term budget presupposes a farm that is balanced to at least a minimum degree, a kind that is not easily found among the poor. To illustrate this, let us compare the budget and other data of the households, classified according to draft animals held. Number of budgets. This makes it clear that the budget figures can only be used by striking the average for each separate group of peasants. This is what we have done with the data mentioned. We give them under 3 headings: A. General budget results, B. Characterization of crop farming, and C. Characterization of the standard of living. A. The general data regarding the magnitude of expenditure and income are as follows. Magnitude of expenditure and income. Thus, the sizes of the budgets of the different groups vary enormously. Even if we leave aside the extreme groups, the budget in E is over 5 times that in B, whereas the size of the family in E is less than 3 times that in B. Let us examine the distribution of expenditures for average expenditure per farm. It is sufficient to glance at the farm expenditure as compared with the total expenditure for each group to see that here we have both proletarians and proprietors. In Group A the farm expenditure is only 14% of the total expenditure, whereas in Group F it is 61%. The differences in the absolute figures of farm expenditure go without saying. Such expenditure is negligible in the case not only of the horseless but also of the one-horse peasant, and the one-horse peasant is much closer to the ordinary type, in capitalist countries, of allotment holding farm laborer and day laborer. Let us also note the very considerable differences in the percentage of expenditure on food, A's nearly double F's, as we know. A big percentage is evidence of a low standard of living and is what most sharply differentiates the budget of the proprietor from that of the worker. Now let us take the items of income 5. Average income per farm. Expenditure 28. Thus, income from industries exceeds the gross income from agriculture in the two extreme groups, the proletarian horseless peasant, and the rural entrepreneur. The personal industries of the bottom peasant groups consist, of course, mainly of work for hire, while income from the leasing of land is an important item in the miscellaneous incomes. The group of independent farmers even includes those whose income from the leasing of land is slightly less, and sometimes even more, than the gross income from agriculture. For example, in the case of one horseless peasant, the gross income from agriculture is 61.9 rubles, and from the leasing of land 40 rubles, in the case of another, the income from agriculture is 31.9 rubles and from the leasing of land 40 rubles. It must not be forgotten, furthermore, that the income from the leasing of land and from farm laboring goes entirely to cover the personal needs of the peasant, while from the gross agricultural income we must deduct expenditure on the conduct of the farm. After making this deduction, we shall find that the net income of the horseless peasant from agriculture is 41.99 rubles, and from industries 59.04 rubles, and in the case of the one-horse peasant, 69.37 and 49.22 rubles. The mere juxtaposition of these figures shows that we have before us types of agricultural laborers with allotments which cover part of the subsistence expenditure, and because of this reduce wages. To confuse such types of peasants with proprietors, agriculturists and industrialists, means blatantly to disregard all the requirements of scientific research. At the other pole of the countryside we see just such proprietors as combine with independent crop farming commercial and industrial operations which yield an income that is considerable, under the given standard of living, and amounts to several hundred rubles. The utter indefiniteness of the heading personal industries conceals the differences between the bottom and the top groups in this respect, but the very size of the incomes from these personal industries reveals the extent of this difference. Let us remind the reader that in the Voronezh statistics the category personal industries may include begging, agricultural laboring, service as steward, manager, etc., etc. As regards the size of net income, the horseless and one-horse peasants again stand out very sharply, with their most miserable balances, 1 to 2 rubles, and even deficits on the money side. The resources of these peasants are no larger, if not smaller, than those of wage workers. Only beginning with the two-horse peasants do we see at least some net incomes and balances of a few dozen rubles, without which there cannot be the slightest question of proper farming. Among the well-to-do peasantry net incomes reach sums, 120 to 170 rubles, that raise them well above the general level of the Russian working class. 6. Naturally, the combining of workers and employers in one category and the striking of an average budget provide a picture of moderate sufficiency and of a moderate net income, income 491 rubles, expenditure 443 rubles, balance 48 rubles, including 18 rubles in cash. But that sort of average is absolutely fictitious. It simply conceals the utter poverty of the mass of peasants in the bottom groups, A and B, i.e., 30 budgets out of 66, who with their trivial incomes, 120 to 180 rubles per family gross income, are unable to make ends meet and live mainly by regular farm laboring and day laboring. An exact calculation of income and expenditure in cash and kind enables us to determine the relation of the differentiation of the peasantry to the market, for which only cash income and expenditure are important. The proportion of the cash part of the budget to the total budget in the various groups is as follows. Percentage of cash part. We see, consequently, that the percentage of the cash income and expenditure increases, expenditure with particular regularity, from the middle groups to the extreme ones. The farming is of the most sharply expressed commercial character in the case of the peasant with no horses and of the one with many. This means that both live mainly by selling commodities, except that in the one instance the commodity is labor power, while in the other it is goods produced for sale, with, as we shall see, a considerable employment of wage labor, i.e., a product that assumes the form of capital. In other words, these budgets also show that the differentiation of the peasantry creates a home market for capitalism by converting the peasant into a farm laborer, on the one hand, and into a small commodity producer, a petty bourgeois, on the other. Another, and no less important, deduction from these data, is that in all the peasant groups farming has to a very large extent become commercial, has become dependent upon the market. In no case does the cash part of income or expenditure fall below 40%. And this percentage must be regarded as a high one, for we are discussing the gross incomes of small agriculturists, in which even the maintenance of cattle is included, i.e., straw, bran, etc. 7. Evidently, even the peasantry in the central Black Earth Belt, where money economy is, on the whole, more feebly developed than in the industrial belt, or in the outlying steppe regions, cannot exist at all without buying and selling and are already completely dependent on the market, on the power of money. It is needless to say how tremendously important this fact is, and how grave the error our narodniks commit when they try to hush it up, being carried away by their sympathies for the natural economy which has passed out of existence never to return. In modern society it is impossible to exist without selling, and anything that retards the development of commodity production merely results in a worsening of the conditions of the producers. The disadvantages of the capitalist mode of production, says Marx, speaking of the peasant, coincide here therefore with the disadvantages occasioned by the imperfect development of the capitalist mode of production. The peasant turns merchant and industrialist without the conditions enabling him to produce his products as commodities. Das Kapital, 3, 2, 346. Russ. Trans, p. 671. 29. Let us observe that the budget data utterly refute the view, still fairly widespread, that taxes play an important part in the development of commodity production. Undoubtedly, quit rents and taxes were at one time an important factor in the development of exchange, but at the present time commodity economy has become firmly established, and the indicated importance of taxes is becoming altogether secondary. A comparison of the expenditure on taxes and duties with the peasant's total cash expenditure shows a ratio of 15.8%, for the respective groups it is, A 24.8%, B 21.9%, C 19.3%, D 18.8%, E 15.4% and F 9.0%. Hence, the maximum expenditure on taxes is 1/3 of the remaining cash expenditure unavoidably incurred by the peasant under the present conditions of social economy. If, however, we do not take the role of taxes in the development of exchange, but take them relative to the income, we shall see that it is an excessively high one. How heavily the traditions of the pre-reform epoch weigh down upon the peasant of today is seen most strikingly in the existence of taxes which absorb 1/7 of the gross expenditure of the small farmer, or even of the allotment-holding farm laborer. Moreover, the distribution of taxes within the village community is astonishingly uneven. The better off the peasant, the smaller the part of his total expenditure that goes in taxes. The horseless peasant pays in proportion to his income nearly 3 times as much as the peasant owning many horses. See above, table on distribution of expenditure. We speak of the distribution of taxes within the village community, because if we calculate the amount of taxes and duties per decution of allotment land, it will be found to be nearly uniform. After all that has been stated, this unevenness should not astonish us. It is inevitable in our village community, so long as the village community retains its compulsory, feudal character. As we know, the peasants share all taxes according to land held. Share of taxes and share of land merge in their minds in the one concept soul, or person. 9. As we have seen, however, the differentiation of the peasantry leads to a diminution of the role of allotment land at both poles of the contemporary countryside. Naturally, under such conditions the distribution of taxes according to allotment land held, which is inseparably connected with the compulsory nature of the village community, leads to the shifting of the tax burden from the well-to-do peasants to the poor. The village community, i.e., collective responsibility 30 with no right to refuse land, becomes more and more harmful to the peasant poor. 10. b. Passing to the characterization of peasant farming, let us start by citing general data on the farms. General data on peasant farming. From this table it is evident that the relationship existing between the groups in regard to the leasing out and the renting of land, size of families and area under crops, hiring of farm laborers, etc., is identical with that shown by the budget data and the above examined mass data. But that is not all. The absolute figures on the economy of each group also prove to be very close to the data for whole uyezds. Here is a comparison of the budget and above examined data. Budgets with no and one horse. Household 11. Thus, the position of the horseless and one-horse peasants in all the localities indicated is almost identical, so that the budget data may be regarded as sufficiently typical. We cite data on the property and implements of the peasant farms in the different groups. Per farm value. This table graphically illustrates the difference in the extent to which the various groups are provided with implements and livestock, a point we mentioned above on the basis of the mass data. We see here the completely different degree to which the various groups hold property, this difference being such that even the horses of the poor peasant are very different from those of the affluent peasant. 12. The horse of the one-horse peasant is a veritable living fraction, not a quarter of a horse, to be sure, but fully 27/52 of a horse. 1331. Let us take further the data regarding the items of farm expenditure. 14. Composition of farm expenditure. These data are very eloquent. They strikingly reveal to us how utterly wretched is the farm not only of the horseless but also of the one-horse peasant, and how utterly wrong is the customary method of lumping such peasants with the few but powerful peasants who spend hundreds of rubles on their farms, are in a position to improve their implements, hire working folk, and buy in land on a large scale, renting to the amount of 50, 100, and 200 rubles a year. 15. Let us note, by the way, that the relatively high expenditure of the horseless peasant on laborers and job work is very likely to be explained by the fact that the statisticians have placed under this heading two entirely different things: the hiring of a worker who has to work with his employer's implements, i.e., the hiring of a farm laborer or day laborer, and the hiring of a neighboring peasant who has with his own implements to cultivate the hirer's land. These types of hire, diametrically opposite in significance, must be strictly distinguished from one another, as is done, for example, by V I. See Statistical Returns for Moscow Gubernia, Volume 6, pt. 1. A page from V I Lenin's copybook. Let us now examine the data on income from agriculture. Unfortunately, in the returns these data are far too inadequately analyzed, partly, maybe, because of their paucity. For example, the question of yield is not examined, there is no information on the sale of each particular kind of produce and on the conditions of sale. Let us therefore confine ourselves to the following brief table. Income from agriculture. What immediately strikes one in this table is the glaring exception, the huge drop in the percentage of cash income from agriculture in the top group, despite the fact that it cultivates the biggest area. Farming on the biggest scale is thus apparently in the greatest degree natural economy. It will be extremely interesting to make a closer examination of this seeming exception, which throws light on the highly important question of the connection between agriculture and industries of an entrepreneur character. As we have already seen, the significance of industries of this type is particularly great in the budgets of the peasants owning many horses. Judging from the data under examination, especially typical of the peasant bourgeoisie in this locality is the tendency to combine agriculture with commercial and industrial enterprises. 16. It is not difficult to see, Firstly, that it is wrong to compare farmers of this type with cultivators pure and simple, and, secondly, that agriculture under such circumstances very often only seems to be natural economy. When agriculture is combined with the technical processing of agricultural produce, flour milling, oil pressing, potato starch manufacture, distilling, etc., the money income from such farming may be assigned to income from the industrial establishments and not from agriculture. Actually, indeed, the agriculture in this case will be commercial, not natural, economy. The same thing has to be said of the farm in which a mass of agricultural produce is consumed in kind on the maintenance of farm laborers and of horses employed on some industrial enterprise, for example, mail carrying. And it is precisely this type of farm that we have among the top group, budget number 1 in Korotoy Yezd. Family of 18 persons, 4 working members, 5 farm laborers, 20 horses, income from agriculture 1,294 rubles, nearly all in kind, and from industrial enterprises 2,675 rubles. And such a natural economy peasant farm is combined with the horseless and one-horse farms for the purpose of striking a general average. This example shows us once again how important it is to combine classification according to scale and type of agricultural activity with classification according to scale and type of industrial activity. C. Let us now examine the data on the peasant's standard of living. Expenditure on food in kind is given incompletely in the returns. We single out the most important items, agricultural produce and meat. 17. Per head of both sexes. This table shows that we were right in combining the horseless and one-horse peasants and contrasting them to the rest. The distinguishing feature of the groups of peasants mentioned is insufficiency of food and its inferior quality, potatoes. The food of the one-horse peasant is in some respects even worse than that of the horseless peasant. The general average even on this question is entirely fictitious, the insufficient nourishment of the mass of the peasants being obscured by the satisfactory nourishment of the well-off peasantry, who consume almost 1.5 times as much agricultural produce and 3 times as much meat 18 as do the poor peasants. For the purpose of comparing the remaining data on the peasants' food, all produce must be taken at its value in rubles. Per head, rubles. Produce 19. Produce 20. Thus, the general data on the peasants' food confirm what has been said above. 3 groups stand out clearly: the bottom group, horseless and one horse, the middle group, 2 and 3 horse, and the top group, whose food is nearly twice as good as that of the bottom one. The general average wipes out both extreme groups. Cash expenditure on food is highest, both absolutely and relatively, in the 2 extreme groups among the rural proletarians and the rural bourgeoisie. The former buy more, although they consume less, than the middle peasants. They buy the most essential agricultural produce, that of which they suffer a shortage. The latter buy more because they consume more, increasing particularly their consumption of non-agricultural produce. A comparison of these 2 extreme groups shows us clearly how a home market is created in a capitalist country for articles of personal consumption. 21. The remaining items of expenditure on personal consumption are as follows. Per head, both sexes, rubles. It is not always correct to calculate this expenditure per head of both sexes, because the cost of fuel, lighting, household effects, etc., for example, is not proportionate to the number of members of the family. These data also show the division of the peasantry, according to standard of living, into 3 different groups. Moreover, the following interesting peculiarity comes to light: the cash part of the expenditure on all personal consumption is highest in the bottom groups. In Group A about half the expenditure is in money, whereas in the top groups the cash expenditure does not increase, amounting to only about a third. How can this be reconciled with the above noted fact that, in general, the percentage of money expenditure increases in both extreme groups? Obviously, in the top groups the cash expenditure is incurred mainly on productive consumption, expenditure on the farm, whereas in the bottom groups it is on personal consumption. Here are the exact data on this. Cash expenditure per farm. Consequently, the transformation of the peasantry into a rural proletariat creates a market mainly for articles of consumption, whereas its transformation into a rural bourgeoisie creates a market mainly for means of production. In other words, among the bottom groups of the peasantry we observe the transformation of labor power into a commodity, and in the top ones the transformation of means of production into capital. Both these transformations result in precisely that process of the creation of a home market which theory has established for capitalist countries in general. That is why F. Engels, writing on the famine of 1891, said that it signified the creation of a home market for capitalism. 32 A proposition that is unintelligible to the Narodniks, who regard the ruin of the peasantry merely as the decay of people's production, and not as the transformation of patriarchal into capitalist economy. Mr. N. On has written a whole book on the home market, without noticing the process of the creation of a home market by the differentiation of the peasantry. In his article How Are We to Explain the Increase in Our State Revenues? Novoy Slovo New Word, 1896, number 5, February, he deals with this question in the following argument. The tables of the income of the American worker show that the lower the income, the larger is the relative expenditure on food. Consequently, with a decline in food consumption there is a still greater decline in the consumption of other products. And in Russia there is a decline in the consumption of bread and vodka, hence there is also a decline in the consumption of other products, from which it follows that the greater consumption of the well-to-do stratum, p. 70, of the peasantry is more than balanced by the diminution of the consumption of the masses. This argument contains three errors. Firstly, by substituting the worker for the peasant, Mr. N. on skips over the question. The point at issue is the process of the creation of workers and employers. Secondly, by substituting the worker for the peasant, Mr. N. on reduces all consumption to personal consumption and forgets about productive consumption, about the market for means of production. Thirdly, Mr. N. on forgets that the process of the differentiation of the peasantry is at the same time one of the displacement of natural by commodity economy, that, consequently, the market cannot be created by increasing consumption, but by transforming consumption in kind, even if more abundant, into cash or paying consumption, even if less abundant. We have just seen that the horseless peasants consume less, but buy more articles of personal consumption than the middle peasantry. They become poorer, but at the same time receive and spend more money, and both these sides of the process are necessary for capitalism. 22. In conclusion, let us make use of the budget figures to compare the standard of living of the peasants and the rural workers. Calculating the extent of personal consumption, not per head, but per adult working person, according to the rates of the Nizhny Novgorod statisticians in the above-mentioned compilation, we get the following table. Produce consumed per adult working person. To compare the data on the standard of living of rural workers with this, we may take, firstly, average prices of labor. For 10 years, 1881 to 1891, the average pay of a farm laborer hired by the year in Voronezh gubernia was 57 rubles, and including keep, 99 rubles 23, so that keep cost 42 rubles. The amount of personal consumption by allotment holding farm laborers and day laborers, horseless and one-horse peasants, is below this level. The total cost of a family's keep amounts to only 78 rubles in the case of the horseless peasant, in a family of 4, and 98 rubles in the case of the one-horse peasant, in a family of 5, i.e., less than the cost of a farm laborer's keep. We have omitted from the budgets of the horseless and one-horse peasants farm expenditure and also taxes and duties, for in this locality the allotment is leased at not less than the amount of the taxes. As was to be expected, the position of the laborer who is tied to his allotment is worse than that of the laborer who is free from such tie. We say nothing of the tremendous degree to which the tying of people down to allotments develops relations of bondage and personal dependence. The cash expenditure of the farm laborer is far higher than the cash expenditure on personal consumption of the one-horse and horseless peasant. Consequently, the tying of people down to allotments retards the growth of the home market. Secondly, we can make use of Zemstvo statistics on consumption by farm laborers. Let us take from the statistical returns for Orel Gubernia the data on Karashevu Yezd, Volume V, pt 2, 1892, which are based on information concerning 158 cases of agricultural wage labor. 24 converting the monthly ration into one for a year, we get the following. Keep of a farm laborer in Orel Gubernia and of a peasant in Voronezh Gubernia. Right 25. Consequently, the standard of living of the one-horse and horseless peasants is not higher than that of farm laborers, and if anything rather approximates to the minimum standard of living of the latter. The general conclusion from our review of the data on the bottom group of the peasantry is, accordingly, the following, both in its relation to the other groups, which are ousting the bottom section of the peasantry from agriculture, in its scale of farming, which covers only part of the expenditure on maintaining the family, in its source of livelihood, sale of labor power, and, lastly, in its standard of living. This group should be assigned to the allotment holding farm laborers and day laborers. 26. In thus concluding our exposition of the Zemstvo statistics on peasant budgets, we cannot but stop to examine the methods of treating the budget data employed by Mr. Szczerbina, the compiler of evaluation returns and author of the article on peasant budgets in the well-known book The Influence of Harvests and Grain Prices, etc. Volume 2. 33. Mr. Szczerbina states on some point in the returns that he is using the theory of the well-known political economist K. Marx, p. 111, as a matter of fact, he positively distorts this theory, confusing the difference between constant and variable capital with the difference between fixed and circulating capital, IBID, and quite senselessly applying these terms and categories of developed capitalism to peasant farming, PASIM, etc. The whole of Mr. Szczerbina's treatment of the budget figures is nothing but a gross and incredible abuse of average magnitudes. All the evaluation returns concern the average peasant. The income from the land computed for the 4 uyezds is divided by the number of farms. Recall that for the horseless peasant this income is about 60 rubles per family, and for the rich peasant about 700 rubles. The magnitude of constant capital, SIC, per farm, p. 114, i.e., the value of the whole property, is determined. The average value of implements, the average value of commercial and industrial establishments, SIC, is determined as 15 rubles per farm. Mr. Szczerbina ignores the detail that these establishments are the private property of the well-to-do minority, and divides them among all equally. The average expenditure on the renting of land, p. 118, is determined. As we have seen, it amounts to 6 rubles in the case of the one-horse peasant and to 100 to 200 rubles in the case of the rich peasant. All this is added together and divided by the number of farms. Even the average expenditure on repair of capitals is determined, IBID. The Lord alone knows what that means. If it means replenishment and repair of implements and livestock, here are the figures we have already cited. With the horseless peasant this expenditure equals 8 kopecks per farm, and with the rich peasant 75 rubles. Is it not evident that if we add such peasant farms together and divide by the number of items added, we shall get the law of average requirements discovered by Mr. Szczerbina in the returns for Ostrogowski Yezd, Volume 2, pt 2, 1887, and so brilliantly applied subsequently? And from such a law it will not be difficult to draw the conclusion that the peasant satisfies not his minimum requirements, but their average level, p. 123 and many others, that peasant farming is a special type of development, p. 100, etc., etc. This ingenious device of equalizing the rural proletariat and the peasant bourgeoisie is reinforced by the already familiar classification according to allotment. Had we applied it, for example, to the budget data, we would have combined in one group such peasants, for example, in the category of those having large allotments, with 15 to 25 des per family, as, one who leases half his allotment, of 23.5 des, SOS 1.3 des, lives mainly by means of personal industries, how surprisingly well this sounds, and secures an income of 190 rubles for 10 persons of both sexes, budget number 10 in Korotoyaku Yezd, and another who rents an additional 14.7 des, SOS 23.7 des, employs farm laborers and has an income of 1,400 rubles for 10 persons of both sexes, budget number 2 in Satinsk Yezd. Is it not clear that we shall get a special type of development if we add the farms of farm laborers and day laborers to those of peasants employing workers, and divide the total by the number of items added? One has only to make regular and exclusive use of average data on peasant farming, and all false ideas about the differentiation of the peasantry will be eliminated once and for all. That is exactly what Mr. Sherbina does by adopting this method, and Grand 27 in his article in the book The Influence of Harvests, etc. Here a huge effort is made to calculate the budgets of the whole of the Russian peasantry, and all by means of the very same, tried and tested, averages. The future historian of Russian economic literature will note with astonishment that the prejudices of Narodism caused the most elementary requirements of economic statistics to be forgotten, namely, that a strict distinction be drawn between employers and wage workers, regardless of the form of land tenure that unites them, and regardless of the multiplicity and variety of the intermediary types between them. 13. Conclusions from Chapter 2. Let us sum up the main points that follow from the data examined above. 1. The social-economic situation in which the contemporary Russian peasantry find themselves is that of commodity economy. Even in the central agricultural belt, which is most backward in this respect as compared with the southeastern border regions or the industrial gubernias, the peasant is completely subordinated to the market, on which he is dependent as regards both his personal consumption and his farming, not to mention the payment of taxes. 2. The system of social economic relations existing among the peasantry, agricultural and village community, shows us the presence of all those contradictions which are inherent in every commodity economy and every order of capitalism: competition, the struggle for economic independence, the grabbing of land, purchasable and rentable, the concentration of production in the hands of a minority, the forcing of the majority into the ranks of the proletariat, their exploitation by a minority, through the medium of merchants' capital and the hiring of farm laborers. There is not a single economic phenomenon among the peasantry that does not bear this contradictory form, one specifically peculiar to the capitalist system, i.e., that does not express a struggle and antagonism of interests, that does not imply advantage for some and disadvantage for others. It is the case with the renting of land, the purchase of land, and with industries in their diametrically opposite types. It is also the case with the technical progress of farming. We attach cardinal importance to this conclusion not only as regards capitalism in Russia, but also as regards the significance of the Narodnik doctrine in general. It is these contradictions that show us clearly and irrefutably that the system of economic relations in the community village does not at all constitute a special economic form, people's production, etc., but is an ordinary petty bourgeois one. Despite the theories that have prevailed here during the past half-century, the Russian community peasantry are not antagonists of capitalism, but, on the contrary, are its deepest and most durable foundation. The deepest because it is here, remote from all artificial influences, and in spite of the institutions which restrict the development of capitalism, that we see the constant formation of the elements of capitalism within the community itself. The most durable because agriculture in general, and the peasantry in particular, are weighed down most heavily by the traditions of the distant past, the traditions of patriarchal life, as a consequence of which the transformative effects of capitalism, the development of the productive forces, the changing of all social relations, etc., manifest themselves here most slowly and gradually. 1. 3. The sum total of all the economic contradictions among the peasantry constitutes what we call the differentiation of the peasantry. The peasants themselves very aptly and strikingly characterize this process with the term depeasantizing. 2. This process signifies the utter dissolution of the old, patriarchal peasantry and the creation of new types of rural inhabitants. Before we proceed to describe these types, let us note the following. Reference to this process was made in our literature long ago and has been repeated very often. For example, in his day Mr. Vasilkakov, who made use of the works of the Valuyev Commission 16, noted the formation of a rural proletariat in Russia and the differentiation of the peasant social estate, land ownership and agriculture, 1st ed., Volume I, Chapter 9. This fact was also mentioned by V I Lenin, Statistical Returns for Moscow Gubernia, Volume 4, pt 1, p 14, and by many others. But all these references were very fragmentary. No attempt was ever made to study this phenomenon systematically, and that is why we lack, to this day, adequate information about this phenomenon, notwithstanding the wealth of data provided by the Zemstvo house-to-house censuses. Connected with this is the fact that the majority of the writers who have dealt with this problem regard the breakup of the peasantry simply as the emergence of property inequality, as simple differentiation, to use the favorite term of the Narodniks in general and of Mr. Karashev in particular. See his book on rentings and his articles in Russkoye Bogatstvo. Undoubtedly, the emergence of property inequality is the starting point of the whole process, but the process is not at all confined to property differentiation. The old peasantry is not only differentiating, it is being completely dissolved, it is ceasing to exist, it is being ousted by absolutely new types of rural inhabitants, types that are the basis of a society in which commodity economy and capitalist production prevail. These types are the rural bourgeoisie, chiefly petty bourgeoisie, and the rural proletariat, a class of commodity producers in agriculture and a class of agricultural wage workers. It is extremely instructive that the purely theoretical analysis of the process of the formation of agricultural capitalism points to the differentiation of the small producers as an important factor in this process. We have in mind one of the most interesting chapters in Volume 3 of Capital, namely Chapter 47, Genesis of Capitalist Ground Rent. As the starting point of this genesis, Marx takes labor rent, Arbeitsrent, 3. Where the direct producer, using instruments of labor, plow, cattle, etc., which actually or legally belong to him, cultivates soil actually owned by him during part of the week, and works during the remaining days upon the estate of the feudal lord without any compensation from the feudal lord. Das Kapital, 3, 2, 323. Russ. Trans. 651. The next form of rent is rent in kind, Produktenrente, when the direct producer produces the entire product on land which he himself exploits, and gives up to the landowner the whole of the surplus product in kind. The producer here becomes more independent and is enabled to acquire by his labor a certain surplus over and above the amount of produce that satisfies his indispensable needs. Similarly, this form of rent will give rise to greater differences in the economic position of the individual direct producers. At least the possibility for such a differentiation exists, and the possibility for the direct producer to have in turn acquired the means to exploit other laborers directly, S. 329. Russ. Trans. 657. 17. And so, while natural economy still prevails, at the very first expansion of the independence of the dependent peasants, there already appear the germs of their differentiation. But these germs can develop only under the next form of rent, money rent, which represents a mere change in the form of rent in kind. The direct producer gives up to the landowner not produce, but the price of this produce. For the basis of this type of rent remains the same, the direct producer is as hitherto the traditional possessor of the land, but the basis of this type of rent is approaching its dissolution. 330. Money rent presupposes a considerable development of commerce, of urban industry, of commodity production in general, and thereby of money circulation. 331. 18. The traditional, common law relationship between the dependent peasant and the landowner is transformed here into a purely cash, contract-based relationship. This leads, on the one hand, to the expropriation of the old peasantry, and, on the other, to the peasant buying out his land and his liberty. The transformation of rent in kind into money rent is furthermore not only inevitably accompanied, but even anticipated, by the formation of a class of propertyless day laborers, who hire themselves out for money. During their genesis, when this new class appears but sporadically, the custom necessarily develops among the more prosperous peasants subject to rent payments, rentepflichtigen, of exploiting agricultural wage laborers for their own account. In this way, they gradually acquire the possibility of accumulating a certain amount of wealth and themselves becoming transformed into future capitalists. The old self-employed possessors of land themselves thus give rise to a nursery school for capitalist tenants, whose development is conditioned by the general development of capitalist production beyond the bounds of the countryside. Das Kapital, 332. Russ. Trans. 659-660. 19. 4. The differentiation of the peasantry, which develops the latter's extreme groups at the expense of the middle peasantry, creates two new types of rural inhabitants. The feature common to both types is the commodity, money character of their economy. The first new type is the rural bourgeoisie or the well-to-do peasantry. These include the independent farmers who carry on commercial agriculture in all its varied forms, the principal ones of which we shall describe in chapter. Then come the owners of commercial and industrial establishments, the proprietors of commercial enterprises, etc. The combining of commercial agriculture with commercial and industrial enterprises is the type of combination of agriculture with industries that is specifically peculiar to this peasantry. From among these well-to-do peasants a class of capitalist farmers is created, since the renting of land for the sale of grain plays, in the agricultural belt, an enormous part in their farms, often a more important part than the allotment. The size of the farm, in the majority of cases, requires a labor force larger than that available in the family, for which reason the formation of a body of farm laborers, and still more of day laborers, is a necessary condition for the existence of the well-to-do peasantry. 5. The spare cash obtained by these peasants in the shape of net income is either directed towards commercial operations and usury, which are so excessively developed in our rural districts, or, under favorable conditions, is invested in the purchase of land, farm improvements, etc. In a word, these are small agrarians. Numerically, the peasant bourgeoisie constitute a small minority of the peasantry, probably not more than 1/5 of the total number of households, which is approximately 3/10 of the population, although, of course, the proportion fluctuates considerably according to district. But as to their weight in the sum total of peasant farming, in the total quantity of means of production belonging to the peasantry, in the total amount of produce raised by the peasantry, the peasant bourgeoisie are undoubtedly predominant. They are the masters of the contemporary countryside. 5. The other new type is the rural proletariat, the class of allotment-holding wage workers. This covers the poor peasants, including those that are completely landless, but the most typical representative of the Russian rural proletariat is the allotment-holding farm laborer, day laborer, unskilled laborer, building worker, or other allotment-holding worker. Insignificant farming on a patch of land, with the farm in a state of utter ruin, particularly evidenced by the leasing out of land, inability to exist without the sale of labor power, equals industries of the indigent peasants, an extremely low standard of living, probably lower even than that of the worker without an allotment. Such are the distinguishing features of this type. 6. One must assign not less than half the total peasant households, which is approximately 4/10 of the population, to membership of the rural proletariat, i.e., all the horseless and a large part of the one-horse peasants. This, of course, is only a wholesale, approximate calculation, one subject to more or less considerable modifications in the different areas, according to local conditions. The grounds which compel us to believe that such a considerable proportion of the peasantry already belong to the rural proletariat have been advanced above. 7. It should be added that our literature frequently contains too stereotyped an understanding of the theoretical proposition that capitalism requires the free, landless worker. This proposition is quite correct as indicating the main trend, but capitalism penetrates into agriculture particularly slowly and in extremely varied forms. The allotment of land to the rural worker is very often to the interests of the rural employers themselves, and that is why the allotment-holding rural worker is a type to be found in all capitalist countries. The type assumes different forms in different countries. The English cottager is not the same as the small-holding peasant of France or the Rhine provinces, and the latter again is not the same as the knecht in Prussia. Each of these bears traces of a specific agrarian system, of a specific history of agrarian relations, but this does not prevent the economist from classing them all as one type of agricultural proletarian. The juridical basis of his right to his plot of land is absolutely immaterial to such a classification. Whether the land is his full property, as a small-holding peasant, or whether he is only allowed the use of it by the landlord or the Rittergutsbesitzer 8 or, finally, whether he possesses it as a member of a great Russian peasant community makes no difference at all. 9. In assigning the indigent peasants to the rural proletariat we are saying nothing new. This term has already been used repeatedly by many writers, and only the Narodnik economists persist in speaking of the peasantry in general, as of something anti-capitalist, and close their eyes to the fact that the mass of the peasantry have already taken a quite definite place in the general system of capitalist production, namely, as agricultural and industrial wage workers. In our country, people are very fond of singing the praises of our agrarian system, which retains the village community and the peasantry, etc., and of contrasting this to the Ostsee system, with its capitalist organization of agriculture. It will not be without interest, therefore, to see what types of the agricultural population in the Ostsee region 20 are sometimes assigned to the class of farm laborers and day laborers. The peasants in the Ostsee gubernias are divided into those with large plots, 25 to 50 des in separate lots, cottagers, with plots of 3 to 10 des, and landless peasants. As Mr. S. Korolenko quite rightly remarks, the cottager most closely approximates to the general type of Russian peasant of the central gubernias, hired labor, p. 495, he is everlastingly compelled to divide his time between seeking employment and cultivating his plot of land. But what is particularly interesting to us is the economic position of the farm laborers. The fact is that the landlords themselves find it advantageous to allot them land on account of wages. Here are some examples of the holdings of Ostsee farm laborers. 1, 2 des. Of land, we have converted Loftstelle into desiatines. 1 Loftstelle equals 1/3 des, the husband works 275 days and the wife 50 days a year at a wage of 25 kopecks per day. 2 2/2 des. Of land, the farm laborer keeps 1 horse, 3 cows, 3 sheep, and 2 pigs. Pages 508, 518, the farm laborer works alternate weeks and the wife works 50 days, 3, 6 des. Of land, Bosko Yezd, Kurland Gubernia, the farm laborer keeps 1 horse, 3 cows, 3 sheep, and several pigs, p. 518, he works 3 days a week and his wife 35 days a year. 4, in Hasanpathu Yezd, Kurland Gubernia 8 des. Of land, in all cases the farm laborers get their flour milled gratis and free medical aid and medicine, and their children attend school, p. 519, etc. We draw the reader's attention to the size of the holdings and the scale of the farming of these farm laborers, i.e., to the very conditions that, in the opinion of the Narodniks, set our peasants apart from the general European agrarian system, which corresponds to capitalist production. We combine all the examples given in the publication quoted. 10 farm laborers own 31.5 des. Of land, that is, an average of 3.15 des. Per laborer. The farm laborers here include peasants who work the lesser part of the year for the landlord, the husband half the year, and the wife 35 to 50 days, and also 1-horse peasants who own 2 and even 3 cows each. The question arises, what constitutes the notorious difference between our community peasant and the Ostsee farm laborer of this type? In the Ostsee region they call things by their proper names, whereas in Russia one-horse farm laborers are combined with wealthy peasants, averages are struck, and sentimental talk is indulged in about the community spirit, the labor principle, people's production and the combination of agriculture with industries. 6. The intermediary link between these post-reform types of peasantry is the middle peasantry. It is distinguished by the least development of commodity production. The independent agricultural labor of this category of peasant covers his maintenance in perhaps only the best years and under particularly favorable conditions, and that is why his position is an extremely precarious one. In the majority of cases the middle peasant cannot make ends meet without resorting to loans, to be repaid by labor service, etc., without seeking subsidiary employment on the side, which also consists partly in the sale of labor power, etc. Every crop failure flings masses of the middle peasants into the ranks of the proletariat. In its social relations this group fluctuates between the top group, towards which it gravitates but which only a small minority of lucky ones succeed in entering, and the bottom group, into which it is pushed by the whole course of social evolution. We have seen that the peasant bourgeoisie oust not only the bottom group, but also the middle group, of the peasantry. Thus a process specifically characteristic of capitalist economy takes place, the middle members are swept away and the extremes are reinforced, the process of depeasantizing. 7. The differentiation of the peasantry creates a home market for capitalism. In the bottom group, this formation of a market takes place on account of articles of consumption, the market of personal consumption. The rural proletarian, by comparison with the middle peasantry, consumes less, and, moreover, consumes food of worse quality, potatoes instead of bread, etc., but buys more. The formation and development of a peasant bourgeoisie creates a market in twofold fashion, firstly and mainly on account of means of production, the market of productive consumption, since the well-to-do peasant strives to convert into capital those means of production which he gathers from both landlords in straitened circumstances and peasants in the grip of ruin. Secondly, a market is also created here on account of personal consumption, due to the expansion of the requirements of the more affluent peasants. 10. 8. On the question of whether the differentiation of the peasantry is progressing, and if so at what rate, we have no precise statistics that can be compared with the data in the combined tables, I6. This is not surprising, for till now, as we have already remarked, no attempt whatever has been made to study even the statics of the differentiation of the peasantry systematically and to indicate the forms in which this process is taking place. 11. But all the general data on the economy of our rural districts indicate an uninterrupted and rapidly increasing differentiation. On the one hand, the peasants are abandoning and leasing out their land, the number of horseless peasants is growing, the peasants are fleeing to the towns, etc. On the other hand, the progressive trends in peasant farming are also taking their course, the peasants are buying land, improving their farms, introducing iron plows, developing grass cultivation, dairy farming, etc. We now know which peasants are taking part in these two diametrically opposite sides of the process. Furthermore, the development of the migration movement is giving a tremendous impetus to the differentiation of the peasantry, and especially of the agricultural peasantry. It is well known that the migration of peasants is mainly from the agricultural gubernias, migration from the industrial gubernias is quite negligible, and precisely from the densely populated central gubernias, where there is the greatest development of labor service, which retards the differentiation of the peasantry. That is the first point. The second point is that it is mainly the peasants in medium circumstances who are leaving the areas of emigration and mainly the extreme groups who are remaining at home. Thus, migration is accelerating the differentiation of the peasantry in the areas of emigration and is carrying the elements of differentiation to the new places, the agricultural wage labor of settlers in Siberia in the first period of their new life. 12. This connection between migration and the differentiation of the peasantry is fully proved by Iauer, which in his superb research work, Peasant Migration to Siberia, Moscow, 1888. We strongly recommend to the reader this book, which our Narodnik Press has strenuously tried to hush up. 13. 9. A tremendous part, as is known, is played in our rural districts by merchants and usurers' capital. We consider it superfluous to cite numerous facts and indicate sources relating to this phenomenon. The facts are well known and do not directly concern our theme. The only question of interest to us is the following: what relation has merchants and usurers' capital in our countryside to the differentiation of the peasantry? Is there any connection between the relations among the various groups of peasants described above and the relations between peasant creditors and peasant debtors? Is usury a factor and a motive force of differentiation, or does it retard this differentiation? Let us first indicate how theory presents this question. In the analysis of capitalist production given by the author of Capital, very great significance was attached, as we know, to merchants' and usurers' capital. The main points of Marx's views on this subject are the following: 1. Merchants' and usurers' capital, on the one hand, and industrial capital, i.e., capital invested in production, whether agricultural or industrial, on the other, represent a single type of economic phenomenon, which is covered by the general formula, the buying of commodities in order to sell at a profit, das Kapital, I. 2. Abschnitt, Chapter 4, especially pages 148 to 149 of the second German edition 21. 2. Merchants' and usurers' capital always historically precede the formation of industrial capital and are logically the necessary premise of its formation, das Kapital, 3, 1, s. 312 to 316, Rustrans, pages 262 to 265, 3, 2, 132 to 137, 149, Rustrans, pages 488 to 492, 502, 22, but in themselves neither merchants' capital nor usurers' capital represents a sufficient premise for the rise of industrial capital, i.e., capitalist production. They do not always break up the old mode of production and replace it by the capitalist mode of production. The formation of the latter depends entirely upon the stage of historical development and the attendant circumstances. Ibid. 2, 133, Rustrans, p. 489. 23. To what extent they, commercial and merchants' capital, bring about a dissolution of the old mode of production depends on their solidity and internal structure. And whither this process of dissolution will lead, in other words, what new mode of production will replace the old, does not depend on commerce, but on the character of the old mode of production itself. Ibid. 3, 1, 316, Rustrans, 265. 24. 3. The independent development of merchants' capital is inversely proportional to the degree of development of capitalist production. Ibid. S. 312, Rustrans, 262, 25. The greater the development of merchants' and usurers' capital, the smaller the development of industrial capital, equals capitalist production, and vice versa. Consequently, as applied to Russia, the question to be answered is merchants' and usurers' capital being linked up with industrial capital? Are commerce and usury, in disintegrating the old mode of production, leading to its replacement by the capitalist mode of production, or by some other system? 14. These are questions of fact, questions that must be answered in regard to all aspects of the national economy of Russia. As regards peasant cultivation, the data reviewed above contain the reply, and an affirmative reply, to this question. The ordinary Narodnik view that the kulak and the enterprising muzhik are not two forms of one and the same economic phenomenon, but totally unconnected and opposite types of phenomena, is absolutely without foundation. It is one of those Narodnik prejudices which no one has ever even attempted to prove by an analysis of precise economic data. The data indicate the contrary. Whether the peasant hires workers for the purpose of expanding production, whether he trades in land, recall the data quoted above on the large scale of land renting among the rich, or in groceries, or whether he trades in hemp, hay, cattle, etc., or money, usurer, he represents a single economic type, and his operations amount, at bottom, to one and the same economic relation. Furthermore, that in the Russian community village the role of capital is not confined to bondage and usury, that capital is also invested in production, is apparent from the fact that the well-to-do peasant puts his money into the improvement of his farm, into the purchase and renting of land, the acquisition of improved implements, the hiring of workers, etc., and not only into trading establishments and undertakings, see above. If capital in our countryside were incapable of creating anything but bondage and usury, we could not, from the data on production, establish the differentiation of the peasantry, the formation of a rural bourgeoisie and a rural proletariat. The whole of the peasantry would represent a fairly even type of poverty-stricken cultivators, among whom only usurers would stand out, and they only to the extent of money owned and not to the extent and organization of agricultural production. Finally, from the above examined data follows the important proposition that the independent development of merchants' and usurers' capital in our countryside retards the differentiation of the peasantry. The further the development of commerce proceeds, bringing the country closer to the town, eliminating the primitive village markets and undermining the monopoly of the village shopkeeper, and the more there develop forms of credit that accord with European standards, displacing the village usurer, the further and deeper must the differentiation of the peasantry proceed. The capital of the well-to-do peasants, forced out of petty trade and usury, will flow more abundantly into production, whither it is already beginning to flow. 10. Another important phenomenon in the economy of our countryside that retards the differentiation of the peasantry is the survivals of core V economy, i.e., labor service. Labor service is based on the payment of labor in kind, hence, on a poor development of commodity economy. Labor service presupposes and requires the middle peasant, one who is not very affluent, otherwise he would not agree to the bondage of labor service, but is also not a proletarian. To undertake labor service one must have one's own implements, one must be at least in some measure a sound peasant. When we said above that the peasant bourgeoisie are the masters of the contemporary countryside, we disregarded the factors retarding differentiation, bondage, usury, labor service, etc. Actually, the real masters of the contemporary countryside are often enough not the representatives of the peasant bourgeoisie, but the village usurers and the neighboring landowners. It is, however, quite legitimate to disregard them, for otherwise it is impossible to study the internal system of economic relationships among the peasantry. It is interesting to note that the Narodnik also employs this procedure, only he stops halfway and does not carry his reasoning to its logical conclusion. Speaking of the burden of taxes, etc., in The Destiny of Capitalism, Mr. V observes that due to these reasons the conditions for a natural, life no longer exist. 287, for the village community, for the mere. Excellent. But the whole question is precisely, what are these natural conditions that do not yet exist in our countryside? To obtain a reply to this question one must study the system of economic relationships within the village community, lifting away, if one may so express it, the survivals of pre-reform times which obscure these natural conditions of life in our countryside. Had Mr. V done this, he would have seen that the system of village relationships reveals the absolute differentiation of the peasantry, that the more completely bondage, usury, labor service, etc., are forced out, the more profoundly will the differentiation of the peasantry proceed. 15 Above we have shown, on the basis of Zemstvo statistics, that this differentiation is already an accomplished fact, that the peasantry have completely split up into opposite groups. Chapter 3. The landowner's transition from core V to capitalist economy. Page 96 from the magazine Nakalo. From peasant economy we must now pass to landlord economy. Our task is to examine, in its main features, the present social economic system of landlord economy and to describe the nature of the evolution of this system in the post-reform epoch. The main features of core V economy. As our starting point in examining the present system of landlord economy we must take the system of that economy which prevailed in the epoch of serfdom. The essence of the economic system of those days was that the entire land of a given unit of agrarian economy, i.e., of a given estate, was divided into the lord's and the peasant's land. The latter was distributed in allotments among the peasants, who, receiving other means of production in addition, as for example, timber, sometimes cattle, etc., cultivated it with their own labor and their own implements, and obtained their livelihood from it. The product of this peasant's labor constituted the necessary product, to employ the terminology of theoretical political economy, necessary, for the peasants in providing them with means of subsistence, and for the landlord in providing him with hands, in exactly the same way as the product which replaces the variable part of the value of capital is a necessary product in capitalist society. The peasants' surplus labor, on the other hand, consisted in their cultivation, with the same implements, of the landlord's land. The product of that labor went to the landlord. Hence, the surplus labor was separated then in space from the necessary labor. For the landlord they cultivated his land, for themselves their allotments, for the landlord they worked some days of the week and for themselves others. The peasant's allotment in this economy served, as it were, as wages in kind, to express oneself in modern terms, or as a means of providing the landlord with hands. The peasant's own farming of their allotments was a condition of the landlord economy, and its purpose was to provide not the peasant with means of livelihood but the landlord with hands. 1. It is this system of economy which we call Corvée Russe, Barshkina economy. Its prevalence obviously presumes the following necessary conditions. Firstly, the predominance of natural economy. The feudal estate had to constitute a self-sufficing, self-contained entity, in very slight contact with the outside world. The production of grain by the landlords for sale, which developed particularly in the latter period of the existence of serfdom, was already a harbinger of the collapse of the old regime. Secondly, such an economy required that the direct producer be allotted the means of production in general, and land in particular, moreover, that he be tied to the land, since otherwise the landlord was not assured of hands. Hence, the methods of obtaining the surplus product under Corvée and under capitalist economy are diametrically opposite. The former is based on the producer being provided with land, the latter on the producer being dispossessed of the land. 2. Thirdly, a condition for such a system of economy was the personal dependence of the peasant on the landlord. If the landlord had not possessed direct power over the person of the peasant, he could not have compelled a man who had a plot of land and ran his own farm to work for him. Hence, other than economic pressure, as Marx says in describing this economic regime, was necessary, and, as has already been indicated above, Marx assigned it to the category of labor rent, Das Kapital, 3, 2, 324. 3. The form and degree of this coercion may be the most varied, ranging from the peasant's serf status to his lack of rights in the social estates. Fourthly, and finally, a condition and a consequence of the system of economy described was the extremely low and stagnant condition of technique, for farming was in the hands of small peasants, crushed by poverty and degraded by personal dependence and by ignorance. 2. The combination of the Corvée and the capitalist systems of economy. The Corvée system of economy was undermined by the abolition of serfdom. All the main foundations of this system were undermined: natural economy, the self-contained and the self-sufficient character of the landed estate, the close connection between its various constituents, and the landlord's power over the peasants. The peasant's farm was separated from that of the landlord. The peasant was to buy back his land and become the full owner of it, the landlord, to adopt the capitalist system of farming, which, as has just been observed, has a diametrically opposite basis. But such a transition to a totally different system could not, of course, take place at once, and for two different reasons. First, the conditions required for capitalist production did not yet exist. A class of people was required who were accustomed to work for hire. The peasant's implements had to be replaced by those of the landlord. Agriculture had to be organized on the same lines as any other commercial and industrial enterprise and not as the business of the lord. All these conditions could only take shape gradually, and the attempts of some landlords, immediately after the reform, to import machinery and even workers from abroad could not but end in a fiasco. The other reason why the transition to the capitalist conduct of affairs was not possible at once was that the old corvée system of economy had been undermined, but not yet completely destroyed. The peasants' farms were not entirely separated from those of the landlords, for the latter retained possession of very essential parts of the peasants' allotments, the cut-off lands, the woods, meadows, watering places, pastures, etc. Without these lands, or easement rights, the peasants were absolutely unable to carry on independent farming, so that the landlords were able to continue the old system of economy in the form of labor service. The possibility of exercising other than economic pressure also remained in the shape of the peasants' temporarily bound status 6 collective responsibility, corporal punishment, forced labor on public works, etc. Thus, capitalist economy could not emerge at once, and corvée economy could not disappear at once. The only possible system of economy was, accordingly, a transitional one, a system combining the features of both the corvée and the capitalist systems. And indeed, the post-reform system of farming practiced by the landlords bears precisely these features. With all the endless variety of forms characteristic of a transitional epoch, the economic organization of contemporary landlord farming amounts to two main systems, in the most varied combinations, the labor service one system and the capitalist system. The first consists in the landlord's land being cultivated with the implements of the neighboring peasants, the form of payment not altering the essential nature of the system, whether payment is in money, as in the case of job hire, or in produce, as in the case of half-cropping, or in land or grounds, as in the case of labor service in the narrow sense of the term. This is a direct survival of corvée economy too, and the economic characterization of the latter, given above, is applicable almost entirely to the labor service system, the only exception being that in one of the forms of the labor service system one of the conditions of corvée economy disappears, namely, under job hire, where labor instead of being paid in kind is paid in money. The capitalist farming system consists of the hire of workers, annual, seasonal, day, etc., who till the land with the owner's implements. The systems mentioned are actually interwoven in the most varied and fantastic fashion. On a mass of landlord estates there is a combination of the two systems, which are applied to different farming operations. 3. It is quite natural that the combination of such dissimilar and even opposite systems of economy leads in practice to a whole number of most profound and complicated conflicts and contradictions, and that the pressure of these contradictions results in a number of the farmers going bankrupt, etc. All these are phenomena characteristic of every transitional period. If we raise the question as to the relative incidence of the two systems, we shall have to say, first of all, that no precise statistics are available on the matter, and it is not likely that they could be collected. That would require a registration not only of all estates, but of all economic operations performed on all the estates. Only approximate data are available, in the shape of general descriptions of individual localities as to the predominance of one or another system. Data of this kind are given in a summarized form for the whole of Russia in the above-mentioned publication of the Department of Agriculture, Hired Labor, etc. On the basis of these data, Mr. Anensky has drawn up a very striking chart showing the incidence of these systems, the influence of harvests, etc. 7i, 170. Let us summarize these data in a table, and supplement them with figures on the cultivated area on private owners' lands in 1883 to 1887, according to statistics of the Russian Empire. 4. The average harvest in European Russia in the 5 years 1883-1887. St. Petersburg, 1888. 4. Average harvest in European Russia in 5 years 1883 to 1887. Thus, although the labor service system predominates in the purely Russian gubernias, the capitalist system of landlord farming must be considered the predominant one at present in European Russia as a whole. Moreover, our table gives a far from complete picture of this predominance, For Group I of the gubernias includes some in which the labor service system is not applied at all, the Baltic gubernias, for example, whereas Group 3 includes not a single gubernia, and in all probability not a single farmed estate in which the capitalist system is not applied at least in part. Here is an illustration of this based on Zemstvo statistics, Raspopen, private landowner farming in Russia according to Zemstvo statistics, in Yuridikeski Vestnik Legal Messenger, 1887, NOS 11-12. Number 12, p. 634. Estates hiring laborers and farm laborers. Lastly, it must be observed that sometimes the labor service system passes into the capitalist system and merges with it to such an extent that it becomes almost impossible to distinguish one from the other. For example, a peasant rents a plot of land, undertaking in return to perform a definite number of days' work, a practice which, as we know, is most widespread. See examples in the next section. How are we to draw a line of demarcation between such a peasant and the West European or Ostsee farm laborer who receives a plot of land on undertaking to work a definite number of days? Life creates forms that unite in themselves with remarkable gradualness, systems of economy whose basic features constitute opposites. It becomes impossible to say where labor service ends and where capitalism begins. Having established the fundamental fact that the whole variety of forms of contemporary landlord farming amounts to two systems, the labor service and the capitalist systems, in various combinations, we shall now proceed to give an economic description of the two systems and determine which of them is eliminating the other under the influence of the whole course of economic evolution. 3. Description of the labor service system. Labor service, as has already been observed above, is of exceedingly varied types. Sometimes peasants undertake for a money payment to cultivate with their own implements the fields of the landowner, so-called job hire, desutine employments, one cultivation of cycles 210, i.e., one desutine of spring crop and one of winter crop, etc. Sometimes the peasant borrows grain or money, undertaking to work off either the entire loan or the interest on it. 3. Under this form, a feature peculiar to the labor service system in general stands out with great clarity: the bondage, the usurious character of this sort of hire of labor. In some cases the peasants work for trespass, i.e., undertake to work off the legally established fine for cattle trespass, or work simply out of respect, cf. Engelhardt, LOCCIT, 56, i.e., gratis, or just for a drink, so as not to lose other employments by the landowner. Lastly, labor service in return for land is very widespread in the shape either of half-cropping or directly of work for land rented, for grounds used, etc. Very often the payment for rented land assumes the most diverse forms, which sometimes are even combined, so that side by side with money rent we find rent in kind and labor service. Here are a couple of examples: for every desutine, 1.5 des. To be cultivated plus 10 eggs plus 1 chicken plus 1 day's female labor, for 43 des. Of spring cropland 12 rubles per des, and 51 des. Of winter cropland 16 rubles per des. In cash plus threshing of so many stacks of oats, 7 stacks of buckwheat and 20 stacks of rye plus manuring of not less than 5 desutines of rented land with manure from own animals, at the rate of 300 cartloads per desutine, Karashev, Rentings, p. 348. In this case even the peasant's manure is converted into a constituent part of the private landowner's farm. The widespread and varied character of labor service is indicated by the abundance of terms used for it: Otraboki, Etbuchi, Etbutki, Barshkina, Basarinka, Pozubka, Penchkina, Postupok, Vyamka, etc. Ibid. 342. Sometimes the peasant pledges himself to perform whatever work the owner orders, Ibid. 346, or in general to pay heed, give ear to him, to help out. Labor service embraces the whole cycle of jobs in rural life. It is as labor service that all operations relating to field cultivation and grain and hay harvesting get done: firewood is stocked and loads are carted, 346 to 347, roofs and chimneys are repaired, 354, 348, and the delivery of poultry and eggs is undertaken, ibid. An investigator of THIRD-WORLDISM, St. Petersburg Gubernia, quite justly remarks that the types of labor service to be met with are of the former, pre-reform, corvée character, 349. 4. Particularly interesting is the form of labor service for land, so-called labor service renting and rent payment in kind. 5. In the preceding chapter we have seen how capitalist relations are manifested in peasant renting of land. Here we see renting which is simply a survival of corvée economy. 6. And which sometimes passes imperceptibly into the capitalist system of providing the estate with agricultural workers by allotting patches of land to them. Zemstvo statistics establish beyond doubt this connection between such renting and the lessor's own farming. With the development of their own farming on the private landowners' estates, the owners had to guarantee themselves a supply of workers at the required time. Hence, there develops in many places the tendency among them to distribute land to the peasants on the labor service basis, or for a part of the crop together with labor service. This system of farming is fairly widespread. The more frequently the lessors do their own farming, the smaller the amount of land available for leasing and the greater the demand for such land, the more widely does this form of land renting develop, ibid. p. 266. Cf. also 367. Thus, we have here renting of a very special kind, under which the landowner does not abandon his own farm, but which expresses the development of private landowner cultivation, expresses not the consolidation of the peasant farm by the enlargement of area held, but the conversion of the peasant into an agricultural laborer. In the preceding chapter we have seen that on the peasant's farm the renting of land is of contradictory significance. For some it is a profitable expansion of their farms, for others it is a deal made out of dire need. Now we see that on the landlord's farm, too, the leasing of land is of contradictory significance. In some cases it is the transfer of the farm to another person for a payment of rent, in others it is a method of conducting one's own farm, a method of providing one's estate with manpower. Let us pass to the question of the payment of labor under labor service. The data from various sources are at one in testifying to the fact that the payment of labor where it is hired on a labor service and bonded basis is always lower than under capitalist free hire. Firstly, this is proved by the fact that rent in kind, i.e., on the basis of labor service and half-cropping, which, as we have just seen, is merely labor service and bonded hire, is everywhere, as a general rule, more costly than money rent, very much more costly, ibid. p. 350, sometimes twice as much, ibid. 356, Rjevuyezd, Tver Gubernia. Secondly, rent in kind is developed to the greatest degree among the poorest groups of peasants, ibid. 261 and fol. This is renting from dire need, renting by the peasant who is no longer able to resist his conversion, in this way, into an agricultural wage worker. The well-to-do peasants do what they can to rent land for money. The tenant takes advantage of every opportunity to pay his rent in money, and thus to reduce the cost of using other people's land, ibid. 265, and we would add, not only to reduce the cost of renting the land, but also to escape bonded hire. In Rostov-on-Don Uyezd the remarkable fact was even observed of money rent being abandoned in favor of Skopchkina 11 as rents went up, despite a drop in the peasant's share of the harvest, ibid. p. 266. The significance of rent in kind, which utterly ruins the peasant and turns him into a farm laborer, is quite clearly illustrated by this fact. 7. Thirdly, a direct comparison between the price of labor in the case of labor service hire and of capitalist free hire shows the latter to be greater. In the above quoted publication of the Department of Agriculture, Hired Labor, etc., it is calculated that the average pay for the complete cultivation, with the peasant's own implements, of a desyutin of land under winter grain is 6 rubles, data for the Central Black Earth Belt for the 8 years, 1883 to 1891. If, however, we calculate the cost of the same amount of work on a hired labor basis, we get 6 rubles 19 kopecks for the work of the laborer alone, not counting the work of the horse. The pay for the horse's work cannot be put at less than 4 rubles 50 kopecks, LOCCIT, 45. The compiler rightly considers this to be absolutely abnormal, ibid. We would merely observe that the fact that payment for labor under purely capitalist hire is greater than under all forms of bondage and under other pre-capitalist relations has been established not only in agriculture, but also in industry, and not only in Russia, but also in other countries. Here are more precise and more detailed Zemstvo statistics on this question. Statistical Returns for Saratov Uyezd, Volume I, pt 3, pages 18 to 19. Quoted from Mr. Karashev's Rentings, p. 353. See table on p. 203. Thus, under labor service, just as under bonded hire combined with usury, the prices paid for labor are usually less than half those under capitalist hire. 8 cents labor average price paid for cultivating 1 desyatine. Service can only be undertaken by a local peasant, and one who must be provided with an allotment. The fact of the tremendous drop in pay clearly indicates the importance of the allotment as wages in kind. The allotment, in such cases, continues to this day to serve as a means of guaranteeing the landowner a supply of cheap labor. But the difference between free and semi-free labor is far from exhausted by the difference in pay. Of enormous importance also is the circumstance that the latter form of labor always presupposes the personal dependence of the one hired upon the one who hires him. It always presupposes the greater or lesser retention of other than economic pressure. Engelhardt very aptly says that the lending of money for repayment by labor service is explained by the greater security of such debts. To extract payment from the peasant on a distraint order is a difficult matter, but the authorities will compel the peasant to perform the work he has undertaken to do, even if his own grain remains unga third, LOCCIT, 216. Only long years of slavery, of serf labor for the Lord, have been able to produce the indifference, only apparent, with which the cultivator leaves his own grain in the rain to go carting somebody else's sheaves, Ibid, 429. Without one or other form of binding the population to their domiciles, to the community, without a certain lack of civic rights, labor service as a system would be impossible. It stands to reason that an inevitable consequence of the above described features of the labor service system is low productivity of labor. Methods of farming based on labor service can only be the most stereotyped. The labor of the bonded peasant cannot but approximate, in quality, to the labor of the serf. The combination of the labor service and the capitalist systems makes the present system of landlord farming extremely similar in its economic organization to the system that prevailed in our textile industry before the development of large-scale machine industry. There, part of the operations was done by the merchant with his own implements and with wage workers, fixing the yarn, dyeing and finishing the fabric, etc., and part with the implements of peasant handicraftsmen who worked for him, using his material. Here, part of the operations is performed by wage workers, using the employer's implements, and another part by the labor and the implements of peasants working on the land of others. There, combined with industrial capital was merchant's capital, and the handicraftsman, besides being weighed down by capital, was burdened with bondage, the operations of the subcontractor, the truck system, etc. Here, likewise, combined with industrial capital is merchants' and usurers' capital accompanied by all forms of pay reduction and intensification of the producer's personal dependence. There, the transitional system lasted for centuries, being based on a primitive hand labor technique, and was smashed in some 3 decades by large-scale machine industry. Here, labor service has continued almost since the rise of Rus. The landowners forced the villains into bondage as far back as the time of Ruskaya Pravda 12, perpetuating routine technique, and has begun rapidly to give way to capitalism only in the post-reform epoch. In both cases, the old system merely implies stagnation in the forms of production, and, consequently, in all social relations, and the domination of the Asiatic way of life. In both cases, the new, capitalist forms of economy constitute enormous progress, despite all the contradictions inherent in them. Point 4. The decline of the labor service system. The question now arises, in what relation does the labor service system stand to the post-reform economy of Russia? First of all, the growth of commodity economy conflicts with the labor service system, since the latter is based on natural economy, on unchanging technique, on inseparable ties between the landlord and the peasant. That is why this system is totally impracticable in its complete form, and every advance in the development of commodity economy and commercial agriculture undermines the conditions of its practicability. Next, we must take account of the following circumstance. From the foregoing it follows that labor service, as practiced in present-day landlord farming, should be divided into two types. 1. Labor service that can only be performed by a peasant farmer who owns draft animals and implements, e.g., cultivation of cycle desutine, plowing, etc. And 2. Labor service that can be performed by a rural proletarian who has no implements, for example, reaping, mowing, threshing, etc. It is obvious that for both peasant and landlord farming, the first and the second type of labor service are of opposite significance, and that the latter type constitutes a direct transition to capitalism, merging with it by a number of quite imperceptible transitions. In our literature, labor service is usually referred to in general, without this distinction being made. Yet in the process of the elimination of labor service by capitalism, the shifting of the center of gravity from the first type of labor service to the second is of enormous importance. Here is an example from statistical returns for Moscow gubernia, on the majority of the estates. The cultivation of the fields and the crops, i.e., the jobs on the careful fulfillment of which the harvest depends, are done by regular workers, whereas the harvesting, i.e., the job in the performance of which promptness and speed are the prime consideration, is given to neighboring peasants to be done in return for money lent, or for the use of pasture and other grounds. Volume V, pt 2, p. 140. On such farms most of the hands are hired on the labor service basis, but the capitalist system undoubtedly predominates, and the neighboring peasants are at bottom turned into rural workers, similar to the contract day laborers in Germany, who also have land and also hire themselves out for a definite part of the year. See above, p. 179, footnote. The enormous drop in the number of horses owned by peasants and the increase in the number of horseless households as a result of the crop failures of the 90s could not but exert great influence in accelerating this process of the elimination of labor service by the capitalist system. 2. Finally, one of the most important reasons for the decline of the labor service system should be sought in the differentiation of the peasantry. The connection between labor service, of the first type, and the middle group of the peasantry is clear and a priori, as we have already observed above, and can be proved by Zemstvo statistics. For example, the abstract for Chsatinskoye Yezd, Voronezh gubernia, gives returns of the number of farms doing job work, in the various groups of peasantry. Here are the data in percentages. Number of farms doing job work. From the above it is clear that participation in job work is less prevalent in the two extreme groups. The largest percentage of households taking job work is to be found in the middle group of the peasantry. Since job work is also frequently assigned in Zemstvo statistical abstracts to the category of employments in general, we see here, consequently, an example of the typical employments of the middle peasantry, exactly as in the preceding chapter we acquainted ourselves with the typical employments of the bottom and top groups of the peasantry. The types of employments examined there express the development of capitalism, commercial and industrial establishments and the sale of labor power, whereas the type of employments mentioned here, on the contrary, expresses the backwardness of capitalism and the predominance of labor service, if we assume that in the sum total of job work the predominant jobs are such as we have assigned to labor service of the first type. The greater the decline of natural economy and of the middle peasantry, the more vigorously is labor service bound to be eliminated by capitalism. The well-to-do peasants cannot, naturally, serve as a basis for the labor service system, For it is only dire need that compels the peasant to undertake the worst paid jobs, jobs that are ruinous for his own farm. But the rural proletariat are equally unsuitable for the labor service system, though for another reason, having no farm of his own, or possessing a miserable patch of land, the rural proletarian is not tied down to it to the extent that the middle peasant is, and, as a consequence, it is far easier for him to go elsewhere and hire himself out on free terms, i.e., for higher pay and without bondage at all. Hence the universal dissatisfaction of our agrarians at the peasants leaving for the towns or for outside employments generally, hence their complaints that the peasants have little attachment, see below, p. The development of purely capitalist wage labor saps the very roots of the labor service system. 3. It is supremely important to note that this inseparable connection between the differentiation of the peasantry and the elimination of labor service by capitalism, a connection so obvious in theory, has long been noted by agricultural writers who have observed the various methods of farming on the landlord estates. In the preface to his collection of articles on Russian agriculture written between 1857 and 1882, Professor Stiebut points out that in community peasant agriculture the farmer industrialists are becoming differentiated from the farm laborers. The former, who are becoming cultivators on a big scale, are beginning to employ farm laborers and usually cease to take job work, unless they find it absolutely necessary to enlarge their crop area somewhat, or to obtain the use of pasture land, which in most cases cannot be done except by taking job work. The latter, on the other hand, cannot take any job work for lack of horses. Hence the obvious necessity for a transition, and a speedy transition, to farming based on wage labor, since the peasants who still take job work by the desyatin are, due to the feeble state of their horses and to the multitude of jobs they undertake, beginning to turn out work that is bad from the viewpoint both of quality and of promptness of fulfillment, p. 20. References to the fact that the ruin of the peasantry is leading to the elimination of labor service by capitalism are also made in current Zemstvo statistical material. In Orel Gubernia, for example, it has been observed that the drop in grain prices ruined many tenants and that the landowners were compelled to increase the area cultivated on capitalist lines. Simultaneously with the expansion of the area cultivated by the landlords, we observe everywhere a tendency to replace job work by the labor of regular farm hands and to do away with the use of peasants' implements. A tendency to improve the cultivation of the soil by the introduction of up-to-date implements. To change the system of farming, to introduce grass crops, to expand and improve livestock farming and to make it profitable. Agricultural Survey of Orel Gubernia for 1887-88, pages 124-126. Quoted from P. Struve's Critical Remarks, pages 242-244. In Poltava Gubernia, in 1890, when grain prices were low, there was observed a diminution in peasant renting of land throughout the gubernia. Correspondingly, in many places, despite the severe drop in grain prices, there was an increase in the area cultivated by landowners employing regular labor, the influence of harvests, etc. I. 304. In Tambov Gubernia, a considerable increase has been observed in the prices paid for work done by horses. For the 3 years 1892 to 1894, these prices were 25 to 30% higher than for the 3 years 1889 to 1891. Novoy Slovo, 1895, number 3, p. 187. This rise in the cost of work done by horses, a natural result of the decline in the number of peasant horses, cannot but entail the ousting of labor service by the capitalist system. It is by no means our intention, of course, to use these separate references in order to prove that labor service is being eliminated by capitalism. No complete statistics on this subject are available. We are merely using them to illustrate the point that there is a connection between the differentiation of the peasantry and the elimination of labor service by capitalism. General and mass-scale data, which prove irrefutably that this elimination is going on, relate to the employment of machinery in agriculture and to the employment of labor freely hired. But before passing to these data, we must first deal with the views of the Narodnik economists on contemporary farming by private landowners in Russia. V. The Narodnik attitude to the problem. The point that the labor service system is simply a survival of core V economy is not denied even by the Narodniks. On the contrary, it is admitted, although in an insufficiently general form, by Mr. N. on Sketches 9, and by Mr. V. particularly explicitly in his article Our Peasant Farming and Agronomy, in Ateshestveniyi Zapiski, 1882, No. 8-9. The more astonishing is it that the Narodniks do their utmost to avoid admitting the clear and simple fact that the present system of private landowner farming is a combination of the labor service and the capitalist systems, and that, consequently, the more developed the former, the weaker the latter, and vice versa. They avoid analyzing the relation of each of these systems to the productivity of labor, to the payment of the workers' labor, to the basic features of the post-reform economy of Russia, etc. To put the question on this basis, on the basis of recognizing the change actually taking place, meant to admit the inevitability of the progressive elimination of labor service by capitalism. To avoid drawing that conclusion, the Narodniks did not stop even at idealizing the labor service system. This monstrous idealization is the basic feature of the Narodnik views on the evolution of landlord economy. Mr. V even went so far as to write that the people are the victors in the struggle for the form of agricultural technique, although their victory has resulted in their greater ruin, the destiny of capitalism, p. 288. To admit such a victory is more eloquent than to admit defeat. Mr. N. on discerned in the allotment of land to the peasants under core V and under labor service economy the principle of linking the producer and the means of production, but he forgot the tiny circumstance that this allotting of land served as a means of guaranteeing a supply of labor for the landlords. As we have indicated, Marx, in describing pre-capitalist systems of agriculture, analyzed all the forms of economic relations that, in general, exist in Russia, and clearly emphasized the necessity of small-scale production and of a tie between the peasant and the land in the case of both labor rent, rent in kind and money rent. But could it ever have entered his head to elevate this allotting of land to the dependent peasant into a principle of an eternal tie between the producer and the means of production? Did he forget even for a moment that this tie between the producer and the means of production was the source of, and condition for, medieval exploitation, constituted the basis for technical and social stagnation and necessarily required all sorts of other than economic pressure? An exactly similar idealization of labor service and of bondage is displayed by Messrs. Orlov and Kablukov in Moscow. Zemstvo returns when they quote as a model the farm of a certain Madame Kostinskaya in Podolsk Uyezd, see Volume V, pt. I, pages 175 to 176, and Volume 2, pages 59 to 62, Sect. 2. In Mr. Kablukov's opinion, this farm proves that it is possible to arrange matters in such a way as to preclude, such an antagonism, i.e., antagonism of interests between landlord and peasant farming, and assist in achieving a flourishing, condition of both peasant and private farming, Volume V, pt. I, pages 175 to 176. It seems, then, that the flourishing condition of the peasants consists in labor service and bondage. They have no pastures or cattle runs, Volume 2, pages 60 to 61, which does not prevent Messrs. The Narodniks from regarding them as sound peasants, and rent these grounds, for which they pay the proprietress in work, performing all the jobs on her estate, thoroughly, punctually, and promptly. 1. That is the limit in idealizing an economic system which is a direct survival of core V service. The methods employed in all such Narodnik reasoning are very simple. We have only to forget that the allotment of land to the peasant is one of the conditions of core V or labor service economy. We have only to omit the circumstance that this allegedly independent cultivator must render labor rent, rent in kind or money rent, and we get the pure idea of the tie between the producer and the means of production. but the actual relation between capitalism and pre-capitalist forms of exploitation does not change in the least from the fact of simply omitting these forms. 2. Let us deal somewhat with another, very curious, argument of Mr. Kablukoff. We have seen that he idealizes labor service, but it is remarkable that when he, as a statistician, describes real types of purely capitalist farms in Moscow gubernia, his description, in spite of himself, and in a distorted way, is a reflection of the very facts that prove the progressive nature of capitalism in Russian agriculture. We beg the reader's attention, and apologize in advance for our rather lengthy quotations. Besides the old types of farms employing hired labor, there is to be found in Moscow gubernia a new, recent, emergent type of farm that has totally broken with all tradition and regards things simply, in the way people regard every industry that is to serve as a source of income. Agriculture in this case is not regarded as a lord's hobby, as an occupation anybody may engage in. No, here the necessity is recognized of having special knowledge. The basis of calculation, as to the organization of production, is the same as in all other forms of production. Statistical returns for Moscow gubernia, Volume V, pt. I, pages 185 to 186. Mr. Kablukoff does not notice that this description of the new type of farm which has only recently emerged, in the 70s, proves precisely the progressive nature of capitalism in agriculture. It was capitalism that first turned agriculture from a lord's hobby into ordinary industry. It was capitalism that first compelled people to regard things simply, to break with tradition and to equip themselves with special knowledge. Before capitalism this was both unnecessary and impossible, because the farms of the different manors, village communities and peasant families were self-sufficing, were not dependent on other farms, and no power on earth could drag them out of their age-long stagnation. Capitalism was the force which created, through the medium of the market, the social accounting of the output of the individual producers, and compelled them to reckon with the demands of social development. It is this that constitutes the progressive role of capitalism in agriculture in all European countries. Listen now to the way Mr. Kablukoff describes our purely capitalist farms. Only then is account taken of labor power as a necessary factor in acting upon nature. Without this factor all organization of the landlord's estate will be fruitless. Thus, with all appreciation of its significance, this element, at the same time, is not regarded as an independent source of income, as was the case under serfdom, or as is the case now in those instances when what is made the basis of the estate's profitability is not the product of labor, the obtaining of which is the direct purpose of its application, not the striving to apply this labor to the production of its more valuable products and thereby to enjoy its results, but the striving to reduce the share of the product which the worker gets for himself, the desire to reduce the cost of labor to the master as near as possible to zero, p. 186. Reference is made to farming based on labor in return for the use of cut-off lands. Under these circumstances, for a farm to be profitable the owner requires neither knowledge nor special qualities. All that is obtained from this labor represents clear income for the owner, or at all events such income as is obtained almost without any expenditure of circulating capital. But such farming cannot, of course, be well conducted and cannot be called farming in the strict sense of the term, any more than the leasing of all pasture and other grounds can be called such. There is no economic organization here. 186. And quoting examples of the leasing of cut-off lands in return for labor service, the author concludes, the main emphasis in the farm economy, the manner of extracting an income from the soil, is rooted in the exertion of influence upon the worker rather than upon matter and its forces. 189. This argument is an extremely interesting example of how distorted is the picture of actual facts when viewed from the angle of a wrong theory. Mr. Kablukoff confuses production with the social system of production. Under every social system, production consists in the exertion of influence upon matter and its forces. Under every social system only the surplus product can be the landowner's source of income. In both respects the labor-service system of economy is fully identical with the capitalist system, Mr. Kablukov's opinion notwithstanding. The real difference between them is that labor-service necessarily presupposes the lowest productivity of labor, hence, no possibility exists for increasing income by increasing the surplus product. That can only be done by one means, namely, by employing all sorts of bonded forms of hire. Under purely capitalist economy, on the contrary, bonded forms of hire must go by the board, for the proletarian, not being tied to the land, is useless as an object of bondage. To raise the productivity of labor becomes not only possible, but also necessary as the sole means of increasing income and withstanding severe competition. Thus, the description of our purely capitalist farms, given by the very Mr. Kablukov who so zealously tried to idealize a labor service, fully confirms the fact that Russian capitalism is creating the social conditions which necessarily demand the rationalization of agriculture and the abolition of bondage, whereas labor service, on the contrary, precludes the possibility of rationalizing agriculture and perpetuates technical stagnation and the producer's condition of bondage. Nothing could be more frivolous than the customary narodnik exultation over the fact that capitalism in our agriculture is weak. So much the worse if it is weak, for it only indicates the strength of pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, which are incomparably more burdensome to the producer. Vi. The story of Engelhardt's farm. Quite a special place among the narodniks is held by Engelhardt. To criticize his appraisal of labor service and capitalism would mean to repeat what has already been said in the preceding section. We think it far more expedient to set against Engelhardt's narodnik views the story of Engelhardt's own farm. Such a critique will also be of positive value, because the evolution of this farm reflects in miniature, as it were, the main features of the evolution of all private landowner farming in post-reform Russia. When Engelhardt settled down on the farm, it was based on the traditional labor service and bondage, which preclude proper farming. Letters from the Countryside, 559. Labor service was the cause of the poor condition of cattle raising, of the poor cultivation of the soil and of the monotonous persistence of obsolete systems of field cultivation. 118. I saw that it was impossible to go on farming in the old way. 118. The competition of grain from the steppe regions was bringing down prices and making farming unprofitable. P. 83. 1. We would observe that from the very outset, along with the labor service system, a certain part was played on the farm by the capitalist system. Wage workers, although very few in number, were also employed on the farm when it was run in the old way, the cowmen and others, and Engelhardt asserts that the wages of his farm laborer, drawn from among allotment-holding peasants, were fabulously low. 11. Low because it was impossible to give more, considering that cattle raising was in a bad way. The low productivity of labor made it impossible to raise wages. Thus, the starting point on Engelhardt's farm was the features, familiar to us, of all Russian farms: labor service, bondage, the very lowest productivity of labor, incredibly low payment of labor, routine farming. What changes did Engelhardt introduce into the state of things? He began to sow flax, a commercial and industrial crop requiring the employment of labor on a big scale. The commercial and capitalist character of the cultivation was accordingly enhanced. But how was he to obtain labor? Engelhardt tried at first to employ in the new, commercial, cultivation the old system, that of labor service. Nothing came of that, the work was badly done, the dessutine proved to be beyond the strength of the peasants, who resisted with all their might gang work and bonded terms of labor. The system had to be changed. Meanwhile I got on my feet. I acquired my own horses, harness, carts, plows and harrows, and was already in a position to run the farm with regular workers. I began to produce flax, partly with my regular workers and partly on a job basis, hiring laborers for definite jobs. 218. Thus, the transition to the new system of farming and to commercial cultivation demanded the replacement of labor service by the capitalist system. To increase productivity of labor, Engelhardt resorted to the well-tried method of capitalist production, piecework. Women were engaged to work by the stack, or the pood, and Engelhardt, not without some na/I've triumph, tells of the success of this system. The cost of cultivation increased, from 25 rubles per des to 35 rubles, but profit also increased by 10 to 20 rubles. The women's productivity of labor increased following the change from bonded to hired labor, from half a pood per night to a whole pood, and the earnings of the women increased to 30 to 50 kopecks per day, unprecedented in our parts. The local textile merchant was full of praise for Engelhardt. Your flax has given a great fillip to trade, 219. Applied at first to the cultivation of the commercial crop, hired labor gradually began to embrace other agricultural operations. One of the first operations to be withdrawn by capital from the labor service system was threshing. It is well known that on all farms run by private landowners this work is mostly performed on capitalist lines. Part of the land, wrote Engelhardt, I lease to peasants for cultivation in cycles, for otherwise I would find it hard to cope with the reaping of the rye, 211. Thus, labor service functions as a direct transition to capitalism, by ensuring the farmer a supply of day laborers in the busiest season. At first cycle cultivation included threshing, but here, too, the poor quality of the work done compelled the farmer to resort to hired labor. Land began to be leased for cycle cultivation without threshing, which latter was done partly by farm laborers and partly, through the medium of a contractor, by a team of wage workers, at piece rates. Here, too, the results of replacing labor service by the capitalist system were, 1. An increase in the productivity of labor. Formerly 16 people threshed 900 sheaves per day, now 8 did 1,100 sheaves. 2. An increase in the yield. 3. A reduction in threshing time. 4. An increase in the workers' earnings. 5. An increase in the farmers' profits. 212. Further, the capitalist system also embraced tillage operations. Iron plows were introduced in place of the old wooden ones, and the work passed from the bound peasant to the farm laborer. Engelhardt triumphantly reports the success of his innovation, the diligence of the laborers, and quite justly shows that the customary accusations flung at the laborer of being lazy and dishonest are due to the brand of serfdom and to bonded labor for the lord, and that the new organization of farming also demands something of the farmer, a display of enterprise, a knowledge of people and ability to handle them, a knowledge of the job and its scope, acquaintance with the technical and commercial aspects of agriculture, i.e., qualities that were not and could not be possessed by the Oblomovs II of the feudal or bondage-suffering countryside. The various changes in the technique of agriculture are inseparably connected with one another and inevitably lead to the transformation of its economy. For example, let us suppose you introduce the cultivation of flax and clover, that will immediately necessitate numerous other changes, and if these are not made, the business will not run smoothly. The plowing implements will have to be changed and iron plows substituted for wooden ones, iron harrows for wooden ones, and this in turn will require a different type of horse, a different type of laborer, a different system of farming as regards the hire of laborers, etc. 154 to 155. The change in the technique of agriculture thus proved to be inseparably bound up with the elimination of labor service by capitalism. Particularly interesting in this regard is the gradualness with which this elimination takes place. The system of farming, as hitherto, combines labor service and capitalism, but the main weight gradually shifts from the former to the latter. Here is a description of how Engelhardt's reorganized farm operated. Nowadays I have much work to do, because I have changed the whole system of farming. A considerable part of the work is done by regular laborers and day laborers. The work is extremely varied. I clear brushwood for wheat growing, uproot birches for flax growing. I have rented meadow land by the Dnieper, and have sown clover, lots of rye and much flax. I need an enormous number of hands. To secure them, you have to make arrangements in good time, for when the busy season starts everybody will be occupied either at home or on other farms. This recruitment of labor is done by advancing money or grain for work to be done, pages 116-117. Labor service and bondage remained, consequently, even on a properly conducted farm, but, firstly, they now occupied a subordinate position as compared with free hire, and, secondly, the very labor service underwent a change. It was mainly the second type of labor service which remained, that implying the labor not of peasant farmers, but of regular laborers and agricultural day laborers. Thus, Engelhardt's own farm is better than all arguments in refuting Engelhardt's Narodnik theories. He set out to farm on rational lines, but was unable to do so, under the given social and economic conditions, except by organizing the farm on the basis of employing farm laborers. The raising of the technical level of agriculture and the supplanting of labor service by capitalism proceeded hand in hand on this farm, as it does on all private landowner farms in general in Russia. This process is most clearly reflected in the employment of machinery in Russian agriculture. Point 7. The employment of machinery in agriculture. The post-reform epoch is divided into 4 periods as regards the development of agricultural machinery production and the employment of machinery in agriculture. 1. The first period covers the years immediately preceding the peasant reform and the years immediately following it. The landlords at first rushed to purchase foreign machinery so as to get along without the unpaid labor of the serfs and to avoid the difficulties connected with the hiring of free workers. This attempt ended, of course, in failure. The fever soon died down, and beginning with 1863 to 1864 the demand for foreign machinery dropped. The end of the 70s saw the beginning of the second period, which continued until 1885. It was marked by an extremely steady and extremely rapid increase in machinery imports from abroad. Home production also grew steadily, but more slowly than imports. From 1881 to 1884 there was a particularly rapid increase in imports of agricultural machinery, due partly to the abolition, in 1881, of the duty-free import of pig iron and cast iron for the needs of factories producing agricultural machinery. The third period extended from 1885 to the beginning of the 90s. Agricultural machinery, hitherto imported duty-free, now had an import duty imposed, of 50 kopecks gold per pud. The high duty caused an enormous drop in machinery imports, while home production developed slowly owing to the agricultural crisis which set in at that time. Finally, the beginning of the 90s evidently saw the opening of a fourth period, marked by a fresh rise in the import of agricultural machinery, and by a particularly rapid increase of its home production. Let us cite statistics to illustrate these points. Average annual imports of agricultural machinery at various periods were as follows. Average annual imports of agricultural machinery. There are, unfortunately, no such complete and precise data on the production of agricultural machinery and implements in Russia. The unsatisfactory state of our factory and works statistics, the confusing of the production of machinery in general with the production of specifically agricultural machinery, and the absence of any firmly established rules for distinguishing between factory and handicraft production of agricultural machinery, all this prevents a complete picture of the development of agricultural machinery production in Russia being obtained. Combining all the data available from the above-mentioned sources, we get the following picture of the development of agricultural machinery production in Russia. Production, imports, and employment of agricultural machinery and implements. These data show the vigorousness of the process in which primitive agricultural implements are giving way to improved ones, and, consequently, primitive forms of farming to capitalism. In 18 years the employment of agricultural machinery increased more than 3.5-fold, and this was mainly because of the expansion of home production, which more than quadrupled. Noteworthy, too, was the shifting of the main center of such production from the Vistula and Baltic gubernias to the South Russian steppe gubernias. Whereas in the 70s the main center of agricultural capitalism in Russia was the western outer gubernias, in the 1890s still more outstanding areas of agricultural capitalism were created in the purely Russian gubernias. 2. It is necessary to add, regarding the data just cited, that although they are based on official, and, as far as we know, the only information on the subject under examination. They are far from complete and are not fully comparable for the different years. For the years 1876 to 1879 returns are available that were specially compiled for the 1882 exhibition. They are the most comprehensive, covering not only factory but also handicraft production of agricultural implements. It was estimated that in 1876 to 1879 there were, on the average, 340 establishments in European Russia and the Kingdom of Poland, whereas according to factory statistical data there were in 1879 not more than 66 factories in European Russia producing agricultural machinery and implements, computed from Orlov's Directory of Factories and Works for 1879. The enormous difference in these figures is explained by the fact that of the 340 establishments less than one-third, 100, were counted as possessing steam power, and more than half, 196, as being operated by hand labor. 236 establishments of the 340 had no foundries of their own and had their castings made outside. Historico-Statistical Survey, LOCCIT. The data for 1890 and 1894, on the other hand, are from collections of data on factory industry in Russia, published by Department of Commerce and Industry. 3. These data do not fully cover even the factory production of agricultural machinery and implements. For example, in 1890, according to the collection, there were in European Russia 149 works engaged in this industry, whereas Orlov's directory mentions more than 163 works producing agricultural machinery and implements. In 1894, according to the first mentioned returns, there were in European Russia 164 works of this kind. Vestnik Finansov, 1897, number 21, p. 544, but according to the list of factories and works there were in 1894 to 95 over 173 factories producing agricultural machinery and implements. As for the small-scale, handicraft production of agricultural machinery and implements, this is not included in these data at all. For that is why there can be no doubt that the data for 1890 and 1894 greatly understate the actual facts. This is confirmed by the opinion of experts, who considered that in the beginning of the 1890s agricultural machinery and implements were manufactured in Russia to a sum of about 10 million rubles, agriculture and forestry, 359, and in 1895 to a sum of nearly 20 million rubles. Vestnik Finansov, 1896, number 51. Let us quote somewhat more detailed data on the types and quantity of agricultural machinery and implements manufactured in Russia. It is considered that in 1876 there were produced 25,835 implements, in 1877, 29,590, in 1878, 35,226, in 1879, 47,892 agricultural machines and implements. How far these figures are exceeded at the present time may be seen from the following. In 1879 about 14,500 iron plows were manufactured, and in 1894, 75,500, Vestnik Finansov, 1897, number 21. Whereas 5 years ago the problem of the measures to be taken to bring about the wider use of iron plows on peasant farms was one awaiting solution, today it has solved itself. It is no longer a rarity for a peasant to buy an iron plow, it has become a common thing, and the number of iron plows now acquired by peasants every year runs into thousands. 5. The mass of primitive agricultural implements employed in Russia still leaves a wide field for the production and sale of iron plows. 6. The progress made in the use of plows has even raised the issue of the employment of electricity. According to a report in the Torgovo-Promyshlennaya Gazeta Commercial and Industrial News, 1902, number 6, At the Second Congress of Electrical Engineers, considerable interest was aroused by a paper read by V A Rejevsky on electricity in agriculture. The lecturer illustrated by means of some excellent drawings the tillage of fields in Germany with the aid of electric plows, and, from the plan and estimates he had drawn up at a landowner's request for his estate in one of three the southern gubernias, cited figures showing the economies to be effected by this method of tilling the land. According to this plan, it was proposed to plow 540 des annually, and a part of this twice a year. The depth of furrow was to be from 4.5 to 5 verhocks. 7. The soil was pure black earth. In addition to plows, the plan provided for machinery for other field work, and also for a threshing machine and a mill, the latter of 25 HP, calculated to operate 2,000 hours per annum. The cost of completely equipping the estate, including 6 versts of overhead cable of 50 mm thickness, was estimated at 41,000 rubles. The cost of plowing 1 desyatine would be 7 rubles 40 kopecks if the mill were put up, and 8 rubles 70 kopecks with no mill. It was shown that at the local costs of labor, draft animals, etc., the use of electrical equipment would in the first case effect a saving of 1,013 rubles, while in the second case, less power being used without a mill, the saving would be 966 rubles. No such sharp change is to be noted in the output of threshing and winnowing machines, because their production was relatively well established long ago. 8. In fact, a special center for the handicraft production of these machines was established in the town of Sapozhuk, Ryazan gubernia, and the surrounding villages, and the local members of the peasant bourgeoisie made plenty of money at this industry. Cf. Reports and Investigations, I, pages 208 to 210. A particularly rapid expansion is observed in the production of reaping machines. In 1879, about 780 of these machines were produced. In 1893 it was estimated that 7,000 to 8,000 were sold a year, and in 1894 to 95 about 27,000. In 1895, for example, the works belonging to J. Greaves in the town of Berdyansk, THIRD gubernia, the largest works in Europe in this line of production, Vestnik Finansov, 1896, number 51, i.e., in the production of reaping machines, turned out 4,464 reapers. Among the peasants in THIRD gubernia reaping machines have become so widespread that a special occupation has arisen, namely, the mechanical reaping of other people's grain. 9. Similar data are available for other, less widespread, agricultural implements. Broadcast seeders, for example, are now being turned out at dozens of works, and the more perfect row drills, which were produced at only 2 works in 1893, agriculture and forestry, 360, are now turned out at 7 works, productive forces, I, 51, whose output has again a particularly wide sale in the south of Russia. Machinery is employed in all branches of agriculture and in all operations connected with the production of some kinds of produce. In special reviews reference is made to the extended use of winnowing machines, seed sorters, seed cleaners, treers, seed dryers, hay presses, flax scutchers, etc. In the addendum to the report on agriculture for 1898, published by the Pskov gubernia Zemstvo administration, Severny Courier Northern Courier, 1899, number 32, the increasing use of machinery is noted, particularly of flax scutchers, in connection with the transition from flax production for home use to that for commercial purposes. There is an increase in the number of iron plows. Reference is made to the influence of migration in augmenting the number of agricultural machines and in raising wages. In Stavropol gubernia, Ibid, number 33, agricultural machinery is being employed on an increasing scale in connection with the growing immigration into this gubernia. In 1882, there were 908 machines, in 1891 to 1893, an average of 29,275, in 1894 to 1896, an average of 54,874, and in 1895, as many as 64,000 agricultural implements and machines. The growing employment of machines naturally gives rise to a demand for engines. Along with steam engines, oil engines have latterly begun to spread rapidly on our farms. Productive forces, I. 56, and although the first engine of this type appeared abroad only 7 years ago, there are already 7 factories in Russia manufacturing them. In Kherson Gubernia in the 70s only 134 steam engines were registered in agriculture. Material for the statistics of steam engines in the Russian Empire, St. Petersburg, 1882, and in 1881 about 500, Historico-Statistical Survey, Volume 2, Section on Agricultural Implements. In 1884 to 1886, in 3 uyezds of the Gubernia, out of 435 steam threshing machines were registered. At the present time, 1,895, there must be at least twice as many, Tzayakov, agricultural workers and the organization of sanitary supervision over them, in Kherson Gubernia, Kherson, 1,896, p. 71. The Vestnik Finansov, 1,897, number 21, states that in Kherson Gubernia, there are about 1,150 steam threshers, and in the Kuban region the number is about the same, etc. Latterly the acquisition of steam threshers has assumed an industrial character. There have been cases of a 5,000 ruble threshing machine with steam engine fully covering its cost in 2 or 3 good harvest years, and of the owner immediately getting another on the same terms. Thus, 5 and even 10 such machines are often to be met with on small farms in the Kuban region. There they have become an essential accessory of every farm that is at all well organized. Generally speaking, in the south of Russia today, more than 10,000 steam engines are in use for agricultural purposes. Productive forces, 9, 151. 10. If we remember that the number of steam engines in use in agriculture throughout European Russia in 1875 1878 was only 1,351 and that in 1901, according to incomplete returns, collection of factory inspectors' reports for 1903, the number was 12,091, in 1902, 14,609, in 1903, 16,021 and in 1904, 17,287, the gigantic revolution brought about by capitalism in agriculture in this country during the last 2 or 3 decades will be clear to us. Great service in accelerating this process has been rendered by the Zemstvos. By the beginning of 1897, Zemstvo agricultural machinery and implement depots existed under the auspices of 11 gubernia and 203 uyezd Zemstvo boards, with a total working capital of about 1 million rubles. Vestnik Finansov, 1897, number 21. In Poltava gubernia, the turnover of the Zemstvo depots increased from 22,600 rubles in 1890 to 94,900 rubles in 1892 and 210,100 rubles in 1895. In the 6 years, 12,600 iron plows, 500 winnowing machines and seed sorters, 300 reaping machines, and 200 horse threshers were sold. The principal buyers of implements at the Zemstvo depots are Cossacks and peasants. They account for 70% of the total number of iron plows and horse threshers sold. The purchasers of seeding and reaping machines were mainly landowners, and large ones at that, possessing over 100 desyatins. Vestnik Finansov, 1897, number 4. According to the report of the Ekaterinoslav Gubernia Zemstvo Board for 1895, the use of improved agricultural implements in the gubernia is spreading very rapidly. For example, in the Verkhny Dnieper uyezd there were numbers of improved agricultural implements. According to the data of the Moscow Gubernia Zemstvo Board, peasants in Moscow Gubernia in 1895 owned 41,210 iron plows, 20.2% of all householders owned such plows. Vestnik Finansov, 1896, number 31. In THIRD-WORLDISM, according to a special record made in 1896, there were 51,266 iron plows, owned by 16.5% of the total number of householders. In THIRD-WORLDISM there were only 290 iron plows in 1890 and 5,581 in 1896. Statistical returns for THIRD-WORLDISM, Volume 13, pt 2, pages 91, 94. One can judge, therefore, how rapid is the consolidation and improvement of the farms of the peasant bourgeoisie. 8. The significance of machinery in agriculture. Having established the fact of the extremely rapid development of the production of agricultural machinery and of the employment of machines in Russia's post-reform agriculture, we must now examine the social and economic significance of this phenomenon. From what has been said above regarding the economics of peasant and landlord farming, the following conclusions may be drawn. On the one hand, capitalism is the factor giving rise to, and extending the use of, machines in agriculture. On the other, the application of machinery to agriculture is of a capitalist character, i.e., it leads to the establishment of capitalist relations and their further development. Let us dwell on the first of these conclusions. We have seen that the labor-service system of economy and the patriarchal peasant economy inseparably connected with it are by their very nature based on routine technique, on the preservation of antiquated methods of production. There is nothing in the internal structure of that economic regime to stimulate the transformation of technique. On the contrary, the secluded and isolated character of that system of economy, and the poverty and downtrodden condition of the dependent peasant preclude the possibility of improvements. In particular, we would point to the fact that the payment of labor under the labor-service system is much lower, as we have seen, than where hired labor is employed, and it is well known that low wages are one of the most important obstacles to the introduction of machines. And the facts do indeed show us that an extensive movement for the transformation of agricultural technique only commenced in the post-reform period of the development of commodity economy and capitalism. The competition that is the product of capitalism, and the dependence of the cultivator on the world market made the transformation of technique a necessity, while the drop in grain prices made this necessity particularly urgent. 1. To explain the second conclusion, we must examine landlord and peasant farming separately. When a landlord introduces a machine or an improved implement, he replaces the implements of the peasant, who has worked for him, with his own. He goes over, consequently, from labor service to the capitalist system of farming. The spread of agricultural machines means the elimination of labor service by capitalism. It is possible, of course, that a condition laid down, for example, for the leasing of land is the performance of labor service in the shape of day work at a reaping machine, thresher, etc., but this will be labor service of the second type, labor service which converts the peasant into a day laborer. Such exceptions, consequently, merely go to prove the general rule that the introduction of improved implements on the farms of private landowners means converting the bonded, independent according to Narodnik terminology, peasant into a wage worker, in exactly the same way as the acquisition of his own instruments of production by the buyer who gives out work to be done in the home, means converting the bonded handicraftsman into a wage worker. The acquisition by the landlord farm of its own implements leads inevitably to the undermining of the middle peasantry, who get means of subsistence by engaging in labor service. We have already seen that labor service is the specific industry of the middle peasant, whose implements, consequently, are a component part not only of peasant, but also of landlord, farming. 2. Hence, the spread of agricultural machinery and improved implements and the expropriation of the peasantry are inseparably connected. That the spread of improved implements among the peasantry is of the same significance hardly requires explanation after what has been said in the preceding chapter. The systematic employment of machinery in agriculture ousts the patriarchal middle peasant as inexorably as the steam power loom ousts the handicraft weaver. The results of the employment of machinery in agriculture confirm what has been said, and reveal all the typical features of capitalist progress with all its inherent contradictions. Machines enormously increase the productivity of labor in agriculture, which, before the present epoch, was almost entirely untouched by social development. That is why the mere fact of the growing employment of machines in Russian agriculture is sufficient to enable one to see how utterly unsound is Mr. N. On's assertion that there is absolute stagnation, sketches, p. 32, in grain production in Russia, and that there is even a decline in the productivity of agricultural labor. We shall return to this assertion, which contradicts generally established facts and which Mr. N. On needed for his idealization of the pre-capitalist order. Further, machines lead to the concentration of production and to the practice of capitalist cooperation in agriculture. The introduction of machinery, on the one hand, calls for capital on a big scale, and consequently is only within the capacity of the big farmers. On the other hand, machines pay only when there is a huge amount of products to be dealt with. The expansion of production becomes a necessity with the introduction of machines. The wide use of reaping machines, steam threshers, etc., is therefore indicative of the concentration of agricultural production, and we shall indeed see later that the Russian agricultural region where the employment of machines is particularly widespread, Novorossiya, is also distinguished by the quite considerable size of its farms. Let us merely observe that it would be a mistake to conceive the concentration of agriculture in just the one form of extensive enlargement of the crop area, as Mr. N. On does. As a matter of fact, the concentration of agricultural production manifests itself in the most diverse forms, depending on the forms of commercial agriculture. See next chapter on this point. The concentration of production is inseparably connected with the extensive cooperation of workers on the farm. Above we saw an example of a large estate on which the grain was harvested by setting hundreds of reaping machines into operation simultaneously. Threshers drawn by 4 to 8 horses require from 14 to 23 and even more workers, half of whom are women and boys, i.e., semi-workers. The 8 to 10 HP steam threshers to be found on all large farms, of Kherson Gubernia, require simultaneously from 50 to 70 workers, of whom more than half are semi-workers, boys and girls of 12 to 17 years of age. T. Zyakov, LOCCIT, 93. Large farms, on each of which from 500 to 1,000 workers are gathered together simultaneously, may safely be likened to industrial establishments, the same author justly observes, p. 151. 3. Thus, while our Narodniks were arguing that the village community could easily introduce cooperation in agriculture, life went on in its own way, and capitalism, splitting up the village community into economic groups with opposite interests, created large farms based on the extensive cooperation of wage workers. From the foregoing it is clear that machines create a home market for capitalism. First, a market for means of production, for the products of the machine-building industry, mining industry, etc., etc., and second, a market for labor power. The introduction of machines, as we have seen, leads to the replacement of labor service by hired labor and to the creation of peasant farms employing laborers. The mass-scale employment of agricultural machinery presupposes the existence of a mass of agricultural wage workers. In the localities where agricultural capitalism is most highly developed, this process of the introduction of wage labor along with the introduction of machines is intersected by another process, namely, the ousting of wage workers by the machine. On the one hand, the formation of a peasant bourgeoisie and the transition of the landowners from labor service to capitalism create a demand for wage workers. On the other hand, in places where farming has long been based on wage labor, machines oust wage workers. No precise and extensive statistics are available to show what is the general effect of both these processes for the whole of Russia, i.e., whether the number of agricultural wage workers is increasing or decreasing. There can be no doubt that hitherto the number has been increasing. See next section. We imagine that now too it is continuing to increase for, firstly, data on the ousting of wage workers in agriculture by machines are available only for Novorossiya, while in other areas of capitalist agriculture, the Baltic and Western region, the outer regions in the east, some of the industrial gubernias, this process has not yet been noted on a large scale. There still remains an enormous area where labor service predominates, and in that area the introduction of machinery is giving rise to a demand for wage workers. Secondly, the growth of intensive farming, introduction of root crops, for example, enormously increases the demand for wage labor, see Chapter 4. A decline in the absolute number of agricultural, as against industrial, wage workers must, of course, take place at a certain stage in the development of capitalism, namely, when agriculture throughout the country is fully organized on capitalist lines and when the employment of machinery for the most diverse agricultural operations is general. As regards Novorossiya, local investigators note here the usual consequences of highly developed capitalism. Machines are ousting wage workers and creating a capitalist reserve army in agriculture. The days of fabulous prices for hands have passed in Kherson Gubernia too. Thanks to the increased spread of agricultural implements and other causes, the prices of hands are steadily falling, authors italics. The distribution of agricultural implements, which makes the large farms independent of workers 5 and at the same time reduces the demand for hands, places the workers in a difficult position, T. Zyakov, LOCCIT, 66-71. The same thing is noted by another Zemstvo medical officer, Mr. Kudryavtsev, in his work Migrant Agricultural Workers at the Nikolaev Fair in the township of Kakhovka, Taurida Gubernia, and their sanitary supervision in 1895, Kherson, 1896. The prices of hands continue to fall, and a considerable number of migrant workers find themselves without employment and are unable to earn anything, i.e., there is created what in the language of economic science is called a reserve army of labor, artificial surplus population, 61. The drop in the prices of labor caused by this reserve army is sometimes so great that many farmers possessing machines preferred, in 1895, to harvest with hand labor rather than with machines, Ibid, 66, from Spornik Khersinskogo Zemstva Kherson Zemstvo Symposium, August 1895. More strikingly and convincingly than any argument, this fact reveals how profound are the contradictions inherent in the capitalist employment of machinery. Another consequence of the use of machinery is the growing employment of female and child labor. The existing system of capitalist agriculture has, generally speaking, given rise to a certain hierarchy of workers, very much reminiscent of the hierarchy among factory workers. For example, on the estates in South Russia there are the following categories: A. Full workers, adult males capable of doing all jobs. B. Semi-workers, women and males up to the age of 20. Semi-workers are divided again into two categories: A. 12, 13 to 15, 16 years of age, these are semi-workers in the stricter sense of the term, and B. Semi-workers of great strength, in the language used on the estates, three-quarter workers, 6 from 16 to 20 years of age, capable of doing all the jobs done by the full worker, except mowing. Lastly, C. Semi-workers rendering little help, children not under 8 and not over 14 years of age, these act as swineherds, calf herds, weeders and plowboys. Often they work merely for their food and clothing. The introduction of agricultural implements lowers the price of the full worker's labor and renders possible its replacement by the cheaper labor of women and juveniles. Statistics on migrant labor confirm the fact of the displacement of male by female labor. In 1890, of the total number of workers registered in the township of Kakhovka and in the city of Kherson, 12.7% were women. In 1894, for the whole gubernia women constituted 18.2%, 10,239 out of 56,464, in 1895, 25.6%, 13,474 out of 48,753. Children in 1893 constituted 0.7%, from 10 to 14 years of age, and in 1895, 1.69%, from 7 to 14 years of age. Among local workers on estates in Elizavetgrad Uyezd, Kherson Gubernia, children constituted 10.6%, IBID. Machines increase the intensity of the worker's labor. For example, the most widespread type of reaping machine, with hand delivery, has acquired the characteristic name of Lobogrika or Chubogrika. 7 Since working with it calls for extraordinary exertion on the part of the worker, he takes the place of the delivery apparatus, cf. Productive Forces, I. 52. Similarly, intensity of labor increases with the use of the threshing machine. The capitalist mode of employing machinery creates here, as everywhere, a powerful stimulus to the lengthening of the working day. Night work, something previously unknown, makes its appearance in agriculture too. In good harvest years, work on some estates and on many peasant farms is carried on even at night. T. Zyakov, LOCCIT, 126, by artificial illumination, torchlight, 92. Finally, the systematic employment of machines results in traumatism among agricultural workers. The employment of young women and children at machines naturally results in a particularly large toll of injuries. The Zemstvo hospitals and dispensaries in Kherson Gubernia, for example, are filled, during the agricultural season, almost exclusively with traumatic patients and serve as field hospitals, as it were, for the treatment of the enormous army of agricultural workers who are constantly being disabled as a result of the ruthless destructive work of agricultural machines and implements. IBID, 126. A special medical literature is appearing that deals with injuries caused by agricultural machines. Proposals are being made to introduce compulsory regulations governing the use of agricultural machines. IBID. The large-scale manufacture of machinery imperatively calls for public control and regulation of production in agriculture, as in industry. Of the attempts to introduce such control we shall speak below. Let us note, in conclusion, the extremely inconsistent attitude of the Narodniks towards the employment of machinery in agriculture. To admit the benefit and progressive nature of the employment of machinery, to defend all measures that develop and facilitate it, and at the same time to ignore the fact that machinery in Russian agriculture is employed in the capitalist manner, means to sink to the viewpoint of the small and big agrarians. Yet what our Narodniks do is precisely to ignore the capitalist character of the employment of agricultural machinery and improved implements, without even attempting to analyze what types of peasant and landlord farms introduce machinery. Mr. V angrily calls Mr. V Chernyev a representative of capitalist technique, progressive trends. 11. Presumably it is Mr. V Chernyev, or some other official in the Ministry of Agriculture, who is to blame for the fact that the employment of machinery in Russia is capitalist in character. Mr. N. On, despite his grandiloquent promise not to depart from the facts, Sketches, 14, has preferred to ignore the fact that it is capitalism that has developed the employment of machinery in our agriculture, and he has even invented the amusing theory that exchange reduces the productivity of labor in agriculture, p. 74. To criticize this theory, which is proclaimed without any analysis of the facts, is neither possible nor necessary. Let us confine ourselves to citing a small sample of Mr. N. On's reasoning. If, says he, the productivity of labor in this country were to double, we should have to pay for a chetvert, about 6 bushels, of wheat, not 12 rubles, but 6, that is all, 234. Not all, by far, most worthy economist. In this country, as indeed in any society where there is commodity economy, the improvement of technique is undertaken by individual farmers, the rest only gradually following suit. In this country, only the rural entrepreneurs are in a position to improve their technique. In this country, this progress of the rural entrepreneurs, small and big, is inseparably connected with the ruin of the peasantry and the creation of a rural proletariat. Hence, if the improved technique used on the farms of rural entrepreneurs were to become socially necessary, only on that condition would the price be reduced by half, it would mean the passing of almost the whole of agriculture into the hands of capitalists, it would mean the complete proletarization of millions of peasants, it would mean an enormous increase in the non-agricultural population and an increase in the number of factories, for the productivity of labor in our agriculture to double. There must be an enormous development of the machine-building industry, the mining industry, steam transport, the construction of a mass of new types of farm buildings, shops, warehouses, canals, etc., etc. Mr. N. on here repeats the little error of reasoning that is customary with him. He skips over the consecutive steps that are necessary with the development of capitalism, he skips over the intricate complex of social economic changes which necessarily accompany the development of capitalism, and then weeps and wails over the danger of destruction by capitalism. 9. Wage labor in agriculture. We now pass to the principal manifestation of agricultural capitalism, to the employment of hired labor. This feature of post-reform economy was marked most strongly in the outer regions of South and East European Russia, in that mass shift of agricultural wage workers known as the agricultural migration. For this reason we shall first cite data concerning this main region of agricultural capitalism in Russia and then examine the data relating to the whole of Russia. The tremendous movements of our peasants in search of work for hire have long ago been noted in our literature. Reference to them was made by Flerovsky, Condition of the Working Class in Russia, St. Petersburg, 1869, who tried to determine their relative incidence in the various gubernias. In 1875, Mr. Shaslovsky gave a general review of agricultural outside employments, Compendium of Political Knowledge, Volume 2, and noted their real significance. There was formed something in the nature of a semi-vagrant population. Something in the nature of future farm laborers. In 1887, Mr. Raspopin gathered together Zemstvo statistics on this phenomenon and regarded them not as employments of the peasants in general, but as a process of the formation of a class of wage workers in agriculture. In the 90s, the works of Messrs. S. Korolenko, Rudnat, Zyakov, Kudryavtsev, and Shukhovskoy appeared, thanks to which a much fuller study of this phenomenon was made. The principal area to which agricultural wage workers migrate embraces Bessarabia, Kherson, Taurida, Ekaterinoslav, Don, Samara, Saratov, southern part, and Orenburg gubernias. We confine ourselves to European Russia, but it must be observed that the movement spreads, ever further afield, especially in the recent period, and covers the North Caucasus and the Ural region, etc. Data concerning capitalist agriculture in this area, the area of commercial grain farming, will be given in the next chapter. There, too, we shall point to other localities to which agricultural laborers migrate. The principal area from which agricultural laborers migrate is the central Black Earth gubernias, Kazan, Simbirsk, Penza, Tambov, Ryazan, Tula, Orel, Kursk, Voronezh, Kharkov, Poltava, Chernigov, Kiev, Podolaya, and Volhynia. Thus the movement of workers proceeds from the most thickly populated to the most thinly populated localities, the ones being colonist, from the localities where serfdom was most developed to those where it was least developed to, from localities where labor service is most developed to localities where it is little developed and capitalism is highly developed. Hence, the workers flee from semi-free to free labor. It would be a mistake to think that this flight amounts exclusively to a movement from thickly populated to thinly populated areas. A study of the movement of workers, Mr. S. Korolenko, LOCCIT, has revealed the singular and important fact that workers migrate from many areas in such great numbers as to create a shortage of hands in these places, one that is compensated by the arrival of workers from other places. Hence, the departure of workers expresses not only the tendency of the population to spread more evenly over the given territory, but also the tendency of the workers to go to areas where conditions are better. This tendency will become quite clear to us if we recall that in the area of departure, the area of labor service, agricultural workers' wages are particularly low, while in the area of attraction, the area of capitalism, wages are far higher. 3. As to the extent of agricultural migration, General data exist only in the above-mentioned book by Mr. S. Korolenko, who calculates the surplus of workers, relative to the local demand for them, at 6,360,000 for the whole of European Russia, including 2,137,000 in the above enumerated 15 gubernias of agricultural emigration, whereas in the 8 gubernias of immigration the shortage of workers is estimated at 2,173,000 persons. Despite the fact that Mr. S. Korolenko's methods of calculation are by no means always satisfactory, his general conclusions, as we shall see repeatedly below, must be regarded as approximately correct, and the number of migratory workers not only not an exaggeration, but if anything an understatement of the facts. There can be no doubt that part of these 2 million workers who come to the south are non-agricultural workers. But Mr. Shukhovskoy, LOCCIT, estimates quite arbitrarily, approximately, that industrial workers account for half this number. Firstly, we know from all sources that the workers who migrate to this region are mainly agricultural, and secondly, agricultural workers come there not only from the gubernias mentioned above. Mr. Shukhovskoy himself quotes a figure which confirms Mr. S. Korolenko's calculations. He states that in 11 Black Earth gubernias, which are included in the above described area from which agricultural workers emigrate, there were issued in 1891 a total of 2,703 passports and identity cards, LOCCIT, p24, whereas according to Mr. S. Korolenko's calculations the number of workers who left these gubernias was only 1,745,913. Consequently, Mr. S. Korolenko's figures are not in the least exaggerated, and the total number of migratory rural workers in Russia must obviously be over 2 million. For the existence of such a mass of peasants who abandon their homes and allotments, where they have homes and allotments, vividly testifies to the tremendous process of the conversion of small cultivators into rural proletarians, of the enormous demand by growing agricultural capitalism for wage labor. The question now arises, what is the total number of rural wage workers in European Russia, both migratory and resident? The only attempt to answer this question that we know is the one made in Mr. Rudna's work Peasant Industries in European Russia, Spornik Saratovskogo Zemstva Symposium of the Saratov Zemstvo, 1894, NOS 6 and 11. This work, an extremely valuable one, gives a summary of the Zemstvo statistics for 148 uyezds in 19 gubernias of European Russia. The total number of industrialists is put at 2,798,122, out of 5,129,863 working males, 18 to 60 years of age, i.e., 55% of the total number of working peasants. 5. Under agricultural industries the author includes only work as hired agricultural laborers, farm laborers, day laborers, herdsmen, stockyard workers. An estimate of the percentage of agricultural workers to the total number of males of working age in various gubernias and districts of Russia, leads the author to the conclusion that in the Black Earth Belt about 25% of all working males are engaged in hired agricultural labor, and in the non-Black Earth area about 10%. This gives us the number of agricultural workers in European Russia as 3,395,000, or, in round numbers, 3.5 million, Rudna, LOCCIT, p. 448. This number is about 20% of the total number of males of working age. It must be observed in this connection that, according to Mr. Rudna, day labor and agricultural job work were placed in the category of industries by the statisticians only when they were the chief occupation of the given person or family, LOCCIT, 446. 6. Mr. Rudna's figure should be regarded as the minimum, because, firstly, the Zemstvo census returns are more or less out of date, relating to the 80s and at times even to the 70s, and because, secondly, in determining the percentage of agricultural workers, no account whatever was taken of the Baltic and Western gubernias, where agricultural capitalism is highly developed. For want of other data, however, we are obliged to take this figure of 3.5 million. It appears, consequently, that about 1/5 of the peasants have already reached a position where their chief occupation is that of wage labor for rich peasants and landlords. We see here the first group of the entrepreneurs who present a demand for the labor power of the rural proletariat. These are the rural entrepreneurs, who employ about half of the bottom group of the peasantry. Thus, there is to be observed a complete interdependence between the formation of a class of rural entrepreneurs and the expansion of the bottom group of the peasantry, i.e., the increase in the number of rural proletarians. Among these rural entrepreneurs a prominent part is played by the peasant bourgeoisie. For example, in 9 uyezds of Voronezh gubernia, 43.4% of the farm laborers are employed by peasants, Rudna 434. Were we to take this percentage as the standard for all rural workers and for the whole of Russia, it would be seen that the peasant bourgeoisie present a demand for some 1.5 million agricultural workers. One and the same peasantry throws onto the market millions of workers in search of employers, and presents an impressive demand for wage workers. X. The significance of hired labor in agriculture. Let us now attempt to depict the principal features of the new social relations that take shape in agriculture with the employment of hired labor, and to define their significance. The agricultural workers who come to the south in such masses belong to the poorest strata of the peasantry. Of the workers who come to Kherson gubernia, 7/10 make the journey on foot. Since they lack the money for railway fare, they tramp for hundreds and thousands of versts along the railway track and the banks of navigable rivers, admiring the splendid pictures of rapidly moving trains and smoothly gliding ships. Tzayakov, 35. On the average, the worker takes with him about 2 rubles 1, often enough he even lacks the money to pay for a passport, and gets a monthly identity card for 10 kopecks. The journey takes from 10 to 12 days, and after such a long tramp, sometimes undertaken barefoot in the cold spring mud, the traveler's feet swell and become calloused and bruised. About 1/10 of the workers travel on dyubi, large boats made out of rough boards, holding from 50 to 80 persons and usually packed to the limit. The reports of an official commission, the Zhivjintsev Commission, 10 note the grave danger of this form of travel. Not a year passes but that 1, 2, or even more of these overcrowded dyubi go to the bottom with their passengers. Ibid, 34. The overwhelming majority of the workers have allotments, but of absolutely insignificant dimensions. As a matter of fact, Mr. Tzayakov quite justly observes, all these thousands of agricultural workers are landless village proletarians, for whom outside employments are now the sole means of livelihood. Landlessness is growing rapidly, and at the same time is swelling the ranks of the rural proletariat. 77. Striking confirmation of the rapidity of this growth is the number of worker novices, i.e., of those seeking employment for the first time. These novices constitute as many as 30%. Incidentally, this figure enables us to judge how rapid is the process that creates bodies of permanent agricultural workers. The mass migration of workers has given rise to special forms of hire peculiar to highly developed capitalism. In the south and southeast, numerous labor markets have arisen where thousands of workers gather and employers assemble. These markets are usually held in towns, industrial centers, trading villages, and at fairs. The industrial character of the centers is of particular attraction to the workers, who readily accept employment on non-agricultural jobs, too. Thus, in Kiev gubernia, labor markets are held in Shpola and Smola, large centers of the beet sugar industry, and in the town of Belyad-Tsirkov. In Kherson gubernia, they are held in the commercial villages, Novokrenka, Berzela, and Mostovoy, where on Sundays over 9,000 workers gather, and many other villages, at railway stations, Znamenka, Dolinskaya, etc., and in towns, Elizavetgrad, Bobrinets, Voznesensk, Odessa, and others. In the summer, townspeople, laborers, and cadets, the local name for tramps, from Odessa also come to hire themselves out for agricultural work. In Odessa rural workers hire themselves out in what is called Seredinskia Square, or the Mowers Market. The workers make for Odessa, avoiding other markets, in the hope of getting better earnings here. T. Zyakov, 58. The township of Krivoy Rog is an important center where workers are hired for agriculture and mining. In Taurida Gubernia, the township of Kakhovka is particularly noted for its labor market, where formerly as many as 40,000 workers gathered, in the 90s from 20,000 to 30,000 gathered there, and now, judging from certain data, the number is still smaller. In Bessarabia Gubernia, mention should be made of the town of Akerman, in Ekaterinoslav Gubernia, of the town of Ekaterinoslav, and Lozovaya Station, in Don Gubernia, of Rostov-on-Don, frequented every year by as many as 150,000 workers. In North Caucasus, of the towns of Ekaterinodar and Novorossiysk, Tikhoreskia Station, and other places. In Samara Gubernia, of the village of Pokrovskia, opposite Saratov, the village of Balakovo and other places. In Saratov Gubernia, of the towns of Khvalinsk and Volsk. In Simbursk Gubernia, of the town of Sazran. Thus, capitalism has created in the outer regions a new form of the combination of agriculture with industries, namely, the combination of agricultural and non-agricultural hired labor. Such a combination is possible on a wide scale only in the period of the final and highest stage of capitalism, that of large-scale machine industry, which attenuates the importance of skill of hand labor, facilitates the transition from one occupation to another, and levels the forms of hire. 2. Indeed, the forms of hire in this locality are very peculiar and very characteristic of capitalist agriculture. All the semi-patriarchal, semi-bonded forms of hired labor which one so frequently meets in the central Black Earth belt disappear here. The only relationships left are those between hirers and hired, a commercial transaction for the purchase and sale of labor power. As always under developed capitalist relations, the workers prefer hire by the day, or by the week, which enables them to make the pay correspond more exactly to the demand for labor. Prices are fixed for the area of each market, within a radius of about 40 versts, with mathematical precision, and it is very hard for the employers to beat down the price, because the muzhik who has come to the market prefers to lie around or go on to another place rather than work for lower pay. Shukhovskoy, 104. It goes without saying that violent fluctuations in prices paid for labor cause innumerable breaches of contract, only not on one side, as the employers usually claim, but on both sides. Concerted action is taken by both sides, the laborers agree among themselves to demand more, and the employers, to offer less. Ibid, 107. 3. How openly callous cash payment reigns here in the relations between the classes may be seen, for example, from the following fact: experienced employers know very well that the workers will give in only when they have eaten up their food stock. A farmer related that when he came to the market to hire workers, he walked among them, poking with his stick at their knapsacks. If they had bread left, he would not talk to them, he would leave the market and wait until the knapsacks in the market were empty. From the Selsky Vestnik Rural Herald, 1890, number 15, Ibid, 107 to 108. As underdeveloped capitalism anywhere, so here, we see that the worker is particularly oppressed by small capital. The big employer is forced by sheer commercial considerations to abstain from petty oppression, which is of little advantage and is fraught with considerable loss should disputes arise. That is why the big employers, for example, those employing from 300 to 800 workers, try to keep their workers from leaving at the end of the week, and themselves fix prices according to the demand for labor. Some even adopt a system of wage increases if the price of labor in the area goes up, and all evidence goes to show that these increases are more than compensated by better work and the absence of disputes. Ibid, 130 to 132, 104. A small employer, on the contrary, sticks at nothing. The farmsteaders and German colonists carefully choose their workers and pay them 15 or 20% more, but the amount of work they squeeze out of them is 50% or more. Ibid, 116. The wenches who work for such an employer don't know day from night, as they themselves say. The colonists who hire mowers get their sons to follow on their heels, i.e., to speed up the workers, in shifts, so that the speeders up, replacing one another 3 times a day, come with renewed energy to drive the workers on. That is why it is so easy to recognize those who have worked for the German colonists by their haggard appearance. Generally speaking, the farmsteaders and the Germans avoid hiring those who have formerly worked on landowners' estates. "You'll not stand the pace with us," they say quite frankly, Ibid. 5. Large-scale machine industry, by concentrating large masses of workers, transforming the methods of production, and destroying all the traditional, patriarchal cloaks and screens that have obscured the relations between classes, always leads to the directing of public attention towards these relations, to attempts at public control and regulation. This phenomenon, which has found particularly striking expression in factory inspection, is also beginning to be observed in Russian capitalist agriculture, precisely in the region where it is most developed. The question of the workers' sanitary conditions was raised in Kherson Gubernia as early as 1875 at the Second Gubernia Congress of Doctors of the Khersonzemstvo, and was dealt with again in 1888. In 1889 there was drawn up a program for the study of the workers' conditions. The investigation of sanitary conditions that was carried out, on a far from adequate scale, in 1889 to 1890 slightly lifted the veil concealing the conditions of labor in the remote villages. It was seen, for instance, that in the majority of cases the workers have no living quarters. Where barracks are provided, they are usually very badly built from a hygienic point of view, and not infrequently dugouts are met with. They are inhabited, for example, by shepherds, who suffer severely from dampness, overcrowding, cold, darkness and the stifling atmosphere. The food provided is very often unsatisfactory. The working day, as a rule, is from 12.5 to 15 hours, which is much longer than the usual working day in large-scale industry, 11 to 12 hours. An interval during the hottest part of the day is met with only as an exception, and cases of brain diseases are no rarity. Work at machines gives rise to occupational division of labor and occupational diseases. For example, working at threshing machines are drummers. They put the sheaves into the drum. The work is very dangerous and most laborious. Thick corn dust beats into their faces. And pitchers, they pitch up the sheaves. The work is so heavy that the shifts have to be changed every hour or two. Women sweep up the straw, which boys carry aside, while from 3 to 5 laborers stack it in ricks. The number employed on threshing in the whole gubernia must exceed 200,000, T. Zyakov, 94. 6. Mr. T. Zyakov's conclusions regarding the sanitary conditions of agricultural work are as follows: generally speaking, the opinion of the ancients that the labor of the husbandman is the pleasantest and healthiest of occupations is hardly sound at the present time, when the capitalist spirit reigns in agriculture. With the introduction of machinery into agriculture, the sanitary conditions of agricultural labor have not improved, but have changed for the worse. Machinery has brought into the field of agriculture a specialization of labor so little known here before that it has had the effect of developing among the rural population occupational diseases and a host of serious injuries. 94. A result of the investigations into sanitary conditions, after the famine year and the cholera, was the attempt to organize medical and food depots, at which the laborers were to be registered, placed under sanitary supervision and provided with cheap dinners. However modest the scale and the results of this organization may be, and however precarious its existence, 7. It remains an important historical fact, revealing the trends of capitalism in agriculture. At the Congress of Doctors of Kherson Gubernia it was proposed, on the basis of data gathered by practitioners, to recognize the importance of medical and food depots and the need for improving their sanitary condition and extending their activities to give them the character of labor exchanges providing information on the prices of labor and their fluctuations, to extend sanitary inspection to all more or less big farms employing considerable numbers of laborers, as is done in industrial establishments, p. 155, to issue strict regulations governing the employment of agricultural machines and the registration of accidents, to raise the question of the workers' right to compensation and of providing better and cheaper steam transport. The Fifth Congress of Russian Doctors passed a resolution calling the attention of the Zemstvos concerned to the activities of the Khersonzemstvo in the organization of medical and sanitary inspection. In conclusion, let us return to the Narodnik economists. Above we have seen that they idealize a labor service and close their eyes to the progressive nature of capitalism as compared with that system. Now we must add that they are unfavorably disposed to the migration of workers, and favor local employments. Here, for example, is how this usual Narodnik view is expressed by Mr. N. on the peasants set off in quest of work. How far, one may ask, is it advantageous from the economic point of view? Not personally for each individual peasant, but how far is it advantageous for the peasantry as a whole, from the national economic point of view? What we want is to point to the purely economic disadvantage of the annual peregrination, God knows where to, for the entire summer, when it would seem that one could find plenty of occupations at hand. 23 to 24. We assert, the Narodnik theory notwithstanding, that the peregrination of the workers not only yields purely economic advantages to the workers themselves, but in general should be regarded as progressive, that public attention should not be directed towards replacing outside employments by local occupations close at hand, but, on the contrary, towards removing all the obstacles in the way of migration, towards facilitating it in every way, towards improving and reducing the costs of all conditions of the workers' travel, etc. The grounds for our assertion are as follows. 1. Purely economic advantage accrues to the workers from peregrination in that they go to places where wages are higher, where their position as seekers of employment is a more advantageous one. Simple as this argument is, it is too often forgotten by those who love to rise to a higher, allegedly national economic point of view. 2. Peregrination destroys bonded forms of hire and labor service. Let us recall, for example, that formerly, when migration was little developed, the southern landowners, and other employers, readily resorted to the following system of hiring laborers. They sent their agents to the northern gubernias and, through the medium of rural officials, hired tax defaulters on terms extremely disadvantageous to the latter. 8. Those offering employment consequently enjoyed the advantage of free competition, but those seeking it did not. We have quoted instances of the peasants' readiness to flee from labor service and bondage even to the mines. It is not surprising, therefore, that on the question of peregrination our agrarians go hand in hand with the Narodniks. Take Mr. S. Korolenko, for example. In his book he quotes numerous opinions of landlords in opposition to the migration of workers, and adduces a host of arguments against outside employments, dissipation, rowdy habits, drunkenness, dishonesty, the striving to leave the family in order to get rid of it and escape parental supervision, the craving for amusement and a brighter life, etc. But here is a particularly interesting argument. Finally, as the proverb says, if it stay at one spot, a stone will gather moss, and a man who stays at one spot will certainly amass property and cherish it. Loccit, p. 84. The proverb does indeed very strikingly indicate what happens to a man who is tied to one spot. Mr. S. Korolenko is particularly displeased with the phenomenon we referred to above, namely, that too many workers leave certain gubernias and that the shortage thus created is made good by the arrival of workers from other gubernias. In noting this fact as regards, for example, Voronezh gubernia, Mr. S. Korolenko points to one of the reasons for this, namely, the large number of peasants possessing gift land allotments. Evidently such peasants, who are relatively worse off materially and are not worried about their all too meager property, more frequently fail to carry out the obligations they undertake and in general more readily leave for other gubernias, even when they could find plenty of employment at home. Such peasants, having little attachment, to their own inadequate allotments, and sometimes not even possessing implements, more readily abandon their homes and go to seek their fortunes far from their native villages, without troubling about employment locally, and sometimes even about obligations undertaken, since they have nothing on which distraint can be made, ibid. Little attachment. That's just the term. It should give food for thought to those who talk about the disadvantages of peregrination and the preferableness of local occupations close at hand. 9. 3. Peregrinations mean creating mobility of the population. Peregrinations are one of the most important factors preventing the peasants from gathering moss, of which more than enough has been fastened on them by history. Unless the population becomes mobile, it cannot develop, and it would be na/ive to imagine that a village school can teach people what they can learn from an independent acquaintance with the different relations and orders of things in the south and in the north, in agriculture and in industry, in the capital and in the backwoods. Chapter 4. The growth of commercial agriculture. Having examined the internal economic structure of peasant and landlord economy, we must now take up the question of the changes in agricultural production and ask, do these changes express a growth of capitalism and of the home market? General data on agricultural production in post-reform Russia and on the types of commercial agriculture. Let us glance first of all at the general statistics on grain production in European Russia. The considerable harvest fluctuations render the data for individual periods or for individual years quite useless. It is necessary to take different periods and the data for a whole number of years. We have at our disposal the following data: for the period of the 60s, the data for 1864 to 1866, Military Statistical Abstract, for St. Petersburg, 1871, data of gubernatorial reports. For the 70s, the returns of the Department of Agriculture for the entire decade, Historico-Statistical Survey of Russian Industry, Volume I, St. Petersburg, 1883. And lastly, for the 1880s, we have data for the 5 years of 1883 to 1887, Statistics of the Russian Empire, for this 5-year period can represent the whole of the 80s, since the average harvest for the 10 years, 1880 to 1889, is even somewhat higher than for the 5 years 1883 to 1887, see Agriculture and Forestry in Russia, published for the Chicago Exhibition, pages 132 and 142. Further, in order to judge of the trend of evolution in the 90s, we take the data for the decade 1885 to 1894, Productive Forces, I-4. Lastly, the data for 1905, Yearbook of Russia, 1906, are quite adequate for a judgment of the present time. The 1905 harvest was only a little lower than the average for the 5 years 1900 to 1904. Let us compare all these data. 2. Harvest for 50 gubernias of European Russia. Russia 6. We see from this that until the 1890s the post-reform era is characterized by an undoubted increase in the production both of cereals and potatoes. The productivity of agricultural labor rises. Firstly, the size of the net yield grows faster than that of the sown area, with occasional exceptions. Secondly, we must bear in mind that the proportion of the population engaged in agricultural production steadily diminished during this period owing to the diversion of the population from agriculture to commerce and industry, and also owing to the migration of peasants beyond the bounds of European Russia. 3. What is particularly noteworthy is the fact that it is commercial agriculture that is growing. There is an increase in the amount of grain gathered, after subtracting seed, per head of the population. While among this population there is an ever-growing division of social labor, there is an increase in the commercial and industrial population. The agricultural population splits up into rural entrepreneurs and a rural proletariat. There is an extension of specialization in agriculture itself, so that the amount of grain produced for sale grows far more rapidly than the total amount of grain produced in the country. The capitalist character of the process is strikingly illustrated by the increased share of potatoes in the total agricultural production. For the increase in the area under potatoes signifies, on the one hand, an improvement in agricultural technique, the introduction of root crops, and increased technical processing of agricultural produce, distilling and the manufacture of potato starch. On the other hand, it is, from the viewpoint of the rural entrepreneur class, the production of relative surplus value, cheapening of the cost of maintaining labor power, deterioration of the people's nourishment. The data for the decade 1885 to 1894 show further that the crisis of 1891 to 1892, which tremendously intensified the expropriation of the peasantry, led to a considerable reduction in the output of cereals and to a reduction in the yield of all crops, but the process of the displacement of cereals by potatoes continued with such force that the per capita output of potatoes increased, notwithstanding the reduced yield. Finally, the last 5 years, 1900 to 1904, also show an increase in agricultural production, an increase in the productivity of agricultural labor and a worsening of the conditions of the working class, increase in the part played by potatoes. As we have noted above, the growth of commercial agriculture manifests itself in the specialization of agriculture. Mass scale and gross data on the production of all crops can give, and then not always, only the most general indications of this process, since the specific features of the different areas thereby disappear. Yet it is precisely the segregation of the different agricultural areas that is one of the most characteristic features of post-reform agriculture in Russia. Thus, the Historico-Statistical Survey of Russian Industry, Volume I, St. Petersburg, 1883, quoted by us, enumerates the following agricultural areas: the flax area, the region where stock farming predominates, and where, in particular, dairy farming is considerably developed, the region where grain crops predominate, particularly the three-field area and the area with the improved fallow or multi-field grass system, part of the steppe belt, which is characterized by the production of the most valuable, so-called elite grains, mainly intended for the foreign market, the beet area, and the area in which potatoes are cultivated for distilling purposes. The economic areas indicated have arisen in European Russia comparatively recently, and with every passing year continue increasingly to develop and become more segregated. LOCCIT, p. 5. Our task should now be, consequently, to study this process of the specialization of agriculture, and we should ascertain whether a growth of commercial agriculture is to be observed in its various forms, whether capitalist agriculture comes into existence in the process, and whether agricultural capitalism bears the features we indicated above in analyzing the general data on peasant and landlord farming. It goes without saying that for our purposes it will be sufficient if we confine ourselves to describing the principal areas of commercial agriculture. But before examining the data for the separate areas, let us note the following: the Narodnik economists, as we have seen, do all they can to evade the fact that the characteristic feature of the post-reform period is the growth of commercial agriculture. Naturally, in doing so they also ignore the circumstance that the drop in grain prices is bound to stimulate the specialization of agriculture and the drawing of agricultural produce into the sphere of exchange. Here is an instance. The authors of the well-known book The Influence of Harvests and Grain Prices all proceed from the postulate that the price of grain is of no importance to natural economy, and they repeat this truism endlessly. One of them, Mr. Kablukov, has observed, however, that under the general conditions of commodity production this postulate is substantially wrong. It is possible, of course, he writes, that the grain placed on the market has cost less to produce than that grown on the consumer's farm, in which case it would appear to be in the interest also of the consuming farm to change from cultivating cereals to other crops, or to other occupations, we would add, and, consequently, for it too the market price of grain assumes importance as soon as it fails to coincide with its cost of production. 98, note, author's italics. But we cannot take that into account, he says peremptorily. Why is that? Because, it seems, 1. A changeover to other crops is possible only where certain conditions exist. By means of this empty truism, everything on earth is possible only under certain conditions. Mr. Kablukov calmly evades the fact that the post-reform period in Russia has created, and continues to create, the very conditions that call for the specialization of agriculture and the diversion of the population from agriculture. 2. Because in our climate it is impossible to find a crop equal to cereals in food value. The argument is highly original, expressing a mere evasion of the issue. What has the food value of other crops to do with the matter, if we are dealing with the sale of these other crops and the purchase of cheap grain? 3. Because grain farms of the consuming type always have a rational basis for their existence. In other words, because Mr. Kablukov and colleagues regard natural economy as rational. The argument, as you see, is irrefutable. Point 2. The commercial grain farming area. This area covers the outer region in the south and the east of European Russia, the steppe gubernias of Novorossiya and the Transvolga. Agriculture is distinguished here for its extensive character and the enormous scale of the production of grain for sale. If we take the 8 gubernias of Kherson, Bessarabia, Taurida, Don, Ekaterinoslav, Saratov, Samara, and Orenburg, we shall find that in 1883 to 1887 the net crop of cereals, not including oats, for a population of 13,877,000 amounted to 41.3 million chetverts, i.e., more than one-fourth of the total net yield of the 50 gubernias of European Russia. The crop most commonly sown here is wheat, the principal export grain. One agriculture develops here fastest of all, by comparison with the other areas of Russia, and these gubernias relegate the central black earth gubernias, formerly in the lead, to the background. Net per capita cereal crop. Periods 2. Thus there is a shifting of the principal center of grain production. In the 1860s and 1870s the central black earth gubernias were ahead of all the rest, but in the 1880s they yielded priority to the steppe and lower Volga gubernias. Their production of grain began to diminish. This interesting fact of the enormous growth of agricultural production in the area described is to be explained by the circumstance that in the post-reform period the outer steppe regions have been colonies of the central, long-settled part of European Russia. The abundance of free land has attracted an enormous stream of settlers, who have quickly increased the area under crops. 3. The extensive development of commercial crops was possible only because of the close economic ties of these colonies with Central Russia, on the one hand, and the European grain importing countries, on the other. The development of industry in Central Russia and the development of commercial farming in the outer regions are inseparably connected and create a market for each other. The industrial gubernias received grain from the south, selling there the products of their factories and supplying the colonies with labor, artisans. See Chapter V, 3 on the migration of small industrialists to the outer regions, and means of production, timber, building materials, tools, etc. Only because of this social division of labor could the settlers in the steppe localities engage exclusively in agriculture and sell huge quantities of grain in the home and particularly in the foreign market. Only because of their close connection with the home and foreign markets could the economic development of these localities proceed so rapidly, and it was precisely capitalist development, for along with the growth of commercial farming there was an equally rapid process of the diversion of the population into industry, the process of the growth of towns and of the formation of new centers of large-scale industry. See below, chapters 7 and 8. 4. As to the question of whether the growth of commercial farming in this area is bound up with technical progress in agriculture and with the creation of capitalist relations, that has been dealt with above. In Chapter 2 we saw how large the areas cultivated by peasants in these localities are and how sharply capitalist relations manifest themselves there even within the village community. In the preceding chapter we saw that in this area there has been a particularly rapid development in the use of machinery, that the capitalist farms in the outer regions attract hundreds of thousands and millions of wage workers, with huge farms created on a scale unprecedented in agriculture, on which there is extensive cooperation of wage workers, etc. We have little left now to add in completion of this picture. In the outer steppe regions the privately owned estates are not only distinguished occasionally for their enormous size, but are also the scene of farming on a very big scale. Above we made reference to crop areas of 8, 10, and 15,000 desyatines in Samara gubernia. In Torida gubernia, Falsfine owns 200,000 des, Mordvinov 80,000 des, 2 individuals own 60,000 des each, and many proprietors have from 10,000 to 25,000 desyatines. Shukhovskoy, 42. An idea of the scale of farming can be obtained, for example, from the fact that in 1893 there were 1,100 machines, of which 1,000 belonged to the peasantry, haymaking for Falsfine. In Kherson gubernia there were 3.3 million desyatines under cultivation in 1893, of which 1.3 million des belonged to private owners. In 5 uyezds of the gubernia, without Odessa uyezd, there were 1,237 medium-sized farms, 250 to 1,000 des of land, 405 big farms, 1,000 to 2,500 des, and 226 farms each of over 2,500 des. According to data gathered in 1890 on 526 farms, they employed 35,514 workers, i.e., an average of 67 workers per farm, of whom from 16 to 30 were annual laborers. In 1893, 100 more or less big farms in Elizavetgrad uyezd employed 11,197 workers, an average of 112 per farm, of whom 17.4% were annual, 39.5% seasonal, and 43.1% day laborers. 5. Here are data on the distribution of crop area among all the agricultural undertakings in the uyezd, both of private landowners and of peasants. 6. Approximate area under crop. Thus, a little over 3% of the peasants, and if we count only those who cultivated, 4%, concentrate in their hands more than a third of the total area under crops, for the tilling and harvesting of which masses of seasonal and day laborers are required. Lastly, here are the data for Novozinsk uyezd, Samara gubernia. In Chapter 2 we took only Russian peasants' farming community allotments, now we add Germans and farmstead peasants, those farming non-community holdings. Unfortunately no data are available for the farms of private landowners. 7. Farm data. There is no need, apparently, to comment on these data. We have had occasion to observe that the area described is the most typical of agricultural capitalism in Russia, typical not in the agricultural sense, of course, but in the social-economic sense. These colonies, having developed with the greatest freedom, show us what relations could and should have developed in the rest of Russia, had not the numerous survivals of pre-reform life retarded the development of capitalism. The forms, however, of agricultural capitalism, as will be seen from what follows, are extremely varied. 3. The commercial stock farming area. General data on the development of dairy farming. We now pass to another very important area of agricultural capitalism in Russia, namely, the region in which not cereal, but livestock produce is of predominant significance. This region embraces, apart from the Baltic and the western gubernias, the northern, the industrial and parts of some of the central gubernias, Ryazan, Orel, Tula, and Nizhny Novgorod. Here animals are kept for dairy produce, and the whole character of agriculture is adapted to obtaining as large a quantity as possible of the more valuable market produce of this sort. 1. Before our very eyes a marked transition is taking place from stock farming for manure to stock farming for dairy produce. It has been particularly noticeable during the past 10 years, work quoted in previous footnote, ibid. It is very difficult by the use of statistics to describe the various regions of Russia in this respect, because it is not the total number of horned cattle that is here important, but the number of dairy cattle and their quality. If we take the total number of animals per 100 inhabitants, we shall find that it is biggest in the outer steppe regions of Russia and smallest in the non-black earth belt. Agriculture and forestry, 274, we shall find that as time goes on the number diminishes. Productive forces, 3, 6. Cf. Historico-Statistical Survey, I. Hence, we observe here what Roscher noted in his day, namely, that the number of animals per unit of the population is largest in districts of extensive livestock farming. W. Roscher, Nationalo-Economic de Akkerbouw 7te Outflow, Studk, 1873, S 563, 564-2. We, however, are interested in intensive livestock farming, and in dairy farming in particular. We are compelled, therefore, to confine ourselves to the approximate computation made by the authors of the above-mentioned sketch, without claiming to make an exact estimate of the phenomenon. Such a computation clearly illustrates the relative positions of the various regions of Russia as to degree of dairy farm development. We quote this computation in extenso, supplementing it with some averages arrived at and data on the cheese-making industry in 1890 according to factory statistics. Dairy farming development. This table clearly illustrates, though the data are very obsolete, the emergence of special dairy farming areas, the development there of commercial farming, the sale of milk and milk processing, and the increase in the productivity of dairy cattle. To judge the development of dairy farming, we can only make use of data on butter production and cheese making. This industry arose in Russia at the very end of the 18th century, 1795. Cheese-making on landlords' estates began to develop in the 19th century, but suffered a severe crisis in the 1860s, which opened the period of cheese-making by peasants and merchants. The number of cheese-making establishments in the 50 gubernias of European Russia was as follows: 3. Cheese-making establishments. Thus, in 25 years production increased more than tenfold. Only the dynamics of the phenomenon may be judged from these data, which are extremely incomplete. Let us quote some more detailed material. In Vologda gubernia an improvement in dairy farming began, properly speaking, in 1872, when the Yaroslavl-Vologda railway was opened. Since then farmers have begun to see to the improvement of their herds, to introduce grass cultivation, to acquire improved implements, and have tried to place dairy farming on a purely commercial basis. Statistical sketch, 20. In Yaroslavl gubernia the ground was prepared by the so-called cheese-making artels of the 70s, and cheese-making continues to develop on the basis of private enterprise, merely retaining the title of artel. 25. Cheese-making artels figure may we add in the directory of factories and works as establishments employing wage workers. Instead of 295,000 rubles, the authors of the sketch estimate the output of cheese and butter, according to official returns, at 412,000 rubles, computed from figures scattered throughout the book. Correction of the figure brings the value of the output of fresh butter and cheese to 1,600,000 rubles, and if we add clarified butter and soft cheese, to 4,701,400 rubles, not counting either the Baltic or the Western gubernias. For the later period let us quote the following opinions from the above-cited publication of the Department of Agriculture Hired Labor, etc. Concerning the industrial gubernias in general we read, a complete revolution in the position of the farms in this area has been brought about by the development of dairy farming. It indirectly has also helped to bring about an improvement in agriculture. Dairy farming in the area is developing with every year. 258. In Tver gubernia there is to be observed the tendency both among private landowners and peasants to improve the methods of maintaining cattle. The income from stock farming is estimated at 10 million rubles, 274. In Yaroslavl gubernia dairy farming is developing with every year. Cheese and butter making have even begun to assume something of an industrial character. Milk is bought up from neighbors and even from peasants. One comes across cheese factories run by a whole company of owners. 285. The general trend of private landowner farming here, writes a correspondent from Danilov Uyezd, Yaroslavl gubernia, is marked at the present time by the following: 1. The transition from 3-field to 5- and 7-field crop rotation, with the sowing of herbage in the fields. 2. The plowing up of disused lands. 3. The introduction of dairy farming, and as a consequence, the stricter selection of cattle and an improvement in their maintenance. 292. The same thing is said of Smolensk gubernia, where the value of the output of cheese and butter amounted to 240,000 rubles in 1889 according to a report of the governor. According to statistical returns, 136,000 rubles in 1890. The development of dairy farming is noted in the Kalyuga, Kovno, Nizhny Novgorod, Pskov, Estland and Vologda gubernias. The value of the output of butter and cheese in the last mentioned gubernia was estimated at 35,000 rubles according to statistics for 1,890 to 108,000 rubles according to the governor's report, and to 500,000 rubles according to local returns for 1,894, which gave a total of 389 factories. That is what the statistics say. Actually, however, there are far more factories, since, according to investigations by the Vologda Zemstvo board, there are 224 factories in Vologda uyezd alone. Production is developed in 3 uyezds, and has partly penetrated a 4th. For one can judge from this how many times the above quoted figures need to be multiplied in order to approach the real situation. The plain view of an expert that at the present time the number of butter and cheese making establishments amounts to several thousand, agriculture and forestry in Russia, 299, gives a truer picture of the facts than the allegedly exact figure of 265. Thus the data leave not the slightest doubt about the enormous development of this special type of commercial farming. The growth of capitalism was accompanied here too by the transformation of routine technique. In the sphere of cheese making, we read, for example, in agriculture and forestry, more has been done in Russia during the last 25 years than perhaps in any other country, 301. Mr. Blazhin says the same thing in his article Technical Progress in Dairy Farming, Productive Forces, 3, 38-45. The principal change is that the age-old method of leaving cream to settle has been replaced by the system of separating cream in centrifugal machines, separators. 5. The machine has enabled the work to be carried on irrespective of atmospheric temperature, increased the butter yield from milk by 10%, improved the quality of the product, reduced the cost of butter production. The machine requires less labor, space, and ice, as well as fewer utensils, and has led to the concentration of production. Large peasant butteries have grown up, handling as much as 500 poods of milk a day, which was physically impossible when the milk was left to settle. Improvements are being made in the instruments of production, permanent boilers, screw presses, improved cellars, and production is being assisted by bacteriology, which is providing pure cultures of the type of lactic acid bacilli needed for fermenting cream. Thus, in the 2 areas of commercial farming we have described, the technical improvements called into being by the requirements of the market were effected primarily in those operations that were easiest to change and are particularly important for the market, reaping, threshing, and winnowing in commercial grain farming, and the technical processing of animal produce in the area of commercial stock farming. As to the keeping of cattle, capital finds it more profitable for the time being to leave that to the small producer. Let him diligently and industriously tend his cattle, and charm Mr. VV with his diligence. See Progressive Trends, p. 73, let him bear the brunt of the hardest and roughest work of tending the milk-yielding machine. Capital possesses the latest improvements and methods not only of separating the cream from the milk, but also of separating the cream from this diligence, of separating the milk from the children of the peasant poor. For continuation. The economy of landlord farming in the area described. We have cited the evidence of agronomists and farmers to the effect that dairy farming on the landlord estates leads to the rationalization of agriculture. Let us add here that the analysis of the Zemstvo statistics on this question made by Mr. Raspopin fully confirms this conclusion. We refer the reader to Mr. Raspopin's article for detailed data and give here only his main conclusion. The interdependence of the condition of stock raising and dairy farming, on the one hand, and the number of dilapidated estates and the intensity of farming, on the other, is beyond question. The uyezds, of Moscow gubernia, where dairy cattle raising, dairy farming, is most developed, show the smallest percentage of dilapidated farms and the highest percentage of estates with highly developed field cultivation. Throughout Moscow gubernia plowland is being reduced and turned into meadow and pasture land, while grain rotations are yielding place to multi-field herbage rotations. Fodder grasses and dairy cattle, and not grain, are now predominant. Not only on the farming estates in Moscow gubernia but throughout the Moscow Industrial District, LOCCIT. The scale of butter production and cheese making is particularly important precisely because it testifies to a complete revolution in agriculture, which becomes entrepreneur farming and breaks with routine. Capitalism subordinates to itself one of the products of agriculture, and all other aspects of farming are fitted in with this principal product. The keeping of dairy cattle calls forth the cultivation of grasses, the changeover from the three-field system to multi-field systems, etc. The waste products of cheese making go to fatten cattle for the market. Not only milk processing, but the whole of agriculture becomes a commercial enterprise. 2. The influence of cheese production and butter making is not confined to the farms on which they are carried on, since milk is often bought up from the surrounding peasants and landlords. By buying up the milk, capital subordinates to itself the small agriculturists too, particularly with the organization of the so-called amalgamated dairies, the spread of which was noted in the 70s, see sketch by Messrs. Kovalevsky and Levitsky. These are establishments organized in big towns, or in their vicinity, which process very large quantities of milk brought in by rail. As soon as the milk arrives, the cream is schemed and sold fresh, while the schemed milk is sold at a low price to poorer purchasers. To ensure that they get produce of a certain quality, these establishments sometimes conclude contracts with the suppliers, obliging them to adhere to certain rules in feeding their cows. One can easily see how great is the significance of large establishments of this kind. On the one hand, they capture the public market, the sale of schemed milk to the poorer town dwellers, and on the other hand they enormously expand the market for the rural entrepreneurs. The latter are given a tremendous impetus to expand and improve commercial farming. Large-scale industry brings them into line, as it were, by demanding produce of a definite quality and forcing out of the market, or placing at the mercy of the usurers, the small producer who falls below the normal standard. There should also operate in the same direction the grading of milk as to quality, fat content, for example, on which technicians are so busily engaged, inventing all sorts of lactodensimeters, etc., and of which the experts are so heartily in favor, cf. Productive Forces, 3, 9 and 38. In this respect the role of the amalgamated dairies in the development of capitalism is quite analogous to that of elevators in commercial grain farming. By sorting grain as to quality, the elevators turn it into a product that is not individual but generic, res fungibilis 7 as the lawyers say, i.e., for the first time they adapted fully to exchange. Cf. M. Sering's article on the grain trade in the United States of America in the Symposium Land Ownership and Agriculture, p. 281 and fol. Thus, the elevators give a powerful impetus to commodity grain production and spur on its technical development by also introducing grading for quality. Such a system strikes a double blow at the small producer. Firstly, it sets up as a standard, legalizes, the higher quality grain of the big crop sowers and thereby greatly depreciates the inferior grain of the peasant poor. Secondly, by organizing the grading and storing of grain on the lines of large-scale capitalist industry, it reduces the big sowers' expenses on this item and facilitates and simplifies the sale of grain for them, thereby placing the small producer, with his patriarchal and primitive methods of selling from the cart in the market, totally at the mercy of the kulaks and the usurers. Hence, the rapid development of elevator construction in recent years means as big a victory for capital and degradation of the small commodity producer in the grain business as does the appearance and development of capitalist amalgamated dairies. From the foregoing material it is clear that the development of commercial stock farming creates a home market. 3. Firstly, for means of production, milk processing equipment, premises, cattle sheds, improved agricultural implements required for the changeover from the routine three-field system to multi-field crop rotations, etc., and secondly, For labor power. Stock farming placed on an industrial footing requires a far larger number of workers than the old stock farming for manure. The dairy farming area, the industrial and northwestern gubernias, does really attract masses of agricultural laborers. Very many people go to seek agricultural work in the Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yaroslavl, and Vladimir gubernias. Fewer, but nevertheless a considerable number, go to the Novgorod, Nizhny Novgorod, and other non-Black Earth gubernias. According to correspondence of the Department of Agriculture in the Moscow and other gubernias, private landowner farming is actually conducted in the main by laborers from other areas. This paradox, the migration of agricultural workers from the agricultural gubernias, they come mostly from the central Black Earth gubernias and partly from the northern, to the industrial gubernias to do agricultural jobs in place of industrial workers who abandon the area en masse, is an extremely characteristic phenomenon. CSA Korolenko on this point, LOCCIT. It proves more convincingly than do any calculations or arguments that the standard of living and the conditions of the working people in the central Black Earth gubernias, the least capitalist ones, are incomparably lower and worse than in the industrial gubernias, the most capitalist ones. It proves that in Russia, too, the following has become a universal fact, namely, the phenomenon characteristic of all capitalist countries, that the conditions of the workers in industry are better than those of the workers in agriculture, because in agriculture oppression by capitalism is supplemented by the oppression of pre-capitalist forms of exploitation. That explains the flight from agriculture to industry, whereas not only is there no flow from the industrial gubernias towards agriculture, for example, there is no migration from these gubernias at all, but there is even a tendency to look down upon the rural workers, who are called cowherds, Yaroslavl gubernia, Cossacks, Vladimir gubernia, and land laborers, Moscow gubernia. It is important also to note that cattle herding requires a larger number of workers in winter than in summer. For that reason, and also because of the development of agricultural processing trades, the demand for labor in the area described not only grows, but is more evenly distributed over the whole year and over a period of years. The most reliable material for judging this interesting fact is the data on wages, if taken for a number of years. We give these data, confining ourselves to the groups of Great Russian and Little Russian gubernias. 8. We omit the Western gubernias, owing to their specific social conditions and artificial congestion of population, the Jewish Pale of Settlement, and quote the Baltic gubernias only to illustrate the relations that arise where capitalism is most highly developed. 4. Pay. Let us examine this table, in which the three principal columns are printed in italics. The first column shows the proportion of summer to yearly pay. The lower this proportion is, and the nearer the summer pay approximates to half the yearly pay, the more evenly is the demand for labor spread over the entire year and the less the winter unemployment. The least favorably placed in this respect are the central Black Earth gubernias, the area where labor service prevails and where capitalism is poorly developed. 5. In the industrial gubernias, in the dairy farming area the demand for labor is higher and winter unemployment is less. Over a period of years, too, the pay is most stable here, as may be seen from the second column, which shows the difference between the lowest and the highest pay in the harvest season. Lastly, the difference between the pay in the sowing season and the pay in the harvest season is also least in the non-Black Earth belt, i.e., the demand for workers is more evenly distributed over the spring and summer. In all respects mentioned, the Baltic gubernias stand even higher than the non-Black Earth gubernias, while the steppe gubernias, with their immigrant workers and with harvest fluctuations of the greatest intensity, are marked by the greatest instability of wages. Thus, the data on wages testify that agricultural capitalism in the area described not only creates a demand for wage labor, but also distributes this demand more evenly over the whole year. Lastly, reference must be made to one more type of dependence of the small agriculturist in the area described upon the big farmer. This is the replenishment of landlords' herds by the purchase of cattle from peasants. The landlords find it more profitable to buy cattle from peasants driven by need to sell at a loss than to breed cattle themselves, just as our buyers up in so-called handicraft industry often prefer to buy finished articles from the handicraftsmen at a ruinously cheap price rather than manufacture them in their own workshops. This fact, which testifies to the extreme degradation of the small producer, and to his being able to keep going in modern society only by endlessly reducing his requirements, is turned by Mr. VV into an argument in favor of small people's production. We are entitled to draw the conclusion that our big farmers do not display a sufficient degree of independence. The peasant, however, reveals greater ability to effect real farming improvements. Progressive Trends, 77. This lack of independence is expressed in the fact that our dairy farmers buy up the peasants' cows, at a price rarely amounting to half the cost of raising them, usually at not more than a third, and often even a quarter of this cost. Ibid, 71. The merchant's capital of the stock farmers has made the small peasants completely dependent. It has turned them into its cowherds, who breed cattle for a mere song, and has turned their wives into its milkmaids. 6. One would think that the conclusion to be drawn from this is that there is no sense in retarding the transformation of merchants' capital into industrial capital, no sense in supporting small production, which leads to forcing down the producer's standard of living below that of the farm laborer. But Mr. VV thinks otherwise. He is delighted with the zeal, p. 73, LOCCIT, of the peasant in tending his cattle. He is delighted with the good results from livestock farming obtained by the peasant woman who spends all her life with her cow and sheep. 80. What a blessing, to be sure! To spend all her life with her cow, the milk of which goes to the improved cream separator, and as a reward for this life, to receive 1/4 of the cost of tending this cow. Now really, how after that can one fail to declare in favor of small people's production? V. Continuation. The differentiation of the peasantry in the dairy farming area. In the literature dealing with the effect of dairy farming on the conditions of the peasantry, we constantly come up against contradictions. On the one hand, reference is made to progress in farming, the enlargement of incomes, the improvement of agricultural technique and the acquisition of improved implements. On the other hand, we have statements about the deterioration of food, the creation of new types of bondage and the ruin of the peasants. After what was stated in Chapter 2, we should not be surprised at these contradictions. We know that these opposite opinions relate to opposite groups of the peasantry. For a more precise judgment of the subject, let us take the data showing the classification of peasant households according to the number of cows per household. 1. Classification of peasant households according to number of cows. Thus, the distribution of cows among the peasants in the non-Black Earth Belt is found to be very similar to the distribution of draft animals among the peasants in the Black Earth Gubernias, see Chapter 2. Moreover, the concentration of dairy cattle in the area described proves to be greater than the concentration of draft animals. This clearly points to the fact that it is with the local form of commercial farming that the differentiation of the peasantry is closely connected. The same connection is evidently indicated by the following data, unfortunately, not sufficiently complete. If we take the aggregate Zemstvo statistics, given by Mr. Blagovshchinsky, for 122 uyezds of 21 gubernias, we get an average of 1.2 cows per household. Hence, in the non-Black Earth Belt the peasantry evidently own more cows than in the Black Earth Belt, and in Petersburg gubernia they are better off than in the non-Black Earth Belt in general. On the other hand, in 123 uyezds of 22 gubernias the cattleless households constitute 13%, while in the 18 uyezds we have taken, they amount to 17%, and in the 6 uyezds of Petersburg gubernia 18.8%. Hence, the differentiation of the peasantry, in the respect we are now examining, is most marked in Petersburg gubernia, followed by the non-Black Earth Belt in general. By this indication, commercial farming is the principal factor in the differentiation of the peasantry. The data show that about half the peasant households, those having no cows, or one cow, can take only a negative part in the benefits of dairy farming. The peasant with one cow will sell milk only out of need, to the detriment of his children's nourishment. On the other hand, about 1/5 of the households, those with 3 cows and more, concentrate in their hands probably more than half the total dairy farming, since the quality of their cattle and the profitableness of their farms should be higher than in the case of the average peasant. An interesting illustration of this conclusion is provided by the data on a locality where dairy farming and capitalism in general are highly developed. We refer to Petersburg Uyezd. Dairy farming is particularly widely developed in the summer residential part of the Uyezd, inhabited mainly by Russians. Here the most widely cultivated crops are grasses, 23.5% of the allotment arable, as against 13.7% for the Uyezd, oats, 52.3% of the arable, and potatoes, 10.1%. Agriculture is directly influenced by the St. Petersburg market, which needs oats, potatoes, hay, milk, and horse traction, LOCCIT, 168. The families of the registered population are 46.3% engaged in the milk industry. Of the total number of cows, 91% provide milk for the market. The income from this industry amounts to 713,470 rubles, 203 rubles per family, 77 rubles per cow. The nearer the locality is to St. Petersburg, the higher is the quality of the cattle and the better the attention they receive. The milk is sold in 2 ways, 1, to buyers up on the spot, and 2, in St. Petersburg to dairy farms, etc. The latter type of marketing is much more profitable, but the majority of the farms having 1 or 2 cows, and sometimes more, are not able to deliver their milk to St. Petersburg direct. They have no horses, it does not pay to cart small quantities, etc. The buyers up of the milk include not only specialist merchants, but individuals with dairies of their own. The following data are for 2 volosts in the Uyezd. Distribution of benefits of dairy farming. One can judge from this how the benefits of dairy farming are distributed among all the peasants in the non-Black Earth Belt, among whom, as we have seen, the concentration of dairy cattle is even greater than among these 560 families. It remains for us to add that 23.1% of the peasant families in St. Petersburg Uyezd hire workers, most of whom, here, as everywhere in agriculture, are day laborers. Bearing in mind that agricultural workers are hired almost exclusively by families having fully operating farms, constituting only 40.4% of the total number of families in the Uyezd, the conclusion must be that more than half of such farms do not manage without hired labor, 158. Thus, at opposite ends of Russia, in the most varying localities, in St. Petersburg and, say, THIRD-WORLDISM, the social and economic relations within the village community, prove to be absolutely identical. The muzhik cultivators, Mr. N. Onsterm, in both places differentiate into a minority of rural entrepreneurs and a mass of rural proletarians. The specific feature of agriculture is that capitalism subjugates one aspect of rural economy in one district, and another aspect in another, which is why identical economic relations are manifested in the most varied forms of agronomy and everyday life. Having established the fact that in the area described, too, the peasantry splits up into opposite classes, we shall easily achieve clarity about the contradictory opinions usually expressed as to the role of dairy farming. Quite naturally, the well-to-do peasantry receive an incentive to develop and improve their farming methods, and as a result grass cultivation is widespread and becomes an essential part of commercial stock farming. The development of grass cultivation is observed, for example, in Tver gubernia, in Kashin Uyezd, the most progressive in that gubernia, as many as 1/6 of all peasant households plant clover, returns, 13, 2, p. 171. It is interesting, moreover, to note that on the purchased lands a larger proportion of arable is occupied by herbage than on the allotments. The peasant bourgeoisie naturally prefer private ownership of land to communal tenure. For in the survey of Yaroslavl gubernia, Volume 2, 1896, We also find numerous references to the increase in grass cultivation, and again mainly on purchased and rented lands. 5. In the same publication we find references to the spread of improved implements, iron plows, threshing machines, rollers, etc. Butter and cheese making, etc., are developing very considerably. In Novgorod gubernia it was noted as far back as the beginning of the 80s that along with a general deterioration and diminution of peasant stock breeding, there was an improvement in certain individual localities where there was a profitable market for milk and where the milk feeding of calves was an old established industry. Bychkov, an essay in the house-to-house investigation of the economic position and farming of the peasants in 3 Volosts of Novgorod Uyezd, Novgorod, 1882. The milk feeding of calves, which is also a type of commercial livestock farming, is, generally speaking, a fairly widespread industry in the Novgorod and Tver gubernias and in other places not far from the big cities, see hired labor, etc., published by the Department of Agriculture. This industry, says Mr. Bychkov, by its very nature, brings an income to the already well-provided peasants possessing considerable numbers of cows, since with 1 cow, and sometimes even with 2 of poor yield, the milk feeding of calves is unthinkable. LOCCIT, 101. 6. But the most outstanding index of the economic successes of the peasant bourgeoisie in the area described is the hiring of laborers by peasants. The local landowners feel that they are being confronted by competitors, and in their communications to the Department of Agriculture they sometimes even attribute the shortage of workers to the fact that these are snatched up by the well-to-do peasants. Hired labor, 490. The hiring of laborers by peasants is noted in the Yaroslavl, Vladimir, St. Petersburg, and Novgorod gubernias, LOCCIT, Passim. A mass of such references is also scattered throughout the survey of Yaroslavl gubernia. This progress of the well-to-do minority, however, is a heavy burden upon the mass of the poor peasants. In Koprin Volost, Rybinsk Uyezd, Yaroslavl gubernia, for example, one finds the spread of cheese making on the initiative of V I Blandov, the well-known founder of cheese-making artels. 7. When the poorer peasants, with only 1 cow each, deliver their milk to the cheese factory, they do so, of course, to the detriment of their own nourishment, whereas the well-to-do peasants improve their cattle, pages 32 to 33. Among the types of wage labor undertaken, one finds employment away from home, at cheese-making establishments. From among the young peasants a body of skilled cheese makers is arising. In the Poshekhanyi Uyezd the number of cheese and butter establishments is increasing from year to year, but the benefits accruing to peasant farming from cheese and butter making hardly compensate for the disadvantages to peasant life resulting from our cheese and butter establishments. On the peasants' own admission they are often compelled to starve, for with the opening of a cheese or butter factory in some locality, the milk is sent there and the peasants usually drink diluted milk. The system of payment in kind is coming into vogue, pages 43, 54, 59, and others, so that it is to be regretted that our people's petty production is not covered by the law prohibiting payment in kind in capitalist factories. 8.6. The flax growing area. We have described the first 2 areas of capitalist agriculture in fairly great detail because of their widespread character and of the typical nature of the relations observed there. In our further exposition we shall confine ourselves to briefer remarks on some highly important areas. Flax is the chief of the so-called industrial crops. The very term indicates that we are dealing here with commercial farming. For example, in the flax gubernia of Pskov, flax has long been the peasant's first money, to use a local expression, Military Statistical Abstract, 260. Flax growing is simply a means of making money. The post-reform period is marked on the whole by an undoubted increase in commercial flax growing. Thus, at the end of the 60s, the output of flax in Russia was estimated at approximately 12 million poods of fiber, ibid, 260, at the beginning of the 80s at 20 million poods of fiber, Historico-Statistical Survey of Russian Industry, Volume I. St. Petersburg, 1883, p. 74, at the present time, in the 50 gubernias of European Russia over 26 million poods of fiber are gathered. 1. In the flax-growing area proper, 19 gubernias of the non-black earth belt, the area under flax has changed in recent years as follows: 1893 756,600 des, 1894 816,500 des, 1895 901,800 des, 1896 952,100 des, and 1897 967,500 des. For the whole of European Russia, 50 gubernias, the figure for 1896 was 1,617,000 des. Under flax, and for 1897 1,669,000 des. Vestnik Finansov, Ibid, and 1898, number 7, as against 1,399,000 des. At the beginning of the 1890s, productive forces, I. 36. Similarly, general opinions expressed in publications also testify to the growth of commercial flax growing. Thus, regarding the first 2 decades after the reform, the Historico-Statistical Survey states that the region of flax cultivation for industrial purposes has been enlarged by several gubernias, LOCCIT, 71, which is due particularly to the extension of the railways. Concerning the Yuryevo-Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, Mr. V. Prugavin wrote at the beginning of the 80s, the cultivation of flax has become very widespread here during the past 10 to 15 years. Some large family households sell flax to the extent of 300 to 500 rubles and more per annum. They buy flax seed in Rostov. The peasants in these parts are very careful in selecting seed. The village community, handicraft industries and agriculture of Yuryevo-Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, Moscow, 1884, pages 86 to 89. The Zemstvo Statistical Returns for Tver Gubernia, Volume 13, pt 2, notes that the most important spring grain crops, barley and oats, are yielding place to potatoes and flax, p. 151. In some uyezds flax occupies from 1/3 to 3/4 of the area under spring crops, for example, in Zubtsov, Kashin and other uyezds, in which flax growing has assumed the clearly expressed speculative character of an industry, p. 145, developing particularly on rented virgin and disused land. Moreover, it is noted that in some gubernias, where free land is still available, virgin soil, wasteland, forest-cleared tracts, flax growing is particularly expanding, but in some of the old established flax-growing gubernias the cultivation of flax is either on the old scale or is even yielding place, for example, to the newly introduced cultivation of root crops, vegetables, etc. Vestnik Finansov, 1898, number 6, p. 376 and 1897, number 29, i.e., to other types of commercial farming. As for flax exports, during the first 2 decades after the reform they increased with remarkable rapidity, from an average of 4.6 million poods in the years 1857 to 1861 to 8.5 million poods in the years 1867 to 1871 and to 12.4 million poods in the years 1877 to 1881, but then exports seemed to become stationary, amounting in the years 1894 to 1897 to an average of 13.3 million poods. 2. The development of commercial flax growing led, naturally, to exchange not only between agriculture and industry, sale of flax and purchase of manufactured goods, but between different types of commercial agriculture, sale of flax and purchase of grain. The following data concerning this interesting phenomenon clearly demonstrate that a home market for capitalism is created not only by the diversion of population from agriculture to industry, but also by the specialization of commercial farming. 3. Railway traffic to and from Pskov. How does this growth of commercial flax growing affect the peasantry, who, as we know, are the principal flax producer? For traveling through Pskov gubernia and observing its economic life, one cannot help noticing that side by side with occasional large and rich units, hamlets, and villages, there are extremely poor units. These extremes are a characteristic feature of the economic life of the flax area. Flax growing has taken a speculative turn, and the greater part of the income from flax is pocketed by buyers up and by those who lease out land for flax growing. Stroken, 22-23. The ruinous rents constitute real money rent, see above, and the mass of the peasants are in a state of complete and hopeless dependence, Stroken, Ibid, upon the buyers up. The sway of merchants' capital was established in this locality long ago. 5. And what distinguishes the post-reform period is the enormous concentration of this capital, the undermining of the monopoly of the former small buyers up, and the formation of flax agencies which have captured the whole flax trade. The significance of flax growing, says Mr. Stroken about Pskov gubernia, is expressed in the concentration of capital in a few hands, p. 31. Turning flax growing into a gamble, capital ruined vast numbers of small agriculturists, who worsened the quality of the flax, exhausted the land, were reduced to leasing out their allotments, and finally swelled the ranks of migratory workers. On the other hand, a slight minority of well-to-do peasants and traders were able, and competition made it necessary to introduce technical improvements. Kutskutchers, both hand-worked, costing up to 25 rubles, and horse-operated, 3 times dearer, were introduced. In 1869 there were only 557 such machines in Pskov gubernia, in 1881 there were 5,710, 4,521 hand-worked and 1,189 horse-operated. 6. Today, we read in the Historico-Statistical Survey, every sound peasant family engaged in flax growing has a could-hand machine, which has actually come to be called the Pskov Skutcher, LOCCIT, 82-83. What proportion this minority of sound householders who acquire machines is to the rest of the peasantry, we have already seen in Chapter 2. Instead of the primitive contrivances which clean the seeds very badly, the Pskov Zemstvo began to introduce improved seed cleaners, treers, and the more prosperous peasant industrialists now find it profitable to buy these machines themselves and to hire them out to flax growers. Vestnik Finansov, 1897, number 29, p. 85. The bigger buyers up of flax establish drying rooms and presses and hire workers to sort and scutch the flax, see example given by Mr. V. Prugavin, LOCCIT, 115. Lastly, it should be added that the processing of flax fiber requires quite a large number of workers. It is estimated that the cultivation of 1 desyatine of flax requires 26 working days of agricultural work proper, and 77 days to extract the fiber from stalks. Historico-Statistical Survey, 72. Thus, the development of flax growing leads, on the one hand, to the farmer being more fully occupied during the winter and, on the other, to the creation of a demand for wage labor on the part of those landlords and well-to-do peasants who engage in flax growing, see the example in Chapter 3, 6. Thus, in the flax growing area, too, the growth of commercial farming leads to the domination of capital and to the differentiation of the peasantry. A tremendous obstacle to the latter process is undoubtedly the ruinously high renting prices of land. 7. The pressure of merchants' capital, the tying of the peasant to his allotment and the high payments for the allotted land. Hence, the wider the development of land purchase by the peasants. 8. And of migration in search of employment. 9. And the more widespread the use of improved implements and methods of cultivation, the more rapidly will merchants' capital be supplanted by industrial capital, and the more rapidly will a rural bourgeoisie be formed from among the peasantry, and the system of labor service for the landlord replaced by the capitalist system. Thus, the opinions of people directly acquainted with the matter confirm our conclusion that the majority of the peasants play a purely negative part in the progress of local agriculture. The progress of commercial farming worsens the position of the bottom groups of peasants and forces them out of the ranks of the cultivators altogether. Be it noted that reference has been made in Narodnik literature to this contradiction between the progress of dairy farming and the deterioration of the peasant's nourishment, for the first time, I think, by Engelhardt. But it is precisely this example that enables one to see the narrowness of the Narodnik appraisal of the phenomena occurring among the peasantry and in agriculture. They note a contradiction in one form, in one locality, and do not realize that it is typical of the entire social and economic system, manifesting itself everywhere in different forms. They note the contradictory significance of one profitable industry, and strongly urge the implanting among the peasantry of all sorts of other local industries. They note the contradictory significance of one form of agricultural progress and do not understand that machines, for example, have exactly the same political and economic significance in agriculture as in industry. 7. The technical processing of agricultural produce. Above we have already had occasion to note, Chapter I, that writers on agriculture, in classifying systems of farming according to the principal market product, assign the industrial or technical system of farming to a special category. The essence of this system is that the agricultural product, before going into consumption, personal or productive, undergoes technical processing. The establishments which effect this processing either constitute part of the very farms on which the raw material is produced or belong to special industrialists who buy up the raw material from the peasant farmers. From the standpoint of political economy, the difference between these two types is unimportant. The growth of agricultural technical trades is extremely important as regards the development of capitalism. Firstly, this growth represents one of the forms of the development of commercial farming, and is, moreover, the form that shows most vividly the conversion of agriculture into a branch of industry of capitalist society. Secondly, the development of the technical processing of agricultural produce is usually connected intimately with technical progress in agriculture. On the one hand, the very production of the raw material for processing often necessitates agricultural improvement, the planting of root crops, for example. On the other hand, the waste products of the processing are frequently utilized in agriculture, thus increasing its effectiveness and restoring, at least in some measure, the equilibrium. The interdependence between agriculture and industry, the disturbance of which constitutes one of the most profound contradictions of capitalism. We must accordingly now describe the development of technical agricultural trades in post-reform Russia. 1. Distilling. Here we regard distilling only from the point of view of agriculture. Accordingly, there is no need for us to dwell on the rapid concentration of distilling in large plants, partly due to excise requirements, on the rapid progress of factory technique, with the consequent cheapening of production, and the increase in excise duties which has outstripped this cheapening of production and because of its excessive amount has retarded the growth of consumption and production. Here are data for agricultural distilling in the whole of the Russian Empire. 1. Distilling. Thus, over 9/10 of the distilleries, accounting for over 4/5 of the total output, are directly connected with agriculture. Being large capitalist enterprises, these establishments lend the same character to all the landlord farms on which they are set up. The distilleries belong almost without exception to landlords, mainly to members of the nobility. The type of commercial farming under review is particularly developed in the central Black Earth gubernias, in which are concentrated over 1/10 of the total number of distilleries in the Russian Empire, 239 in 1896–97, of which 225 were agricultural and mixed, producing over a quarter of the total output of spirits, 7,785,000 vedros in 1896–97, of which 6,828,000 at agricultural and at mixed distilleries. Thus in the area where labor service predominates, the commercial character of agriculture most frequently, as compared with other areas, manifests itself in the distilling of vodka from grain and potatoes. Distilling from potatoes has undergone a particularly rapid development since the reform, as may be seen from the following data relating to the whole of the Russian Empire. 2. Materials used for distilling. Thus, With a general twofold increase in the quantity of crops distilled, the quantity of potatoes used increased about 15-fold. This fact strikingly corroborates the proposition established above, in this chapter, that the enormous increase in the potato area and crop signifies the growth of precisely commercial and capitalist farming, along with improvement of agricultural technique, with the replacement of the three-field system by multi-field crop rotation, etc. 3. The area of the biggest development of distilling is also distinguished for the biggest, in the Russian gubernias, i.e., not counting the Baltic and the Western gubernias, net per capita harvest of potatoes. Thus in the northern Black Earth gubernias the figures for 1864 to 1866, 1870 to 1879, and 1883 to 1887 were 0.44, 0.62 and 0.60 chetverts respectively, whereas for the whole of European Russia, 50 gubernias, the corresponding figures were 0.27, 0.43, and 0.44 chetverts. As far back as the beginning of the 80s, the Historico-Statistical Survey noted that the region marked by the greatest expansion of potato cultivation covers all the gubernias of the central and northern parts of the Black Earth Belt, the Volga and Transvolga gubernias and the central non-Black Earth gubernias, LOCCIT, p. 4. The expansion of potato cultivation by landlords and well-to-do peasants means an increase in the demand for hired labor. The cultivation of a desiatin of potatoes absorbs much more labor than the cultivation of a desiatin of cereals, and the use of machinery in, for example, the central Black Earth area is still very slight. Thus, while the number of workers engaged in the distilling industry proper has decreased, 6. The elimination of labor service by the capitalist system of farming, with the cultivation of root crops, has increased the demand for rural day laborers. 2. Beet sugar production. The processing of sugar beet is even more highly concentrated in big capitalist enterprises than distilling is, and is likewise an adjunct of the landlords, mainly noblemen's, estates. The principal area of this industry is the southwestern gubernias, and then the southern Black Earth and central Black Earth gubernias. The area under sugar beet amounted in the 60s to about 100,000 des, 7 in the 70s to about 160,000 des. 8. In 1886 to 1895 to 239,000 des, 9 in 1896 to 1898 to 369,000 des, 10 in 1900 to 478,778 des. In 1901 to 528,076 des. Torgovo Promyshlenaya Gazeta, 1901, number 123, in 1905-06 to 483,272 des. Vestnik Finansov, 1906, number 12. Hence, in the period following the reform the area cultivated has increased more than fivefold. Incomparably more rapid has been the growth of the amount of sugar beet harvested and processed. On an average, the weight of sugar beet processed in the empire in the years 1860 to 1864 was 4.1 million Berkovets 11, in 1870-1874 9.3 million, in 1875-1879 12.8 million, in 1890-1894 29.3 million, and in 1895 to 96 and 1897-98 35 million. 12. The amount of processed sugar beet has grown since the 60s more than eightfold. Hence, there has been an enormous increase in the beet yield, i.e., in labor productivity, on the big estates organized on capitalist lines. 13. The introduction of a root plant like beet into the rotation is indissolubly linked with the transition to a more advanced system of cultivation, with improved tillage and cattle feed, etc. The tillage of the soil for beetroot, we read in the Historico-Statistical Survey, Volume I, which, generally speaking, is rather complicated and difficult, has been brought to a high degree of perfection on many beet farms, especially in the southwestern and Vistula gubernias. In different localities, various more or less improved implements and plows are used for tilling. In some cases even steam plowing has been introduced, p. 109. This progress of large-scale capitalist farming gives rise to quite a considerable increase in the demand for agricultural wage workers, regular and particularly day laborers, the employment of female and child labor being particularly extensive, cf. Historico-Statistical Survey, 2, 32. Among the peasants of the neighboring gubernias a special type of migration has arisen, known as migration to sugar, Ibid, 42. It is estimated that the complete cultivation of a morgue equals 2/3 des. 14 of beet land requires 40 working days, hired labor, 72. The combined material on the position of the rural population, published by Committee of Ministers, estimates that the cultivation of 1 decutin of beet land, when done by machine, requires 12, and when by hand 25, working days of males, not counting women and juveniles, pages X11. Thus, the cultivation of the total beet area in Russia probably engages not less than 300,000 agricultural day laborers, men and women. But the increase in the number of decutins under beet is not enough to give a complete idea of the demand for hired labor, since some jobs are paid for at so much per berkovets. Here, for example, is what we read in Reports and Investigations of Handicraft Industry in Russia, published by Ministry of State Properties, Volume 2, St. Petersburg, 1894, p. 82. The female population both of the town, and of the uyezd, the town of Kralevets, Chernigov gubernia, is referred to, think highly of work on the beet fields. In the autumn the cleaning of beets is paid at 10 kopecks per berkovets, and 2 women clean from 6 to 10 berkovets a day, but some contract to work during the growing season as well, weeding and hoeing. In that case, for the full job, including digging and cleaning, they get 25 kopecks per berkovets of cleaned beets. The conditions of the workers on the beet plantations are extremely bad. For instance, the Vrachebnaya Kronika Kharkovskoy Gubernii 15, September 1899, quoted in Ruskaya Vedomosti, 1899, number 254, cites a number of exceedingly deplorable facts about the conditions of those working on the red beet plantations. Thus, the Zemstvo physician, Dr. Podolsky, of the village of Kotelva, Oktyrka Uyezd, writes, in the autumn typhus usually breaks out among young people employed on the red beet plantations of the well-to-do peasants. The sheds assigned for the workers' leisure and sleeping quarters are kept by such planters in a very filthy condition. By the time the job ends the straw used for sleeping is literally converted into dung, for it is never changed. This becomes a breeding ground of infection. Typhus has had to be diagnosed immediately in the case of 4 or 5 patients brought in from one and the same plantation. In the opinion of this doctor, most of the syphilis cases come from the red beet plantations. Mr. Feinberg rightly asserts that work on the plantations, which is no less injurious to the workers themselves and to the surrounding population than work in the factories, has particularly disastrous consequences, because large numbers of women and juveniles are engaged in it, and because the workers here are without the most elementary protection from society and the state. In view of this, the author wholly supports the opinion expressed by Dr. Romanenko at the 7th Congress of Doctors of Kharkov Gubernia that in issuing compulsory regulations, consideration must also be given to the conditions of the workers on the beet plantations. These workers lack the most essential things, they live for months under the open sky and eat from a common bowl. Thus, the growth of beet cultivation has enormously increased the demand for rural workers, converting the neighboring peasantry into a rural proletariat. The increase in the number of rural workers has been but slightly checked by the inconsiderable drop in the number of workers engaged in the beet sugar industry proper. 16. 3. Potato starch production. From branches of technical production conducted exclusively on landlord farms, let us pass to such as are more or less within the reach of the peasantry. These include, primarily, the processing of potatoes, partly also wheat and other cereals, into starch and treacle. Starch production has developed with particular rapidity in the post-reform period owing to the enormous growth of the textile industry, which raises a demand for starch. The area covered by this branch of production is mainly the non-black earth, the industrial, and, partly, the northern black earth gubernias. The Historico-Statistical Survey, Volume 2, estimates that in the middle of the 60s, there were about 60 establishments with an output valued at about 270,000 rubles, while in 1880 there were 224 establishments with an output valued at 1,317,000 rubles. In 1890, according to the Directory of Factories and Works, there were 192 establishments employing 3,418 workers, with an output valued at 1,760,000 rubles. 17 In the past 25 years, we read in the Historico-Statistical Survey, the number of establishments engaged in starch production has increased 4.5 times and the total output 10 3/4 times. Nevertheless, this productivity is far from covering the demand for starch, p. 116, as evidenced by the increased starch imports from abroad. Analyzing the data for each gubernia, the Historico-Statistical Survey reaches the conclusion that our production of potato starch, unlike that of wheat starch, is of an agricultural character, being concentrated in the hands of peasants and landlords. Showing promise of extensive development in the future, it is even now furnishing our rural population with considerable advantages. 126. We shall see in a moment who enjoys these advantages. But first let us note that two processes must be distinguished in the development of starch production: on the one hand, the appearance of new small factories and the growth of peasant production, and on the other, the concentration of production in large steam-powered factories. For instance, in 1890 there were 77 steam-powered factories, with 52% of the total number of workers and 60% of the total output concentrated in them. Of these works only 11 were established before 1870, 17 in the 70s, 45 in the 80s, and 2 in 1890, Mr. Erlov's Directory. To acquaint ourselves with the economy of peasant starch production, let us turn to local investigations. In Moscow Gubernia, in 1880-81, 43 villages in 4 uyezds engaged in starch making. 18 The number of establishments was estimated at 130, employing 780 workers and having an output valued at not less than 137,000 rubles. The industry spread mainly after the reform, its technique gradually improved and larger establishments were formed requiring more fixed capital and showing a higher productivity of labor. Hand graders were replaced by improved ones, then horsepower appeared, and finally the drum was introduced, considerably improving and cheapening production. Here are data we have compiled from a house-to-house census of handicraftsmen, according to size of establishment. Potato starch production. Establishments 19. Thus we have here small capitalist establishments in which, as production expands, the employment of hired labor increases and the productivity of labor rises. These establishments bring the peasant bourgeoisie considerable profit, and also improve agricultural technique. But the situation of the workers in these workshops is very unsatisfactory, owing to the extremely insanitary working conditions and the long working day. 20. The peasants who own grading establishments farm under very favorable conditions. The planting of potatoes, on allotment, and chiefly on rented land, yields a considerably larger income than the planting of rye or oats. To enlarge their business, the workshop owners rent a considerable amount of allotment land from the poor peasants. For example, in the village of Tsybino, Bronnitsy Uyezd, 18 owners of starch workshops, out of 105 peasant families in the village, rent allotments from peasants who have left in search of employment, and also from horseless peasants, thus adding to their own 61 allotments 133 more, which they have rented. Concentrated in their hands are a total of 194 allotments, i.e., 44.5% of the total number of allotments in the village. Exactly similar things, we read in the returns, are met with in other villages where the starch industry is more or less developed. LOCCIT, 42. 21. The owners of the starch workshops have twice as much livestock as the other peasants. They average 3.5 horses and 3.4 cows per household, as against 1.5 horses and 1.7 cows among the local peasants in general. Of the 68 workshop owners, covered by the house-to-house census, 10 own purchased land, 22 rent non-allotment land, and 23 rent allotment land. In short, these are typical representatives of the peasant bourgeoisie. Exactly analogous relations are to be found in the starch-making industry in the Yuryevo Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, V. Prugavin, LOCCIT, p. 104 and fol. Here, too, the workshop owners carry on production mainly with the aid of wage labor. Out of 128 workers in 30 workshops, 86 are hired, and here, too, the workshop owners are far above the mass of the peasantry as far as stock breeding and agriculture are concerned. They use potato pulp as feed for their cattle. Even real capitalist farmers emerge from among the peasants. Mr. Prugavin describes the farm of a peasant who owns a starch works, valued at about 1,500 rubles, employing 12 wage workers. This peasant grows potatoes on his own farm, which he has enlarged by renting land. The crop rotation is 7 field and includes clover. For the farm work he employs from 7 to 8 workers, hired from spring to autumn, from end to end. The pulp is used as cattle feed, and the owner intends to use the waste water for his fields. Mr. V. Prugavin assures us that this works enjoys quite exceptional conditions. Of course, in any capitalist society the rural bourgeoisie will always constitute a very small minority of the rural population, and in this sense will, if you like, be an exception. But this term will not eliminate the fact that in the starch-making area, as in all the other commercial farming areas in Russia, a class of rural entrepreneurs is being formed, who are organizing capitalist agriculture. 22. 4. Vegetable oil production. The extraction of oil from linseed, hemp, sunflower and other seeds is also frequently an agricultural industry. One can gauge the development of vegetable oil production in the post-reform period from the fact that in 1864 the vegetable oil output had an estimated value of 1,619,000 rubles, in 1879 of 6,486,000 rubles, and in 1890 of 12,232,000 rubles. 23. In this branch of production, too, a double process of development is to be observed. On the one hand, small peasant and sometimes also landlord, oil presses producing oil for sale are established in the villages. On the other hand, large steam-driven works develop, which concentrate production and oust the small establishments. 24. Here we are interested solely in the agricultural processing of oil-bearing plants. The owners of the hemp seed oil presses, we read in the Historico-Statistical Survey, Volume 2, belong to the well-to-do members of the peasantry. They attach particular value to vegetable oil production because it enables them to obtain excellent feed for their cattle, oil cake. Mr. Prugavin, LOCCIT, noting the extensive development of the production of linseed oil in the Yuryevo Yezd, Vladimir Gubernia, states that the peasants derive no little advantage from it, pages 65 to 66, that crop and stock raising is conducted on a far higher level by peasants who own oil presses than by the bulk of the peasantry, and that some of the oil millers also resort to the hire of rural workers, LOCCIT, tables, pages 26 to 27 and 146 to 147. The Perm Handicraft Census for 1894 to 95 also showed that crop raising is conducted on a much higher level by handicraft oil millers than by the bulk of the peasants, larger areas under crops, far more animals, better harvests, etc., and that this improvement in cultivation is accompanied by the hiring of rural workers. 25. In the post-reform period in Voronezh Gubernia, there has been a particular development of the commercial cultivation of sunflower seed, which is crushed for oil in local presses. The area under sunflowers in Russia in the 70s was estimated at about 80,000 des. Historico-Statistical Survey, I, and in the 80s at about 136,000 deaths, of which 2/3 belonged to peasants. Since then, however, judging by certain data, the area under this plant has considerably increased, in some places by 100% or and even more. Productive forces, I. 37. In the village of Alexeyevka alone, Biryukuyezd, Voronezh gubernia, we read in the Historico-Statistical Survey, Volume 2, there are more than 40 oil presses, and Alexeyevka itself, solely owing to sunflowers, has prospered and grown from a wretched little hamlet into a rich township, with houses and shops roofed with sheet iron. p. 41. How this wealth of the peasant bourgeoisie was reflected in the condition of the mass of the peasantry may be seen from the fact that in 1890, in the village of Alexeyevka, out of 2,273 families registered, 13,386 persons of both sexes, 1,761 had no draft animals, 1,699 had no implements, 1,480 cultivated no land, and only 33 families did not engage in industries. 26. In general, it should be stated that peasant oil presses usually figure, in Zemstvo house-to-house censuses, among the commercial and industrial establishments, of whose distribution and role we have already spoken in Chapter 2. 5. Tobacco growing. In conclusion, let us make some brief observations on the development of tobacco growing. The average crop in Russia for the years 1863 to 1867 was 1,923,000 poods from 32,161 deaths. For 1872 to 1878 it was 2,783,000 poods from 46,425 deaths. For the 80s, it was 4 million poods from 50,000 deaths. 27. The number of plantations in the same periods was estimated at 75,000, 95,000, and 650,000 respectively, which evidently indicates a very considerable increase in the number of small cultivators drawn into this type of commercial farming. Tobacco growing requires a considerable number of workers. Among the types of agricultural migration, note is therefore made of migration to tobacco plantations, particularly to the outer gubernias in the south, where the cultivation of tobacco has recently expanded with exceptional rapidity. Reference has already been made in publications to the fact that the workers on the tobacco plantations lead a very hard life. 28. In the Survey of Tobacco Growing in Russia, Parts 2 and 3, St. Petersburg, 1894, published by order of the Department of Agriculture, there are very detailed and interesting data on tobacco growing as a branch of commercial farming. Mr. V. S. Sherbakov, describing tobacco growing in Malorussia, gives wonderfully precise information on 3 uyezds of Poltava gubernia, Priliki, Lokhvitsa, and Romny. This information, gathered by the author and arranged by the Bureau of Statistics, Poltava Gubernia Zemstvo Board, covers 25,089 peasant farms in the 3 uyezds that grow tobacco. They have 6,844 desyatines under tobacco and 146,774 desyatines under cereals. The farms are distributed as follows. Distribution of tobacco growing farms. We see an enormous concentration of both the tobacco and the cereal area in the hands of the capitalist farms. Less than 1/8 of the farms, 3,000 out of 25,000, hold more than half the area under cereals, 74,000 des out of 147,000, with an average of nearly 25 des per farm. Almost half the area under tobacco, 3,200 des out of 6,800, belongs to these farms, the average per farm being over 1 desyatine, whereas for all the other groups the area under tobacco does not exceed 1 to 2/10 of a desyatine per household. Mr. Sherbakov, in addition, gives data showing the same farms grouped according to area under tobacco. Distribution of tobacco growing farms by area. From this it can be seen that the concentration of the tobacco area is considerably greater than that of the cereal area. The branch of specifically commercial agriculture in this locality is concentrated in the hands of capitalists to a greater extent than is agriculture in general. Out of 25,000 farms, 2,773 account for 4,145 deaths. Under tobacco, out of 6,844 deaths, or more than 3/5. The biggest tobacco planters, numbering 324, a little over 1/10 of all the planters, have 2,360 deaths. Under tobacco, or over 1/3 of the total area. This averages over 7 deaths under tobacco per farm. To judge of the sort of farm it must be, let us recall that tobacco cultivation requires at least 2 workers for a period of 4 to 8 summer months, depending on the grade of tobacco. The owner of 7 deaths under tobacco must therefore have at least 14 workers, in other words, he must undoubtedly base his farm on wage labor. Some grades of tobacco require not 2 but 3 seasonal workers per death, and day laborers in addition. In a word, we see quite clearly that the greater the degree to which agriculture becomes commercial, the more highly developed is its capitalist organization. The preponderance of small and tiny farms among the tobacco growers, 11,997 farms out of 25,089 have up to 1/10 of a death planted, does not in the least refute the fact of the capitalist organization of this branch of commercial agriculture, for this mass of tiny farms accounts for an insignificant share of the output, 11,997, i.e., nearly half the farms, have in all 522 deaths out of 6,844, or less than 1/10. Nor do average figures, to which people so often confine themselves, provide a picture of the real situation. The average per farm is a little over 114 deaths under tobacco. In some uyezds the development of capitalist agriculture and the concentration of production are still more marked. In the Lokvitsa uyezd, for example, 229 farms out of 5,957 each have 20 deaths and more under cereals. Their owners have 22,799 deaths. Under cereals out of a total of 44,751, i.e., more than half. Each farmer has about 100 deaths. Under crops. Of the land under tobacco they have 1,126 deaths. Out of 2,003 deaths. And if the farms are grouped according to area under tobacco, we have in this uyezd 132 farmers out of 5,957 with 2 and more deaths under tobacco. These 132 farmers have 1,441 deaths under tobacco out of 2,003, i.e., 72% and more than 10 deaths under tobacco per farm. At the other extreme of the same Lokvitsa uyezd we have 4,360 farms, out of 5,957, having up to 1/10 of a death each under tobacco, and altogether 133 deaths out of 2,003, i.e., 6%. It goes without saying that the capitalist organization of production is accompanied here by a very considerable development of merchants' capital and by all sorts of exploitation outside the sphere of production. The small tobacco growers have no drying sheds, are unable to give their tobacco time to ferment and to sell it, in 3 to 6 weeks, as a finished product. They sell the unfinished product at half the price to buyers who very often plant tobacco themselves on rented land. The buyers squeeze the small planters in every way, p. 31 of cited publication. Commercial agriculture is commercial capitalist production. This relation can be clearly traced, if only one is able to select the proper methods, in this branch of agriculture too. 8. Industrial vegetable and fruit growing, suburban farming. With the fall of serfdom, landlord fruit growing, which had been developed on quite a considerable scale, suddenly and rapidly fell into decline almost all over Russia. 1. The construction of railways changed the situation, giving a tremendous impetus to the development of new, commercial fruit growing, and brought about a complete change for the better in this branch of commercial agriculture. 2. On the one hand, the influx of cheap fruit from the south undermined the industry in the centers where it was formerly conducted. 3. And on the other hand, industrial fruit growing developed, for example, in the Kovno, Vilna, Minsk, Grodno, Mogilev and Nizhny Novgorod gubernias, along with the expansion of the fruit market. 4. Mr. V. Pashkevich points out that an investigation into the condition of fruit farming in 1893-94 revealed a considerable development of it as an industrial branch of agriculture in the previous 10 years, an increase in the demand for gardeners, undergardeners, etc. 5. Statistics confirm such views. The amount of fruit carried by the Russian railways is increasing. 6. Fruit imports, which increased in the first decade after the reform, are declining. 7. It stands to reason that commercial vegetable growing, which provides articles of consumption for incomparably larger masses of the population than fruit growing does, has developed still more rapidly and still more extensively. Industrial vegetable growing becomes widespread, firstly, near the towns. 8. Secondly, near factory and commercial and industrial settlements. 9. And also along the railways, and thirdly, in certain villages, scattered throughout Russia and famous for their vegetables. 10. It should be observed that there is a demand for this type of produce not only among the industrial, but also among the agricultural population. Let us recall that the budgets of the Voronezh peasants show a per capita expenditure on vegetables of 47 kopecks, more than half of this expenditure being on purchased produce. To acquaint ourselves with the social and economic relations that arise in this type of commercial agriculture, we must turn to the data of local investigations in the particularly developed vegetable growing areas. Near St. Petersburg, for example, frame and hothouse vegetable growing is widely developed, having been introduced by migratory vegetable growers from Rostov. The number of frames owned by big growers runs into thousands, and by medium growers, into hundreds. Some of the big vegetable growers supply tens of thousands of poods of pickled cabbage to the army. 11. According to Zemstvo statistics in Petersburg Uyezd, 474 households of the local population are engaged in vegetable growing, about 400 rubles income per household, and 230 in fruit growing. Capitalist relations are very extensively developed both in the form of merchants' capital, the industry is ruthlessly exploited by profiteers, and in the form of hiring workers. Among the immigrant population, for example, there are 115 master vegetable growers, with an income of over 3,000 rubles each, and 711 worker vegetable growers, with an income of 116 rubles each. 12. The peasant vegetable growers near Moscow are the same sort of typical members of the rural bourgeoisie. According to an approximate estimate, over 4 million poods of vegetables and greens reach Moscow's markets every year. Some of the villages do a big trade in pickled vegetables. Nogatino Velost sells nearly 1 million vedros of pickled cabbage to factories and barracks, and even sends consignments to Kronstadt. Commercial vegetable growing is widespread in all the Moscow uyezds, chiefly in the vicinity of towns and factories. 13. The cabbage is chopped by hired laborers who come from Volokolamsk uyezd, Historico-Statistical Survey, I. p. 19. Exactly similar relations exist in the well-known vegetable-growing district in Rostov uyezd, Yaroslavl gubernia, embracing 55 vegetable-growing villages, Porchay, Bogodayka, and others. All the land, except pastures and meadows, has long been turned into vegetable fields. The technical processing of vegetables preserving is highly developed. 14. Together with the product of the land itself and labor power are converted into commodities. Despite the village community, the inequality of land tenure, for example, in the village of Porchay, is very great. In one case a family of 4 has 7 vegetable plots, in another a family of 3 has 17, this is explained by the fact that no periodical land redistribution takes place here, only private redivisions take place, and the peasants freely exchange their vegetable plots or patches. Survey of Yaroslavl gubernia, 97-98. 15. A large part of the field work is done by male and female day laborers, many of whom come to Porchai in the summer season both from neighboring villages and from neighboring gubernias. Ibid. 99. It is estimated that in the whole of Yaroslavl gubernia 10,322 persons, of whom 7,689 are from Rostov, engaged in agriculture and vegetable growing are migratory workers, i.e., in the majority of cases are wage workers in the given occupation. 16. The above quoted data on the migration of rural workers to the metropolitan gubernias 25 Yaroslavl gubernia, etc., should be brought into connection with the development not only of dairy farming but also of commercial vegetable growing. Vegetable growing also includes the hothouse cultivation of vegetables, an industry that is rapidly developing among the well-to-do peasants of Moscow and Tver gubernias. 17. In the first named gubernia the 1880-81 census showed 88 establishments with 3,011 frames, there were 213 workers, of whom 47, 22.6%, were hired. The total output was valued at 54,400 rubles. The average hothouse vegetable grower had to put at least 300 rubles into the business. Of the 74 peasants for whom house-to-house returns are given, 41 possess purchased land and American Samoa many rent land. There is an average of 2.2 horses per peasant. It is clear from this that the hothouse vegetable industry is only within the reach of members of the peasant bourgeoisie. 18. In the south of Russia melon growing also comes within the type of commercial agriculture under review. Here are some brief observations about its development in a district described in an interesting article in the Vestnik Finansov, 1897, number 16, on industrial melon growing. This branch of production arose in the village of Bykovo, Tsarevo-Yezd, Astrakhan gubernia, at the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 70s. The melons, which at first went only to the Volga region, were consigned, with the coming of the railways, to the capital cities. In the 80s the output increased at least tenfold owing to the enormous profits, 150 to 200 rubles per des, made by the initiators of the business. Like true petty bourgeois, they did all they could to prevent the number of growers from increasing and were most careful in guarding from their neighbors the secret of this new and profitable occupation. Of course, all these heroic efforts of the muzhik cultivator 19 to stave off fatal competition 20 were in vain, and the industry spread much wider to Saratov gubernia and the Don region. The drop in grain prices in the 90s gave a particularly strong impetus to production, compelling local cultivators to seek a way out of their difficulties in crop rotation systems. 21. The expansion of production considerably increased the demand for hired labor. Melon growing requires a considerable amount of labor, so that the cultivation of 1 desyatine costs from 30 to 50 rubles, and still more considerably increased the profits of the employers and ground rent. Near Log Station, Gryazit-Saratsin Railway, the area under watermelons in 1884 was 20 des, in 1890 between 500 and 600 des, and in 1896 between 1,400 and 1,500 des, while rent rose from 30 kopecks to between 1.50 and 2 rubles and to between 4 and 14 rubles per des. For the respective years. The over-rapid expansion of melon planting led at last, in 1896, to overproduction and a crisis, which finally confirmed the capitalist character of this branch of commercial agriculture. Melon prices fell to a point where they did not cover railway charges. The melons were left ungathered in the fields. After tasting tremendous profits, the entrepreneurs now learned what losses were like. But the most interesting thing is the means they have chosen for combating the crisis. The means chosen is to win new markets, to effect such a cheapening of produce and of railway tariffs as to transform it from an item of luxury into an item of consumption for the people, and at points of production, into cattle feed. Industrial melon growing, the entrepreneurs assure us, is on the road to further development. Apart from high railway tariffs, there is no obstacle to its further growth. On the contrary, the Tsaritsin-Tikhoreskia Railway, now under construction, opens a new and extensive area for industrial melon growing. Whatever the further destiny of this industry may be, at any rate the history of the melon crisis is very instructive, constituting a miniature picture, it is true, but a very vivid one, of the capitalist evolution of agriculture. We still have to say a few words about suburban farming. The difference between it and the above described types of commercial agriculture is that in their case the entire farm is adapted to some one chief market product. In the case of suburban farming, however, the small cultivator trades in bits of everything. He trades in his house by letting it to summer tenants and permanent lodgers, in his yard, in his horse and in all sorts of produce from his fields and farmyard, grain, cattle feed, milk, meat, vegetables, berries, fish, timber, etc. He trades in his wife's milk, baby farming near the capitals. He makes money by rendering the most diverse, not always even mentionable, services to visiting townsfolk. 22 etc., etc. 23 The complete transformation by capitalism of the ancient type of patriarchal farmer, the complete subjugation of the latter to the power of money is expressed here so vividly that the suburban peasant is usually put in a separate category by the Narodnik who says that he is no longer a peasant. But the difference between this type and all preceding types is only one of form. The political and economic essence of the all-round transformation effected in the small cultivator by capitalism is everywhere the same. The more rapid the increase in the number of towns, the number of factory, commercial and industrial townships, and the number of railway stations, the more extensive is the area of the transformation of our village community man into this type of peasant. We should not forget what was said in his day by Adam Smith that improved communications tend to convert every village into a suburb. 24 Remote areas cut off from the outside world, already an exception, are with every passing day increasingly becoming as rare as antiquities, and the cultivator is turning with ever-growing rapidity into an industrialist subjected to the general laws of commodity production. In thus concluding the review of the data on the growth of commercial agriculture, we think it not superfluous to repeat here that our aim has been to examine the main, by no means all, forms of commercial agriculture. 9 Conclusions on the significance of capitalism in Russian agriculture. In chapters 2-4 the problem of capitalism in Russian agriculture has been examined from 2 angles. First we examined the existing system of social and economic relations in peasant and landlord economy, the system which has taken shape in the post-reform period. It was seen that the peasantry have been splitting up at enormous speed into a numerically small but economically strong rural bourgeoisie and a rural proletariat. Inseparably connected with this depeasantizing process is the landowner's transition from the labor service to the capitalist system of farming. Then we examined this same process from another angle. We took as our starting point the manner in which agriculture is transformed into commodity production, and examined the social and economic relations characteristic of each of the principal forms of commercial agriculture. It was shown that the very same processes were conspicuous in both peasant and private landowner farming under a great variety of agricultural conditions. Let us now examine the conclusions that follow from all the data given above. 1. The main feature of the post-reform evolution of agriculture is its growing commercial, entrepreneur character. As regards private landowner farming, this fact is so obvious as to require no special explanation. As regards peasant farming, however, it is not so easily established, firstly, because the employment of hired labor is not an absolutely essential feature of the small rural bourgeoisie. As we have observed above, this category includes every small commodity producer who covers his expenditure by independent farming, provided the general system of economy is based on the capitalist contradictions examined in Chapter 2. Secondly, the small rural bourgeois, in Russia, as in other capitalist countries, is connected by a number of transitional stages with the small holding peasant, and with the rural proletarian who has been allotted a patch of land. This circumstance is one of the reasons for the viability of the theories which do not distinguish the existence of a rural bourgeoisie and a rural proletariat among the peasantry. 1. 2. From the very nature of agriculture, its transformation into commodity production proceeds in a special way, unlike the corresponding process in industry. Manufacturing industry splits up into separate, quite independent branches, each devoted exclusively to the manufacture of one product or one part of a product. The agricultural industry, however, does not split up into quite separate branches, but merely specializes in one market product in one case, and in another market product in another, all the other aspects of agriculture being adapted to this principle, i.e., market, product. That is why the forms of commercial agriculture show immense diversity, varying not only in different areas, but also on different farms. That is why, when examining the question of the growth of commercial agriculture, we must on no account confine ourselves to gross data for agricultural production as a whole. 2. 3. The growth of commercial agriculture creates a home market for capitalism. Firstly, the specialization of agriculture gives rise to exchange between the various agricultural areas, between the various agricultural undertakings, and between the various agricultural products. Secondly, the further agriculture is drawn into the sphere of commodity circulation, the more rapid is the growth of the demand made by the rural population for those products of manufacturing industry that serve for personal consumption, and thirdly, the more rapid is the growth of the demand for means of production, since neither the small nor the big rural entrepreneur is able, with the old-fashioned peasant implements, buildings, etc., etc., to engage in the new, commercial agriculture. Fourthly and lastly, a demand is created for labor power, since the formation of a small rural bourgeoisie and the changeover by the landowners to capitalist farming presuppose the formation of a body of regular agricultural laborers and day laborers. Only the fact of the growth of commercial agriculture can explain the circumstance that the post-reform period is characterized by an expansion of the home market for capitalism, development of capitalist agriculture, development of factory industry in general, development of the agricultural engineering industry in particular, development of the so-called peasant agricultural industries, i.e., work for hire, etc. 4. Capitalism enormously extends and intensifies among the agricultural population the contradictions without which this mode of production cannot exist. Notwithstanding this, however, agricultural capitalism in Russia, in its historical significance, is a big progressive force. Firstly, capitalism has transformed the cultivator from a lord of the manor, on the one hand, and a patriarchal, dependent peasant, on the other, into the same sort of industrialist that every other proprietor is in present-day society. Before capitalism appeared, agriculture in Russia was the business of the gentry, a lord's hobby for some, and a duty, an obligation for others. Consequently, it could not be conducted except according to age-old routine, necessarily involving the complete isolation of the cultivator from all that went on in the world beyond the confines of his village. The labor service system, that living survival of old times in present-day economy, strikingly confirms this characterization. Capitalism for the first time broke with the system of social estates in land tenure by converting the land into a commodity. The farmer's product was put on sale and began to be subject to social reckoning, first in the local, then in the national, and finally in the international market, and in this way the former isolation of the uncouth farmer from the rest of the world was completely broken down. The farmer was compelled willy-nilly, on pain of ruin, to take account of the sum total of social relations both in his own country and in other countries, now linked together by the world market. Even the labor service system, which formerly guaranteed Oblomov an assured income without any risk on his part, without any expenditure of capital, without any changes in the age-old routine of production, now proved incapable of saving him from the competition of the American farmer. That is why one can fully apply to post-reform Russia what was said half a century ago about Western Europe, that agricultural capitalism had been the motive force which has drawn the idle into the movement of history. 3. Secondly, agricultural capitalism has for the first time undermined the age-old stagnation of our agriculture. It has given a tremendous impetus to the transformation of its technique, and to the development of the productive forces of social labor. A few decades of destructive work by capitalism have done more in this respect than entire centuries of preceding history. The monotony of routine natural economy has been replaced by a diversity of forms of commercial agriculture. Primitive agricultural implements have begun to yield place to improved implements and machines. The immobility of the old-fashioned farming systems has been undermined by new methods of agriculture. The course of all these changes is linked inseparably with the above-mentioned phenomenon of the specialization of agriculture. By its very nature, capitalism in agriculture, as in industry, cannot develop evenly, in one place, in one country, in one area, on one farm. It pushes forward one aspect of agriculture, in another place another aspect, etc. In one case it transforms the technique of some, and in other cases of other agricultural operations, divorcing them from patriarchal peasant economy or from the patriarchal labor service. Since the whole of this process is guided by market requirements that are capricious and not always known to the producer, capitalist agriculture, in each separate instance, often in each separate area, sometimes even in each separate country, becomes more one-sided and lopsided than that which preceded it, but, taken as a whole, becomes immeasurably more many-sided and rational than patriarchal agriculture. The emergence of separate types of commercial agriculture renders possible and inevitable capitalist crises in agriculture and cases of capitalist overproduction, but these crises, like all capitalist crises, give a still more powerful impetus to the development of world production and of the socialization of labor. 4. Thirdly, capitalism has for the first time created in Russia large-scale agricultural production based on the employment of machines and the extensive cooperation of workers. Before capitalism appeared, the production of agricultural produce was always carried on in an unchanging, wretchedly small way both when the peasant worked for himself and when he worked for the landlord, and no community character of land tenure was capable of destroying this tremendously scattered production. Inseparably linked with this scattered production was the scattered nature of the farmers themselves. 5. Tied to their allotment, to their tiny village community, they were completely fenced off even from the peasants of the neighboring village community by the difference in the categories to which they belonged, former landowners peasants, former state peasants, etc., by differences in the size of their holdings, by differences in the terms on which their emancipation took place, which terms were sometimes determined simply by the individual attributes of the landlords and by their whims. Capitalism for the first time broke down these purely medieval barriers, and it was a very good thing that it did. Now the differences between the various grades of peasants, between the various categories based on the size of allotment holdings, are far less important than the economic differences within each grade, each category, and each village community. Capitalism destroys local seclusion and insularity, and replaces the medieval divisions among cultivators by a major division, embracing the whole nation, that divides them into classes occupying different positions in the general system of capitalist economy. 6. The mass of cultivators were formerly tied to their place of residence by the very conditions of production, whereas the creation of diverse forms and diverse areas of commercial and capitalist agriculture could not but cause the movement of enormous masses of the population throughout the country, and unless the population is mobile, as we have said above, there can be no question of developing its understanding and initiative. Fourthly, and lastly, agricultural capitalism in Russia for the first time cut at the root of labor service and the personal dependency of the farmer. This system of labor service has held undivided sway in our agriculture from the days of Russkaya Pravda 7 down to the present-day cultivation of the fields of private landowners with the peasants' implements. The wretchedness and uncouthness of the farmer, degraded by his labor being semi-free if not feudal, in character, are inevitable concomitants of this system, if the civil rights of the cultivator had not been impaired, by, for example, his belonging to the lowest social estate. Corporal punishment, assignment to public works, attachment to allotment, etc., the labor service system would have been impossible. That is why agricultural capitalism in Russia has performed a great historical service in replacing labor service by hired labor. 8. Summing up what has been said above on the progressive historical role of Russian agricultural capitalism, it may be said that it is socializing agricultural production. Indeed, the fact that agriculture has been transformed from the privileged occupation of the top estate or the duty of the bottom estate into an ordinary commercial and industrial occupation, that the product of the cultivator's labor has become subject to social reckoning on the market, that routine, uniform agriculture is being converted into technically transformed and diverse forms of commercial farming, that the local seclusion and scattered nature of the small farmers is breaking down, that the diverse forms of bondage and personal dependence are being replaced by impersonal transactions in the purchase and sale of labor power. These are all links in a single process, which is socializing agricultural labor and is increasingly intensifying the contradiction between the anarchy of market fluctuations, between the individual character of the separate agricultural enterprises and the collective character of large-scale capitalist agriculture. Thus, we repeat once more, in emphasizing the progressive historical role of capitalism in Russian agriculture, we do not in the least forget either the historically transient character of this economic regime or the profound social contradictions inherent in it. On the contrary, we have shown above that it is precisely the Narodniks who, capable only of bewailing the destructive work of capitalism, give an extremely superficial appraisal of these contradictions, glossing over the differentiation of the peasantry, ignoring the capitalist character of the employment of machinery in our agriculture, and covering up with such expressions as agricultural industries and employments the emergence of a class of agricultural wage workers. 11. Continuation. The village community. Marx's views on small-scale agriculture. Engels' opinion of the contemporary agricultural crisis. The community principle prevents capital from seizing agricultural production. That is how Mr. N. on p. 72, expresses another current Narodnik theory, formulated in just as abstract a fashion as the previous one. In Chapter 2 we quoted a series of facts showing the fallacy of this stock premise. Now let us add the following. It is a great mistake to think that the inception of agricultural capitalism itself requires some special form of land tenure. But the form of landed property with which the incipient capitalist mode of production is confronted does not suit it. It first creates for itself the form required by subordinating agriculture to capital. It thus transforms feudal landed property, clan property, small peasant property in marked communes 1, Marktgemeinschaft, no matter how divergent their juristic forms may be, into the economic form corresponding to the requirements of this mode of production, Das Kapital, 3, 2, 156. Thus, by the very nature of the case, no peculiarities in the system of land tenure can serve as an insurmountable obstacle to capitalism, which assumes different forms in accordance with the different conditions in agriculture, legal relationships, and manner of life. One can see from this how wrong is the very presentation of the question by our Narodniks, who have created a whole literature on the subject of village community or capitalism. Should some Anglomaniac aristocrat happen to offer a prize for the best work on the introduction of capitalist farming in Russia, should some learned society come forward with a scheme to settle peasants on farmsteads, should some idle government official concoct a project for 60 desyatin holdings, the Narodnik hastens to throw down the gauntlet and fling himself into the fray against these bourgeois projects to introduce capitalism and destroy that palladium of people's industry, the village community. It has never entered the head of our good Narodnik that capitalism has been proceeding on its way while all sorts of projects have been drafted and refuted, and the community village has been turning, and has actually turned too into the village of small agrarians. That is why we are very indifferent to the question of the form of peasant land tenure. Whatever the form of land tenure may be, the relation between the peasant bourgeoisie and the rural proletariat will not undergo any essential change. The really important question concerns not the form of land tenure at all, but the remnants of the purely medieval past, which continue to weigh down upon the peasantry: the social estate seclusion of the peasant communities, collective responsibility, excessively high taxation of peasant land out of all proportion to the taxation of privately held land, the absence of full freedom in the purchase and sale of peasant lands, and in the movement and settlement of the peasantry. 3. All these obsolete institutions, while not in the least safeguarding the peasantry against breakup, only lead to the multiplication of diverse forms of labor service and bondage, to tremendous delay in social development as a whole. In conclusion, we must deal with an original Narodnik attempt to give an interpretation to some statements made by Marx and Engels in Volume 3 of Capital, in favor of their views that small-scale agriculture is superior to large-scale, and that agricultural capitalism does not play a progressive historical role. Quite often, with this end in view, they quote the following passage from Volume 3 of Capital. The moral of history, also to be deduced from other observations concerning agriculture, is that the capitalist system works against irrational agriculture, or that irrational agriculture is incompatible with the capitalist system, although the latter promotes technical improvements in agriculture, and needs either the hand of the small farmer living by his own labor, Selbstarbetenden, or the control of associated producers. 3, 1, 98. Russ. Trans. 83. 8. What follows from this assertion, which, let us note in passing, is an absolutely isolated fragment that has found its way into a chapter dealing with the way changes in the prices of raw materials affect profits, and not into Part 6, which deals specifically with agriculture. That capitalism is incompatible with the rational organization of agriculture, as also of industry, has long been known, nor is that the point at issue with the Narodniks. And the progressive historical role of capitalism in agriculture is especially emphasized by Marx here. There remains Marx's reference to the small peasant living by his own labor. None of the Narodniks who have referred to this point has taken the trouble to explain how he understands this, has taken the trouble to connect this point with the context, on the one hand, and with Marx's general theory of small-scale agriculture, on the other. In the passage quoted from Capital, the point dealt with is how considerably the prices of raw materials fluctuate, how these fluctuations disturb the proportionality and systematic working of production, how they disturb the conformity of agriculture and industry. It is only in respect of the proportionality, systematic working, and planned operation of production that Marx places small peasant economy on a par with the economy of associated producers. In this respect, even small medieval industry, handicraft, is similar to the economy of associated producers, cf. Mesure de la Philosophie, edition cited, p. 90, whereas capitalism differs from both these systems of social economy in its anarchy of production. By what logic can one draw the conclusion from this that Marx admitted the viability of small-scale agriculture, for that he did not acknowledge the progressive historical role of capitalism in agriculture? Here is what Marx said about this in the special part dealing with agriculture, in the special section on small peasant economy, chapter 47, v. Proprietorship of land parcels by its very nature excludes the development of social productive forces of labor, social forms of labor, social concentration of capital, large-scale cattle raising, and the progressive application of science. Usury and a taxation system must impoverish it everywhere. The expenditure of capital in the price of the land withdraws this capital from cultivation. An infinite fragmentation of means of production, and isolation of the producers themselves. Monstrous waste of human energy. Progressive deterioration of conditions of production and increased prices of means of production, an inevitable law of proprietorship of parcels. Calamity of seasonal abundance for this mode of production, 3:341-342. Russ. Trans. 667. 9. Small landed property presupposes that the overwhelming majority of the population is rural, and that not social, but isolated labor predominates, and that, therefore, under such conditions wealth and development of reproduction, both of its material and spiritual prerequisites, are out of the question, and thereby also the prerequisites for rational cultivation. 3:347. Russ. Trans. p. 672. 10. The writer of these lines, far from closing his eyes to the contradictions inherent in large-scale capitalist agriculture, ruthlessly exposed them. But this did not prevent him from appreciating the historical role of capitalism. One of the major results of the capitalist mode of production is that, on the one hand, it transforms agriculture from a mere empirical and mechanical self-perpetuating process employed by the least developed part of society into the conscious scientific application of agronomy, insofar as this is at all feasible under conditions of private property, that it divorces landed property from the relations of dominion and servitude, on the one hand, and, on the other, totally separates land as an instrument of production from landed property and landowner. The rationalizing of agriculture, on the one hand, which makes it for the first time capable of operating on a social scale, and the reduction ad absurdum of property in land, on the other, are the great achievements of the capitalist mode of production. Like all of its other historical advances, it also attained these by first completely impoverishing the direct producers. 156-157. Russ. Trans. 509-510. 11. One would think that after such categorical statements by Marx there could be no two opinions as to how he viewed the question of the progressive historical role of agricultural capitalism. Mr. N., however, found one more subterfuge. He quoted Engels's opinion on the present agricultural crisis, which should, in his view, refute the proposition of the progressive role of capitalism in agriculture. 5. Let us see what Engels actually says. After summarizing the main propositions of Marx's theory of differential rent, Engels establishes the law that the more capital is invested in the land, and the higher the development of agriculture and civilization in general in a given country, the more rents rise per acre as well as in total amount, and the more immense becomes the tribute paid by society to the big landowners in the form of surplus profits. Das Kapital, 258. Russ. Trans. 597. 12. This law, says Engels, explains the wonderful vitality of the class of big landowners, who accumulate a mass of debts and nevertheless land on their feet in all crises. For example, the abolition of the corn laws in England, which caused a drop in grain prices, far from ruining the landlords, exceedingly enriched them. It might thus seem that capitalism is unable to weaken the power of the monopoly represented by landed property. But everything is transitory, continues Engels. Transoceanic steamships and the railways of North and South America and India called forth new competitors. The North American prairies and the Argentine pampas, etc., flooded the world market with cheap grain. And in face of this competition coming from virgin plains as well as from Russian and Indian peasants ground down by taxation, the European tenant farmer and peasant could not prevail at the old rents. A portion of the land in Europe fell decisively out of competition as regards grain cultivation, and rents fell everywhere. Our second case, variant 2, falling prices and falling productivity of the additional investment of capital became the rule for Europe, and therefore the lament of landlords from Scotland to Italy and from the south of France to the east of Prussia. Fortunately, the plains are far from being entirely brought under cultivation. There are enough left to ruin all the big landlords of Europe and the small ones into the bargain. Ibid. 260. Russ. Trans. 598, where the word fortunately is omitted. 13. If the reader has read this passage carefully, it should be clear to him that Engels says the very opposite of what Mr. N. wants to foist on him. In Engels's opinion, the present agricultural crisis is reducing rent and is even tending to abolish it altogether. In other words, agricultural capitalism is pursuing its natural tendency to abolish the monopoly of landed property. No, Mr. N. is positively out of luck with his quotations. Agricultural capitalism is taking another, enormous step forward. It is boundlessly expanding the commercial production of agricultural produce and drawing a number of new countries into the world arena. It is driving patriarchal agriculture out of its last refuges, such as India or Russia. It is creating something hitherto unknown to agriculture, namely, the purely industrial production of grain, based on the cooperation of masses of workers equipped with the most up-to-date machinery. It is tremendously aggravating the position of the old European countries, reducing rents, thus undermining what seemed to be the most firmly established monopolies and reducing landed property to absurdity not only in theory, but also in practice. It is raising so vividly the need to socialize agricultural production that this need is beginning to be realized in the West even by representatives of the propertied classes. 6. And Engels, with his characteristic cheerful irony, welcomes the latest steps of world capitalism. Fortunately, he says, there is still enough uncultivated prairie land left to enable things to continue as they have been doing. But our good Mr. N. on, à propos de bot 7 size for the mujik cultivator of yore, for the time hallowed. Stagnation of our agriculture and of all the various forms of agricultural bondage which neither the strife among the Uppunage princes nor the Tartar invasion could shake, and which now, oh, horror, are beginning to be most thoroughly shaken by this monstrous capitalism. Oh, sancta simplicitas. Notes.